There we go. That should do it. Can you hear me now? Excellent, excellent. Yeah, Tristan correctly identified that I had the microphone plugged in, and OBS knew about it, but for whatever reason, I had it hidden, and I've completely forgotten why now. But anyway, I was welcoming everyone, but I'll do it again. So welcome Jay and Tallcat and Ambrose, Ken, Russ, Finnish guy, Carl. I saw David. I think I said changeable. Anyway, welcome. Hopefully you enjoyed our new little thank you screen. Tristan got all fancy, and so now it's animated in all kinds of exciting ways. I should do a commercial for Verizon. If Verizon is watching and they would like to sponsor the stream and or still exist, they can get in touch. I would be happy to do a Verizon sponsored stream to support a company which I believe doesn't actually get signal where I live, but we will see. 159 puzzle except it's YouTube art. Uh, Alrighty, so we did last week the celebration of having the 1,000 subscribers. Apparently, we use Verizon, so now I can be an even more loyal sponsored content for Verizon. There we go. So last week we did the 1,000 subs celebration, and so that was exciting. However, in the 1,000 sub celebration, there were some puzzles we did not get to, including apologies to Olima. Olima was the first person to submit a puzzle, and we somehow, by which I mean me, failed to do it. So we're going to start with Olima's puzzle, and then we'll do the rest of the puzzles from the 1,000 stream, and then we'll probably have time to do some other puzzles. If you did not join us, we had a huge plethora of famous guests like Ranksk and Grockles, GeoJesser, and Tallcat was there as well. So if you want to go look back at all of the cool stuff, there's a lot of sort of jovial atmosphere, a lot of camaraderie and enjoyment of the Neverio was there too. Yes, I was like, am I going to try and remember everyone who guessed it? Because yeah, we had a whole bunch of people at times. Yeah, Neverio was great. Neverio was our ringer who actually was able to do the Sudoku stuff while the rest of us watched. It was great fun. Yeah, I did not attempt to convince Simon or Mark to join. Maybe when we get to 100,000 subscribers, we can convince Simon or Mark to join. That might take a bit more to get them to do that. All right. So we do have. I was just talking about the stream last week, Neverio. Hey, Neverio. So. A very sad ranks. Yeah, I was hoping that they would agree to go to your 100th stream, but sadly not. Hey, Yablichka, welcome back. I think it's been a bit since I've seen you around, but welcome back. So all the usual stuff. If you like the video, that's great, or the stream, or whatever, you click the little thumb button. If you subscribe, that's great. We've got a bunch of subscribers now, so we're very happy about that. If you want to support the stream, there are now 3 different ways of doing that. You can support us. Hopefully you had a good trip, Yablichka. You can support us on Patreon at patreon.com/zetamath. You can become a member on YouTube, which has some various fancy benefits. Both of them actually have some various fancy benefits if you want to do things like see what puzzles are coming up and vote for what puzzles you want to see, etc. And also, we have super chats. So if you want to like have a message, and so we now have a professional fake British person to read out all of the messages on chat. I should say British fake person, I guess. I guess the robot really is British or whatever. Yes, and you also, with the YouTube member, you get to be green, like Jay Dyer there, and you get a little windmill next to your name. And you get a fancy collection of Zeta emotes, including the Zeta penguin, who may or may not be related to Zach, who, thanks to the generous support, we have been able to bring on full-time to the Zeta team. So can look forward to more professional penguin digit dances later in the stream. But all that out of the way, let's have a look at Olima's puzzle. So I have not actually read the rules yet. So, but I have looked at the grid and seen this beautiful zeta at the bottom and the YouTube logo. So red cells indicate where the column number of this cell is placed in the row. So this is like 159 everywhere, except instead of 159, it's only in the pink stuff instead of just being in strips. So for example, this cell is the third column. And so if this is a 7, then this would say that in this row, the 3 is in the 7th spot. So just to do another example, because I know this is always a little bit confusing, this is the second thing. So whatever number I put here is telling me where the 2 goes. So if I put a 6 here, it's saying that I count over 6 spots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and put the 2 there. Okay. So that is how these pink cells work. And that's only true in the pink cells. There does not appear to be a negative constraint on pink cells. My stream has created a group in Discord that you're part of that meets every evening after Simon's Puzzle's released, and we have one main solver, but we can help over VC. Oh, that's really cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. So you just do whatever puzzle Simon does that day? But collaboratively, that's cool. Yeah, I do find collaborative solving to be very, very rewarding, because there's a lot less getting stuck when you have multiple eyes sort of on the grid. So these purple lines, these are Renban, and so the digits on the Renban have to be a string of consecutive digits. So for example, they could be 4, 5, 6, 7. And they could go in any order. The Renban doesn't care about the order. So this very classy Z here, it would work exactly the same if it was a U instead, but then I would have to be zetamath, and I don't think zetamath sounds as good. And then these green lines, these are German Whispers lines, and along a German Whispers line, you have to make sure that the digits adjacent to each other, wow, I cannot talk today, it's going to be a long stream, the digits that are adjacent to each other on the green line have to differ by at least 5. So for example, if this was a 7, these would have to be a 1 and a 2 in some order, because those are the only numbers that are at least 5 away from 7. Yeah, I think I could go with zetamath. I think zetamath would be cool. Oh, there are cages. Apparently there are cages. Let's see. Where does it say in the rules what the cages are? I don't see the cages mentioned in the rules, so I think I'm going to assume that they're aesthetic. But if anyone knows better, that's fine. But oh yes, they're zeros. Okay, got it. So the cages don't have any rule significance, but if you look at them, they are zeros. Okay, so there's a 1 and then 0, 0, 0 for 1,000 subscribers. Okay, makes sense. Alrighty. So yes, and as usual, digits cannot repeat in these things. Okay. So Russ is asking about 5 in row 8. My first thing I went to was, where does 5 go in this box? Because the first thing you notice is that Whispers lines can't have 5s on them, because in order to be 5 away from 5, you would have to be a 0 or a 10. So 5 in this box can only go in one of these 2 spots. Now, what that means, now Russ also noted in row 8, so all of these things are on Whispers line, so one of these 2 is a 5. And now along this row, now one of these 2 is a 5. But all of that tells us something about indexing. So for example, these 5s, whichever digit here is a 5, tells us that this digit is either a 7 or a 9. So this digit is high, and along here we're going to have to alternate high, low, high, low, high, low. as we usually do. So I'm going to mark that that's high by at least temporarily coloring in these orange. Maybe I'm not. I think I'm going to mark that they're high by writing in the digits that are high. And then these are low. And then there are lots of sort of free things I can omit, like that can't be 4, that can't be 4, that can't be 4. Hey, Christoph, welcome. Oh, links. I just heard Tristan answer the phone, so it might be a second before Tristan can get us a link. But Tristan should be able to get us a link really quickly after that. Okay, and then row 8 indexing for 5s. Ah, right. Okay, so Ransk has a good point, which is that this is indexing the location of the 5. I looked at it backwards. I looked at these two and said, oh, well, I don't know if the 5 is indexing something. But, in fact, this digit indicates the location of the 5, which can only be in the first or second column, so this is a 1 or a 2. This also can't be a 6, because if this were a 6, it would require both of those to be 1. Let's see, that could actually be a 6, and that could actually be a 6, I believe. Okay, so we've already got 2 lows here. That doesn't immediately tell us. Hey, Philip, welcome. Let's see. Yeah, this is a 7 or a 9. We know that much. Let's see. If this were low, these two cells are the same high-lowity. If that high-lowity was low, one of these would have to be a 4, because there's already 2 lows over here, but neither of these can be a 4, because it would put 2 9s in the box. So these are high. Neither of them can be 6, actually. And so so that's also high. And then these are low. And that one can't be 4. In fact, none of these can be 4. So in fact, we actually have a 1, 2, 3 triple in the box. And these are indexing the location of 7 and 8. Well, yeah, okay, these are indexing the location of 7 and 8. They could be self-referenced, or they could reference each other. That'll be a thing to sort of squint at in a minute. So, in particular, these are not... let's see. One moment. Let me grab Ambrose's point. Row 8, column 6 cannot be 3 using indexing. If this was a 3... if this was a 3, it would put a 6 here. Right, good point. Okay. If this was a 3, it would put a 6 here, which would put 1s in all of those spots. So that's not a 3. So that actually gives us a 1, 2 pair. Even nicer. Okay. So I was looking at... Yeah, I was looking at these cells. So one of them's a 5. The other is either a 4 or a, I guess, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, Sam, welcome. Glad to see you here. Okay, so these two are the same high-lowity. If that high-lowity was high, that would be 5 highs in the row. So these have to be low, which means they have to be a 3-4 pair because of the 1-2 pair, and only this one can be 4. So that's a 4 and that's a 3, and we have digits, which means we'll bring in Zach, who will do an excited digit dance. Woo! Woo! Ta-da! Zach with a K. Zach has a K for the record. Okay, so these are... So this is 1, 2, or 3. Oops. Okay, and then these are high. These two can't be 6 because they're next to a 3. That one can't be 6 because it's next to a 3. Okay, so now... let's see. These indexing, these both self-index, so they don't tell me anything. But now this 1-2 pair actually indexes a 5, 6 over here, right? So that's not a 6, actually. So so these are, yeah, so these are 5, 6. So these are, there's no 3 on this Renban. So this Renban could be 4, 7, 8. Yeah, 4, 7, 8. Those are my options. And there's always a 7 on this Renban. Because I can't go down to 3, I always have to go at least up to 7. So this cell's not a 7, and that cell's not a 7. Let's see. Does it break immediately? Ah, yes. This can't be a 7-8 pair. Because if this was a 7-8 pair, that would be 4 7, 8, 9s in the box. So this is not a 7-8 pair. So in fact, there's no 8 on it at all. It's a 4-7 pair. So this is an 8-9 pair. And in the row. These digits are now known. Let's see if we can figure out what they are. They look like they're a 1 and a 2 to me. Yeah, sure looks like a 1 and a 2. Which makes that a 3. Means neither of these is a 7, because 7 isn't 4 away from 3. Means that is a 7. These aren't 3 anymore. Let's see. Okay. This has been very, very smooth so far as a puzzle, Olima. Whenever you're watching this. There's a 7, 8, 9 pair here, which makes that a 6, a 1, and a 2. The 1 there says that that's a 6. The 2 here says that that's a 5. Let's see. The 6 in this box is placed by Sudoku here. So these are a 4, 5 pair. Let's see. What is left in this row? Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. In this row, we've got a 3 left to place and a 5 left to place. So these are a 3, 5 pair. Let's see. Oh, and that's not indexed by anything. The 7 here is interesting. So the 7 being here I can index, because this is the 7th cell. So that's a 9, because the 7 has to be indexed by the 9. So that's a 9 and that's an 8. Let's see. This 4, 5 pair. This 4, 5 pair says that these two are a 7, 9 pair. So that's not an 8, which means that this is the 8. That's the 9 and the 8. There, so this isn't an 8 anymore. That 8, I could have had this 8 forever ago, because the 8 is indexing the 3 that I already had forever. Row 8, column 9. Oh, no, this cell is colored red. And so this cell being colored red means it's indexing the location of the 7. So this needs to be a 9. Okay, okay. Chad is pointing out that this 3 now, once this became 3, this can't be 7 anymore. So that's a 9. That's a 7, which now removes both 3 and 4 from these cells. Also, 1 is removed from this one by Sudoku, so that's a 2 and a 1. The 2 here places a 6 there. This just is a 3. This isn't a 7 anymore. Sorry, isn't a 7 anymore. We can get it right eventually. Let's see. Yeah, this has been really poppy so far. This 3, it needs to be indexed by this cell, which makes this cell need to be a 4. This cell is indexing the 1, so it needs to be a 5 to continue my indexing adventure. Okay, these digits are a 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7. That one's not an 8. That one's not a 9. Let's see. If this was a 7, make that a 9 and that an 8. That's fine. If this was an 8, it would make that a 7 and make that a 9, and that's also fine. So I think actually this respects the indexing nonsense either direction. But this 4, 5 is resolved by... No. Oh, it's... No, it is resolved by this, right? This cell is indexing the location of 9 in its row. 9 in its row is in the 4th spot, so that's a 4 and that's a 5. Let's see, and I am told we can finish box 8. Oh, I believe we can finish box 8. Thank you, Neil. By looking at this 3, which does some Sudoku-y goodness down there. Alrighty, so all kinds of good stuff. I don't think we can possibly disambiguate this stuff just yet. Okay, so this is a 5 long whisper line. So it needs to have 3 of something. If it has 3 highs, those 3 highs are 7, 8, 9, because there's a 6 gone. Maybe that's not a great place to look. Let's see. Yeah, Sudoku early is a little bit cheaty. I got to agree. I keep looking at this little Renban and thinking, well, it's either 1, 2, or let's see, could this Renban be 1, 2? That's an interesting question. Okay, if this was 1, 2, it would put a 3 here and here, or here and here. Either of those seems fine. Okay, otherwise, it would have to be 5, 6, or 6, 7. Well, this can't be 5 or 6, because 5 or 6 would put a 3 into this box, which already has a 3. So this would have to be 7 exactly. Okay, so we can write down the candidates for this cell just by the fact that it's on a Renban. This could be 7 if this is 6. No, that doesn't work. This can't be 6 because that would index a 3 into a column that already has a 3. Okay, so I think this actually, if you just look at the column, it can be 1, 2 to be on a Renban, not 3, 4. It could be 5, 6, 7, except this cell can't be 5, 6, or 7. It can't be 5 or 6 because it would put a 3 in a box with a 3. It can't be a 7 because it would put a 6 here, which would put, again, a 3 in a column with a 3. So this is 1, 2, which means that there is a little X-wing of 3s here, living that kind of life. So the rest of the column, let's fill in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 5, 6, 7 is exactly what it is. This one is a 7 because it's not a 5 or a 6 by the box. Now I'll remember to index that 7. That 7 puts a 3 over in the 7th spot, so it puts a 3 there. So I see that Naverio spotted that this was a naked single. I did not. I just gratuitously pencil marked until it became a naked single. So let's see. So yeah, so there's a 3 up here. Let's see. The 5, 6 pair is resolved. Okay, right. This cell can't be a 6. Thank you, Naverio. Because if this cell was a 6, it would again put a 3 into the 6th column where there's already a 3. So in fact, this is a 5 and a 6. 5 and a 6. The 5 does index a 3 there. So we get that. Okay, let's see. We've got lots of 6s now, actually. So let's see. Where am I indexing this 6? Let's see. I can't index it to the 1st or 2nd spot anymore. It could go to the 4th spot or the 7th or 8th spot. So I think this is only 4, 7, 8 by indexing. Let's see. Yeah, this has been a really gorgeous puzzle. I am very impressed with this one. Let's see. Okay, so we need a... No, we've got a 2. We've got a 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, a 5, a 6. We've got a 7 and 8, and we need a 9. Okay, well, this is certainly not a 6. Okay, this is indexing the location of the 5, so it can't be a 4. Let's let's see, it looks to me like it could be a 6 or a 9. I think either of those is possible. Yeah, indexing is usually super fun. That is my my experience. Okay, one of these has to be a 1 or a 2. I don't know which. One of these has to be a 1 or a 2 as well. Okay, so here's a... I don't know if this is going to be at all useful. But because of the high, mid, low trick, I know that one of these has to be a 1 or a 2 because I need a low digit. One of these has to be a 1 or a 2 because I need a low digit, which means I know that this digit's actually 4 or 6 only. And now I'm going to look and see what it's actually indexing. So this is indexing the location of the 7. So this is saying one of these two is a 7. Because the 1 and the 2 for the box are gone. Let's see. Okay, let's... Do I want to fill out the rest of this box? Let's see. Let's see. I am being told I can place the 3 in box 3 by more crabs. So let's see. So if I put a 3 here, that would be bad because there's not a 3 here. So that means the 3 here in this box is by Sudoku just placed up here in this corner, which is pretty cool. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so that looks right. Okay, so yeah, one of these is a 1 or a 2, and one of them is a 4, 5, or 6. And one of these is a 1 or a 2, and one of them is a 4, 5, or 6. Okay, so the digit here is an 8 or a 9. That is acceptable. Let's see. I don't... So yeah, so of course this is going to be a low and a high digit. I already knew that. This is going to be a low and a high digit. So yeah, so... And not necessarily immediately useful. Oh, okay, sorry. Russ points out something that I had not understood, which is that one of these has to be a middle digit, but 4 and 6 are already gone. So in fact, one of these two is a 5. Which means that these digits are a 1, 2, and a 4 or 6 as well. Let's see, so that means I'm indexing an 8 into one of these cells, or one of those two cells. Okay. All right, so these two cells, let's see what they are. So they're from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this cell, is it restricted in any way from that? I don't see how it is, unfortunately. I was hoping it would be. Right. So, sorry. So Ambrose notes, yes. This 5 here that I pencil marked tells me that one of these two cells is a 9. Because, again, the 5 here is saying the 9 goes in the 5th column. I don't know which of these it is, but it's one of those two, which means that these two cells are both not 9. They are non-9 numbers, so to speak. So now this 5 or 6 tells me that one of these two cells is a 5. So that is very cool. Okay. So let's see. So Philip is saying 9 can be placed in box 2 now. So 9's not up there. 9's not over there. So 9 has to go in one of these two spots. But 9 can't go here because of indexing, exactly as Philip says. So the 9 in the 9 in box 2 is placed up here. Good spot, Philip. So yeah, so the 9 in this box, I don't know a whole lot about, unfortunately. There's a 5 in box 3 by Sudoku, Euro tells me. So 5 is in one of these two spots. But if 5 was here, it would make this digit a 6, which would place a 5 here. That's not going to work. Very good spot. So this cell is in fact a 5, which makes that cell a 4, which makes this cell a 7 or an 8. Oops, a 7 or an 8. This being a 7 or 8, actually, yeah, so that says that one of these two cells is a 6, just by indexing goodness. So that says the 6 in this box is actually in one of these two cells. Which says that this is not... No, that does not say that that's not a 5. Don't listen to me. This cell could... No, this cell can't be a 4 anymore. Okay, so the 6 is in one of these two, but it's not here. Because if this is where the 6 was, this cell would have to be a 4, but there's already a 4 in the box. So no 6 there means there is a 6 here and a 5 here. Let's see, and these index each other, which is fine. Okay, More Crabs asks about the location of 4 in column 2. So 4 in column 2... If it's on a whisper line, it needs to be at the end. And the reason for that is if you look at digits that are at least 5 away from 4, there's only one of them, which is 9. So if I tried to put a 4 here, just from the whisper line alone, I would need to put a 9 here and here, which is not going to work. So there are no 4s in those cells. There's not a 4 here by Sudoku. There's not a 4 here by Sudoku. There's not a 4 here, here, or here by pencil marks. So the 4 in column 2, as More Crabs notices, is there. So that's a 4 and that's a 7. So that is very cool. Okay, so that forces the high-lowity of this German whisper, because now there's 2 lows in the column. So these have to be the ones that are low. These have to be high. So this one I know is not a 3. This one I know is not a 3. So now that's the 3 and that's the 3. So that 3 gives me a few things. One is it gives me a 2 and a 1. The other is it gives me neither of these is 7. So that makes that cell 7. Now this 8, 9 is telling me that one of these two cells is 2. This 8, 9 is telling me that one of these two cells is 2. Okay. And now this is going to work. This 1 gives me that this is in fact a 2, which gives me that that's a 1 and that's a 2. This 2 is self-indexed, so that doesn't tell me anything, but it does tell me that that cell's not a 2. Oh, I guess I knew that by these pencil marks, but whatever. Let's see. This is indexing the location of the 4, which I guess still has an annoying amount of options, doesn't it? Okay, what's left in this box? Let's do it that way. The things left in this box are 4, 8, and 9. That one's not a 4 or a 9, so it is an 8. So that's a 9 and an 8 and a 4. So that was cool. Okay, so now this cell's indexing the location of the 4, so it's a 1. So this isn't a 1. Isn't a 1. So this row is missing a 1. Well, the 1 has to go there. Gives us the 2 and the 1. And this row is also missing a 2, which has to go there. Let's see. Do I know more things? This 9 needs to be indexed by this cell, so this cell's a 2. So that's not a 2. Now that 2 tells me this cell's not a 2, so that cell's a 2, which I also could have gotten from that 8. As usual, once we start filling in digits, things start collapsing a wee bit. Okay, so in this column, we are missing a 5 and one other digit, which is a 1. So this is a 1-5 pair. which is telling us that one of these two cells is a 9, which I guess we already knew. These digits are a 1-9 pair. It looks to be. So now this digit has to be the other 4 or 6 for the box for a variety of reasons. So now these two digits are now, by that, they're a 7-8 pair. I scan quickly, hoping that that tells me something. It does tell me this digit. So this digit, by the way, not a 4 because of the 4-6 pair, not a 6 because of the 4-6 pair. This digit, though, is just known by the column. It is a, looks to be a 4 via the column. So this digit, if I write in the rest of this column, let's see, we got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6 and a 7 and an 8. And we've got our 9 over there. Okay, this is not 7 or 8, so it is a 6. Good old naked single. Okay, so now that's going to do the rest of the job, I think, because now this is a 9, that's a 5. That being a 5 makes that a 1 and that a 5, which is also agrees with the indexing. That's a 1 and that's a 9. We did not disambiguate this 4 and 6 yet, apparently. This isn't a 6, though. Let's see, those two are 7 and 8. I thought that was just going to collapse everything, but it... okay, so this 7 or 8, yeah, that's just telling me there's a 6 in either the 7th or 8th spot. That doesn't tell me anything. What about these digits? We can finish these. Okay, so we've got a 1, a 2, and a 3. We need a 4, we got a 5 and a 6. We need a 7 and an 8. So that one's not an 8. Let's see. If this were a 4, that would be a 7. That's okay. If this were a 7, this would be a 7. That's okay. If this were an 8, that would be a 7, and that's okay. And these two digits are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I guess, actually. Wow, there's lots of candidates there. Okay, so that's not a 9. This is not an 8. Let's see. Ambrose says column 3, row 7 is not an 8. Sorry, row 3, column 7 is not an 8. Let's see. If this is an 8... if this is an 8, that's a 7, and it breaks this cell. Okay, that's the traditional 159 trick. Okay, so just to say that, just to show what happens. If I put an 8 in here, then by indexing it means that's a 7, and now this cell has no life. So this is not an 8, which makes this a 4-7 pair, which makes that an 8, and that a 7, and that an 8. That being an 8 now makes that a 6, and that a 4, which makes that a 7, and that a 4. Now that row's done. That row's done. That 7 looks down and makes that an 8, 9, 7. That 9 looks up and makes that an 8, and that a 7, and that a 6, and that a 9. Really nice puzzle, Olima. That was quite a nice one. I really liked this sort of like large but not everywhere sort of 159 puzzle. There's lots of very cool stuff, and yeah, especially given that this formed such a very appropriate pattern, it still had a very lovely logical solve path that worked there. Yeah, the great way to start off the day. I completely agree with David. All right, I'm going to take a real short break, and then when we come back, we're going to be doing a puzzle by Christoph Seeliger. Be right back. Again, if you've not yet seen it, enjoy this lovely animated screen that Tristan spent the last week of his life making. I think it's very cool. Welcome back, everyone. I see Yura in chat asked about what the 159 thing is, and I see people in chat answered it pretty thoroughly, but I just wanted to give a visual. A lot of times you'll see a puzzle that's a grid like this, where the strips here are to indicate, and so the strips here are to indicate that it's an indexing puzzle, and this is the most common arrangement, and it's so named because the indexes are in the 1s, 5s, and 9s. And then nothing else in the white does any indexing at all. And so the puzzle we just did had that sort of indexing constraint, this red part smeared all over the grid, and to make a pretty pattern. This is the way you'll see it most often, but you'll see a bunch of sort of variations on the indexing. But the indexing trick that you most often see is that whenever you have 3 of these in a column like this, it always needs to be 1 cell from 1, 2, 3, 1 from 4, 5, 6, and 1 from 7, 8, 9. And the reason why you have to have this thing, which people in chat and I often call the high, mid, lowity rule. I can't have 2 lows, for example. If I try and put a 2 and a 3, then what that's saying, because of the indexing, is that I need to put a 1 here and a 1 here. And that would put 2 1s in the same box. Likewise, if I used 2 mids, I would put 2 1s in this box. And if I used 2 highs, I would put 2 1s in this box. So I always have to use exactly 1 low, 1 mid, and 1 high. Of course, they don't have to go in that order. But all 9 of these little 3-cell pink strips, all of them need to satisfy that high, mid, lowity rule. And if you know that, then you know almost everything you need to know to solve most 159 puzzles. Alrighty. So let's look at this Alien X Sums puzzle by Christoph Seeliger and the Friendly Aliens. At least the aliens are friendly this time. Okay. So I tried to create an X Sum Sudoku to celebrate zetamath's 1,000 subscribers and got some help from some friendly aliens that sometimes visit the LMD puzzle portal. As usual, the result is a total mess, since each alien uses his own number system with an unknown base when writing clues. I hope you can solve it anyway. Good luck. Okay, so this is an X Sums puzzle, but it's a weird X Sums puzzle. So an X Sum is something you can do from any border cell. So okay, so if my clue was here, no, there is no clue here, but if there was an X Sums clue here, the way you calculate the X Sum is you look at the first number immediately next to the clue, so in this case that would be a 4, and then you highlight that many cells down this line. And so then you add those together. So in this case, this X Sums clue, if there was an X Sums clue here, it would have to be 7, 14, 16. It would be 16 total. And so you can do that from any of the, any of the 36 spots on the boundary. And Christoph Seeliger is definitely the undisputed champion of X Sums puzzles and variations thereof. So these are all X Sums clues on the outside. But they're written in various bases. Okay. So this is actually similar to the Listesh puzzle for the 100th stream that Ranks did. But what does it mean to be 1,000 written in a base? So 1,000 in base 10 means, well, the 0 is the number of 1s, this 0 is the number of 10s, this 0 is the number of hundreds, and then this 0 is the number of thousands, and so it's 1,000 total. But if it were instead written in base 3, then it would mean that this is 0 1s, 0 3s, 0 9s, and 127. And so the ultimate version of this is that all of these clues have to be perfect cubes. And they can't be 1 because this would not be the way to write 1 in base 1. So in fact, actually, the only valid cubes are 8 or 27. So every one of these, every place you see a 1,000 in this puzzle, this is the sort of the ruining part. All of them have to be 8s or 27s. It can't be 1. 1 in unary is just 1. In base, so 1 is a perfect cube, but it isn't. It is not. You can't write 1 like this in base 1. So unary is weird because unary is just a number of 1s. Yeah, base 1 is this weird, like, if you want to write 3 in base 1, you'd have to write it like this. So these things are all, so these all have to be 8s, is the short version. So first of all, we get some digits. I'm going to count those as given digits. So Zach's not going to come out until we get another digit. But they do that. Jay, there is not a 0 in base 1. So the key thing is, how many digits are there in base 10? There's 10 digits in base 10. And so there's 2 digits in base 2. There needs to only be 1 digit in base 1. And that 1 digit by convention is 1. And so you can't have both 1 and 0, or you're not in base 1. So that is a, again, base 1 is super weird. All right. So interestingly, okay, so I'm looking at this row, and so this could sum to 8 precisely if this is a 2 with a 6 here. Otherwise, it needs to sum to 27, in which case then it's going to be fairly large. Let's see. 0 in base 1 is just nothing. It has no, it is the absence of stuff. Let's see. So, Garion has a good point, which is to say, okay, so if these all are 8 or 27, then in particular, they're all x sums that sum to at most 27. So 27 is 1 less than 28. And if you look at it, if I ever put a 7 here, the minimum that this could sum to is 28, which is too big. So that means that these clues for the x sum, they have to be 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And the reason why Garion points this out beautifully is that that's a quintuple, because I have to put the 5 numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in these cells. So that means these cells over here are a 1 and a 7 and a 9 in some order. Now, the funny thing is, if this is a 6... No, if this is a 5, then it works, right? This can't be a 6. Because if this was a 6... wait. What is 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6? Sorry, I'm about to do this wrong. These digits sum to 20. Right. So if these digits sum to 20, then I'm going to be able to sort of get rid of some stuff from here. So this could be a 6 if that's a 7. This certainly can't be, though, a 5 or a 4. And so it could be a 2 or a 3. No, it can't even be a 3. Because if this number is strictly less than 6, then the sum needs to be 8. Oh, I deleted the wrong one. Then the sum here needs to be, then the sum it's going for needs to be 8. And so the only way I could do a sum of 8 would be with a 2 here and a 6 here. All right. Okay, let's see. So both Garion and Nevario are telling me that if this is a 2 and this is a 6... Ah, right, because of this 1,000 clue. Good point. Okay, so the thing I had not yet appreciated, because I had not looked at this, I had not yet looked at this column, or sorry, at this row clue and column clue at all, is if this is a 2, then what happens, then I would need both of these directions to add up to 8, which would mean I'd need both of these to be 6s. That's not going to work. So in fact, this is a 6, so this is a 7, and we get to bring Zach out, who is very excited for the digits. Woo! 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 Ta-da! Thank you, Zach. We always appreciate your contributions to the stream. So these aren't 6. These aren't 7. Okay. You're being appreciated by the chat, Zach. Ooh, and we've got some penguin emotes in the chat. Excellent, excellent. So now, what's 27 plus 27? 27 plus 27 is 52? No, 54. 54 is 9 more. So I could actually have 2 27 clues in this column. They'd have to overlap. But Nevario has the better question. Can this be 2? Well, no, it can't be 2. And so since this can't be 2, it also has to be, it also has to sum to 27. And so, yeah, so there's a 9 overlap, which could be in 3 cells or whatever. Anyway, but the overlap between this clue and this clue is 9. That is the punchline there. Okay, but this now needs to be, what's the minimum I can get to 27 in? It's 4. So this is 4, 5, not 6. And let's see. Oh, that's right. And it can't be bigger than that. So yes, this is only 4 or 5. Okay, so that's interesting. So just to highlight it, that's where the 6 is going. So if this is a 4, then this cell becomes a 9 automatically. And so the question is, if this is a 4 and this is a 9, what does this need to sum to? So 4 plus 9 is 13. And I would need these two to sum to 14. So they would have to be 6 and 8, or 5 and 9, neither of which they can be because of the given 8. That is very clever. Okay, so this given 8 has now come into its own. Because if this was a 4, so if in the world where this is a 4, this has to be a 9 because the overlap needs to sum to 9. And now these two need to sum to 14, but the only two ways to make 14 in 2 digits are 6 and 8, which it can't be because of the given 8, or 9 and 5, which it can't be because of the 9 we just put there. So gorgeous. So that's a 5. So we can go ahead and purple those. That is really cool. Nevario points out that actually I did not need the given 8 because there was a 6 in the column that was ruling out 6 and 8, but that 6 was too far away for a zeta to see, so I probably would not have noticed. Okay, so these are either 1, 8 or 2, 9. Sorry, 1, 8 or 2, 7. In order to make 9. And then these two cells now need to sum to 13, just for the record. So 5 plus 9 is 14, so these need to sum to 13. They can't be 6, 7, they can't be 5, 8, so they must be 4, 9, I believe. That's the only other way to make 13. So that works out like that. Okay. And now, no matter which of those I fill in here, it will work the other way regardless. Okay, so now if I look at this 5 clue, these two, this is not going to be interesting, by the way. these two sum to 13, so I need these three to sum to 14. That's not remotely interesting. This cell, though... Oh, no, this cell could still be 2 and 6, adding to 8. Let's see. Carl says row 9, column 2. And row 9, column 3 can't be 2. Right. Because, again, if I wanted these to be 2s, I would need to be making the sum 8, because I can't make the sum 27 in 2 unless I put a 25 in the grid. So that would require a 2 and a 6, but there's already a 6 gone here. So neither of these are 2s. So one of these is a 2, which means one of these is a 6. Means one of these is a 6. One of these is going to be a 3 with either a 1, 4 or a 2, 5. Oh, interesting. Okay, so Garion has identified that actually if you want to make a 4x sum, then the way to make 4 as an x sum, add to 27, is always as 4 plus 9 plus 8 plus 6. In particular, you can't do it without an 8. So this cell is not a 4. Oh, right. There's... I don't know why I believed 3 plus 2 plus 5 was an option. So there are two ways to make 8 in 3. One of which is 1, 3, 4, and one of which is 1, 2, 5. However, the problem with 1, 2, 5 is it does not have a 3 in it. So yeah, wherever there's a 3, it has to have a 1, 4 above it. So whichever of these is a 3 is going to have a 1, 4 above it. So the 3 and the 4 are actually in different of these. So one's on the left, and one's in box 7, and one's in box 8. Which is quite interesting. Okay. So this can't be a 2, because the 6 in this row, or in this box, is up here. So this can't be a 2. So now this is a... and it can't be a 3 either, because a 3 would require a 1. So this is a 4 or a 5. It can't be a 6, and 7's too big. So this cell's also 4 or 5. This could be a 2, but it can't be a 3. And so it could be a 4, 5, or 6, I guess. Oh, again, I have to go back to what Garion said before, and I have to actually internalize it. The only way to make 4 as an x sum is 4, 6, 8, 9. And so since the 6 is over here, I could not make this a 4. Because then I would need to put a 6 in one of these 3 cells, and that's not going to work. Okay, so by Garion's earlier point also, this is not a 4, it is a 5. So then this isn't a 5. So this is applying to these cells. Make those green. That's not green. We'll try again. We'll make those green. Okay. Row 8, column 9 is not 4. Okay, so I think Nebu had a different proof of this, the claim that this was not 4. Let's see, row 7, column 9. This can't be 4. This is Jay's point. This can't be 4 because if this is 4, again I need to get 6, 8, and 9 in these cells. In these 3 cells, except I can get neither 8 nor 9 in these cells, so that's never going to work. So this can't be 4. Carl has another very good point, which is that neither of these can be 5. Because if one, I know one of these is 2. If the other was 5, it would put 3 and 4 together in this box, and I know they're in different boxes. Very good spot, Carl. So these are from 2, 3, 4. But now, actually... Yeah, okay. Good spot, Naverio. This cell tells us that this can't be a 2, because if it was a 2, it would need to be 2, 6. It's certainly not a 3, because the 3 would be too big. So this cell is always a 4 or a 6, and it's summing to 27. Is there any reason why this can't be 4, 6, 8, 9? I don't think so. Okay, this now can't be 2, because if this is 2, now this is 6, of course, which makes this a 4, but now it's a 4 that doesn't have a 6, and 4s need a 6. So this is also not 2. So this is also 4 or 6. Or 3. Sorry, this one could be 3. But it's not 2. Jay has a very smart way of reading this, which is that either this is a 6 or it uses a 6 in these cells. Good catch, Jay. So, in other words, there's always a 6 disappeared from this column in those cells, so neither of these cells is a 6. In particular, this is definitely a 2. That is a very smart observation. I like that a lot. And I like the setting a lot of that as well. So one of these is a 2. I'll go ahead and mark. Okay, so if this was 3, it would need to be 3, 1, 4 in some order. Either that or it would have to be 4 and then 6, 8, 9. Okay, so now Chad is saying if this is a 6, it breaks, because if this is a 6, I need these 3 cells to sum to 45 minus 27, which is 18, and they can't. So this can't be a 6 because the outies are too small. So this needs to be a 4, so this is a 3, so this is a 1, 4 pair. Oops, sorry. Is a 1, 4 pair. These are a 6, 9 pair, so that's a 1 and a 9, and this is a 5. No, I didn't do that right. Try again. This is a 7. Liked it better that time. These being a 1, 4, of course, mean that's not a 1. That's not an 8. Let's see. These cells are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I know these aren't 6. Right, but this is a 2. As soon as this is a 2, this is a 6. I probably could have figured that out without pencil marking the box, but what do you know? So this XSum is done. Alrighty. So that was all very nice. Now what? Sadly, we don't have Jessica here to put the hearts in the grid. So we will have to make do without grid hearts. It is very tragic, Naverio, I know. Let These 2 is a 6. Let's see. I can't imagine I can do anything with the fact that I know the sum of these is 18. That seems incredibly weird. So the sum of 3 of them is 16. Yeah, that does not seem plausible. Let's see. So I do know that one of these is a 4, and it has a 6, 8, 9 above it. I don't think any of these are obviously broken from having that. Obviously, this 1,000 is still... so this 1,000, I guess, actually, I can write in... It's not a 4 or a 5. So it could be a 2. Can't be a 4 or 5. It could be a 3, I believe. 3, 1, 4. Would put a 2, 6 below it. That seems okay. Or a 6. Actually, can this be a 6? If this is a 6, then I need the outies down here to add to 18. And so... that doesn't sound like it works to me. How is that ever happening? If this is a 6, there's no world where these 3 add to 18, right? Because as soon as this is a 6, this can be neither a 4 nor a 2. It becomes a 3, and then these things need to add to 8, which is not the same number as 16. So this cannot be 6. This is a 2 or a 3. So these either this is a 6 or this is a 1-4 pair. So either way, this can't be a 4, because if this is a 2, there's a 6 and the 4 doesn't work. Or this is a 3, in which case then this is a 1-4 and then this isn't a 4, of course. Anyway, so this is never a 4. So now that's a 2-3 pair. Oh, that's very interesting. So now, this being a 2-3 pair says that these two cells are from 1, 4, 6. And then one of these is a 1, 4, or 6, but I don't know which one. Let's see. Thank you, Casey. I'll assume this wasn't that I wasn't paying close enough attention to chat and it was sarcasm. Okay. So that's real. So if this is a 3 and a 4, then that has to be the 2. But I guess that's true. Hey, Judith, welcome. Yeah, this has been a very cool puzzle. I always enjoy Christoph X-sum puzzles. And as usual, Christoph is really homed in on a very particular sort of combination of facts and their interactions. Okay. So, Ulsha suggests that I look at now this X-sum, because now this X-sum contains these 3 digits. So either it sums to 15 or it sums to 16. So if it sums to 15, then what do I need? I need, so that's, if this is a 2, then this sums to 15, and I need these 2 cells to sum to 12. Well, they would have to do so as 3 and 9, because they could not be 4 and 8 or 5 and 7. So these would become, in that universe, a 3-9 pair, with the 3 here and the 9 here. Or this is a 3, in which case 3, 8, and 5 sum to 16, and I need these two to sum to 11, but they can't be 5, 6, they can't be 4, 7, they can't be 3, 8, so they'd have to be 2, 9. So, in other words, one of these two cells is always a 9, and it's always that one. And so 5, 8, and 9, those sum to 22, so I need these two cells to sum to 5. So this is always a 2 or 3, which feels very strange, but I believe. So now these two digits are... We need a 1, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, we need a 6 and a 7. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 7. That's very interesting, because I now have a virtual 1-6 pair in this box, which is very strange. Hey, Kodak. Oh, congratulations to your son, Russ. That's awesome. By the way, I'm not sure I've seen Ulsha chat before, so welcome, Ulsha, if you are new, or if you have been lurking, or if you've been here the whole time, and I just have not noticed, in which case, sorry, but thank you for that. That was a very helpful comment. Let's see, row 8, column 5. Let's see, okay, so we are noting, or chat is telling me this can't be a 1, because then these would sum to, at most, 1, 12... 17, and I would need this cell to be a 10. Okay, right. So because of these pencil marks, this can't be a 1, because these sum to at most 16, 17. Yep, so that would just not work, so that's not a 1. So this is only a 4 or 6. Let's see. Hey, Daniel, welcome. Let's see. Chris K says row 1, column 4, 9 eliminates 4. Good point, Chris K. Remember our rule of 4. 4 is always 6, 8, 9, so this can't be a 4 anymore. Which now makes this a 2, 3 pair, which is awesome, because it now makes these not 3, which makes this a 5 and this a 4, which makes this a 6, these two an 8, 9 pair. Yes, all clues are 8s or 27s. That is exactly right. Afraid not. So this being a 2, 3 pair means that there's a 6 in one of these. There's a 1 in one of these, because one of these... Oops. There's a 1 in one of these, because one of these is a 3, 4, 1. Oh, no, that could be the 1. Sorry, don't listen to me. Yeah, so one of these is a 3, 4, 1, and one of them is a 2, 6. Yeah, I got there, Nicholas. I was a little slow on the uptake about that one, but I got there eventually. Okay, if this is a 4, then these two sum to 10, so that would be 14, 19, and this would need to be an 8. Seems plausible, annoyingly. Or if this is a 6, then these could sum to anything, and this could be anything. Okay, that's not super exciting. I interestingly know that these cells can be none of 2, 6, 3, 1, 4. So these 3 cells are from 5, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7. Because this column has a 2, 6 and a 3, 1, 4. So these cells also are from the same set. They are not from 2, 6, 3, 1, 4. So they're also from, and in fact, they're from 5, 8, or 9. This one's not a 5, because there's a 5 in the row, which gives us an 8, 9 pair in the row. Okay, so now does this 8 or 9 give me enough flexibility to actually figure this out? So if this is a 9, that's a 5, that's 14. And I would need the rest of this to sum to 13, which would mean it would need to be 4, a 6, and a 3. That's fine. If this is 5 and 8, that's 13, which means I would need the rest of this to be 14. And the rest of this being 14 sounds like 7, 3, 4. That also sounds okay. Let's see. Looks like 1 and 2 are quite limited in row 8. So yeah, so I know the 2 is over here. Yeah, so what if I don't put a 3 here? If I don't put a 3 over here, I can never put a 3 here, and so I would need to make this a 2-3 pair. Is there a problem with the world where this is exactly a 2-3 pair? I don't see one, but I don't like it. Let's see, if this is a 2-3 pair, so then this would be 4, 7, 5. 4, 7, and 5 is 16. So then these would need to be 11. Oh, and these can't be 11. Right, okay. Yeah, these just can't add to 11. Right. So there definitely is a 3 here, just because by coincidence. Oops. Definitely is a 3 here because just by coincidence, no pair of these numbers adds to 11. Okay, so there really is always a 3 here. So there is always a 3 in one of these two cells. This is never a 3. Okay, so good column 3. 6 and 8 are outside the sum. Okay, so I did not ever highlight this when this became a 5, but this is a sum now. And this sum, as Hawila is pointing out, does not include a 6, because the 6 is up here, just by Sudoku. I haven't marked it, but the 6 is up there somewhere. 6 is the orange color, remember? So now, these do not include 6 or 8. So if they are 9, 7, 5 at most, 9, 7, 5 is 21 plus 3 and 4. So yeah, so I think this has to be maximum because they don't include 6 or 8. So I think 9, 7, 3, 4 is the most that these can possibly be. And I think that does add to 27. So let's double check. So 16 plus 4. No, that does not work. That's a 2. Okay, let's try again. 16 and 5 is 21. Plus 4 is 25. Plus 2 is 27. Okay. And then that's forced. Because the maximum is only one more. So, yep, so I agree about this. Okay, so let's see. So these aren't 9. That one's not 2. That gives us a 4, 7 pair out of nowhere in the row there. Not sure what to do with that. Okay, but then the outies we can calculate from that are 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7 and an 8, and we need a 9. No, we don't need a 9. We've got a 9 in here. So these are 1, 3, 6. This one's not a 6. So one of these two is a 6, as is marked. 7 column 1 equals 3. Ah, right. Yes. If I just look at my pencil marks, one of these two cells is a 3, but this one is not a 3. So therefore, that's a 3. Unfortunately, that does not have any ripple effect up here. But I do know that this cell is... Okay. So this cell... Oh, sorry. There's a 4 in the box. There is a 4 in the box. The 4 in the box is very helpful. So the 4 in the box gives me a 7 and a 2. I should look at the given thing. Okay. So the 7 and the 2 mean that these aren't a 2 or a 7. They are a 4 and a 9. And that 1-4 pair actually fixes it. That's a 9 and a 4. This is a known digit now. It's a 1. In order to make that work. That 7 comes over here and makes that a 4. Now makes this add to 15. So these need to add to 12. So they need to be 4 and 8. Okay, I think I thought about this way too hard when I could have just waited and thought about it later. That makes this a 3 and a 1. This a 2 and a 6. That a 9 and an 8. This isn't an 8 anymore. So this is a 5-9 pair, and it's resolved by that 9. So that unwinds like that. Okay, this no longer... Oh, no, sorry, this isn't part of a clue. I don't get to resolve it by that. Okay, but that means this is a 2 and a 6. 2 and 6, and so that's a 1. It's a 7 and a 6. That 7 comes down here. I can click the right place. I swear that's a 3 and a 7. That 4 gives us the 1 and the 4. Let's see. The 1 here has resolved that this is a 2-7 pair, because remember, these two things needed to add to 9. So this is the 8. So this is not an 8. That's not a 9. These digits come from 1, 3, 5. But this one is not a 1 or a 3, so it just is a 5. So this is not a 5, so this is not a 5. Okay. Suddenly everything is falling into place all at once. I keep wanting to say this has to be a 3 because there's a 6 in the column, but that's not how it works. 6 in row 2 sees lots of things. Thank you, more crabs. So that 6 sees the 9 and the 6 there, but also sees and places that 6. So these digits are, we need a 1. Oh, let me first fill in. That 9 sees over here and sees that 4 and 9. And then this 2, thank you, Casey, sees that 3. So that's 1, 3. Oops. Wow, my dexterity today is not great. Thank you, Casey, for that. So I need a 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I've got a 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, these are a 2, 7. Okay. This column. Let's just fill in this box. We need a 1, a 2. Well, I need the 1. Let's just start with where the 1 goes. The 1 goes here. I do still need a 2. That I know less about. I need a 3, which does not go there, at least. Then I've got a 4. Excuse me. Then I need a 5. It looks like. And then we've got 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So that one's not a 3. This may conclude the list of things I know about this box. So what about this box? This box needs 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. These aren't 8. These aren't 9. That one's also not 8. So that one is 8. So that's a 2, 5 pair. That one's not 8. Let's see. That is a 2, 5, 9 triple. And so that means this is just a pair. It is a 1, which we know where it goes. and a 3, which we now know where it goes. So now do I have all my 1s? I now have all my 1s. Okay. 8 in row 2 is fixed. Yes, the 8 in row 2, thank you to Afraid Not. The 8 in row 2 must go here. It has nowhere else that it can hide out. We can fill in these digits. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, and 7 go in here. These are not 3, so that is 3. That's not 3 anymore. So that is 3 now. This is a 2 or a 5, because it's not a 7, which means that this is a 7. And that's a 2, and a 5, and a 2, and a 5. And a 5, and a 9, and a 2, and a 9. Let's see. Still not completely giving up. Okay, so these two digits are a 4, which goes there, and a 7 that goes here, which makes that an 8. This is not a 7 or a 9, so it's a 5. These two cells are a 2 and a 6. So the 6 goes there, the 2 goes there, and that's going to resolve this 7 and 2, and that 4 and that 7. Really nice puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. Just the interplay, in particular, I think the fact that there's only one way to make a 27x sum with a 4, and the fact that that one way happened to require a 6, which is also the only way you can make 8 with a 2, and all those little interactions were all just framed really neatly around the puzzle. I enjoyed that one a lot. Thank you, Christoph, for that. That was and you can also thank the aliens for me. I hope they continue to be friendly. LMD aliens. Alrighty, I'm going to take, again, just a quick break, and I will be back very shortly with more puzzles. Enjoy the little swirly gig screen while I am gone. Thank you to all of our supporters, no matter how they choose to support. Wrong. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. I'll shrink myself a little so I can accommodate more of Playmaker's rules. We are back with with further celebration. Hey, Kodak, thank you. I'm always a huge fan of Playmaker puzzles, so I'm excited. This one's got a lot of different rules. Going over the rules real quick. So this is the standard killer cage. The sum of the digits in this box is 26. Hey, Plebiscite, welcome back. This diagonal sums to 38, so that is the sum of these nine digits. They sum to 38. Is your favorite clue type Little Killer? Are you chaotic evil? That is, I think, really the equivalent question. This is an arrow, so these two digits sum to that digit, and also these two digits sum to that digit. The Little Killer is a bit off frame. Let's see. Let me... Oops. Sorry. There we go. I think that looks slightly better. By the way, if people have not yet liked the stream, it is greatly appreciated when you like the stream. It does help out. The magic YouTube algorithm lords like it when you like the stream. Okay, that's the arrow. So this is a remainder dot. So this is saying when I divide the bigger number by the smaller number, I get 1. This white dot is a usual white dot. It is just saying that these two digits are consecutive. This is a whisper line, so adjacent digits along this line have a difference of at least 5. So that's immediately going to tell us this cell has to be a 1 or a 9 when we get there. The yellow line is a slightly worse whisper line. This is the bargain whisper line. Digits along this line have to have a difference of at least 4, if I read that correctly. The red line is a Renban. So the digits on this form a string of consecutive digits in any order. So it could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, for example. That would be an acceptable... I didn't put enough digits. 8 could be an acceptable string of digits. The blue line is a region sum line. So, wait, what? Sorry. Wait, this isn't saying it's a region sum line, is it? Oh, okay, sorry. It's not a region sum line. It is a cooler region sum line. Maybe not cooler, but it is a cool type of region sum line I've not seen before, where what it's saying is not that the sums are equal. It is saying that the sums differ by at most 1. The reason why I was briefly confused is that if this was a region sum line, these two digits would have to be the same, and I can't repeat digits on a Renban, so I was suddenly worried that I had failed to understand something. Okay, so we've got all these different mechanics sort of bouncing around, but I think the place to start is with the fact that this cell has to be 1 or 9. Okay, and Chad is claiming that it has to, in fact, be 9. Let's see, why can it not be 1? Oh, no, it's over here, I think maybe people are doing. Okay, so what is this? So, well, no, this is 7, 8, or 9, because it's at least... these digits sum to at least 21. Let's see. Row 9, column 3 is a 9. Ah, yes, okay. Very clever. Okay. So the key thing here is that region sum lines, or this variant of region sum lines, reset every time the thing enters and leaves the box. So the sum of this single cell varies by at most 1 from the sum of these 4 cells. Well, the sum of these 4 cells is minimum 10. The sum of this one cell is maximum 1. And so as More Crabs points out, immediately this is a 9 and these are 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the only way that works out. Okay. So that is very slick. Okay, so now this could be, well, this can't sum to 11. So this either sums to 10 again or 9, which means that this digit here has to be, well, it can't actually be a 9, but, oh, this digit just has to be an 8, right? Because now this digit has to be next to this digit, so this has to be an 8, and this has to sum to 8 or 9. And then this has to be a 7 or a 9. Because it can't be an 8, because Renban can't repeat. And now that's some digits, so we can bring out Zach. We can all be very happy that we have Zach with us. Zach is very excited. Doop, doop, doop. Woo! 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 There we go. Thank you, Zach. Your services are always appreciated. I should set up a separate screen so Zach can read people's reactions to his dance afterwards. Okay. So what is going on here? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Carl says the 9 in box 6. 9 in box 6. Oh, thank you, David, for the donation, which hopefully Brian will read. Hopefully I'm not talking at the same time. Is Brian done talking? Did Brian talk? Hopefully Brian talked. But yes, thank you, David, for your generosity. Your continued support of the stream is greatly appreciated. We really, really do appreciate it. It's not, apparently Streamlabs has not yet decided to Streamlabs.
David Ratner donated $30 through Super Chat.
Well, we appreciate it even if Brian never gets around to thanking you, despite his promises that he would. So 9 in this box is in one of these cells. There we go. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for your help. Okay, so that's the point. Okay, so that's really, okay, that's very clever. Okay, if this cell is 9, then where does 9 now go in this box? Okay, sorry. This took me a bit to see, even with Carl explaining it. If this is 9, now together with this pencil-marked 9, I now am forced to put a 9 in one of these two cells, but that puts 2 9s on the Renban. So that's a 7. I think Afraid Not and a couple other people saw that as well, but it took me a while to get there. We did eventually get there. Okay, so now 7 is up here, because 7 can't repeat down there. And now 7 is on one of the arrows. And so in particular, if 7 is one of the ones on the arrows, then this can't be a 7. By the same logic, this is not a 9 either. think I mean, I agree it's not a 9. Is 9, let's see, is 9 particularly restricted within this box? Yeah, I agree it's not a 9. I just don't quite want to pencil mark it yet. I'm almost there. So it's 4, 5, 6, and I think someone said before it couldn't be 1. So if I go 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. 2 is the lowest digit I can fit on here. So this is actually down to only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7 up here is interesting because the 7, if this is a 1, then the 7 goes on one of these tips. If this is a 9, then the 7 would have to go exactly there. Let's see. Let's see. 8 and 9 could, of course, hug on this black dot, and they would be okay. I'm trying to figure out... I feel like I should be able to determine the parity of this whisper line, but it is so far vexing me. I do not yet see how to do that. Oh, okay, I do, I think. No, I don't. Never mind. Let's see. Olsha says row 7, column 8. This cell can't be 8 because it breaks box 5 and 7's 8s. If this was an 8, then I would not be able to put 8 in any of these cells. So I'd have to put... Sorry, I would have to put an 8 up here, which would then force there to be an 8 here. Wow. Okay. So this is a bit of a look ahead, but this is a really good spot. If this cell is 8, it forces 8 up here, which now, because 8 can't repeat on the Renban, now forces the 8 in this box to live here exactly. But now this is an 8 and this is an 8. So now the 8 in this box now has to go here, which is, that's quite a spot, but that is very cool. So definitely, yes, this can't be an 8. It is a 9. Which means that this is a 9 by Sudoku. Means one of these is a 2, because now I know there's a 7 down here, so there's a 2 up here, so this isn't a 2. Oh, mic shaking? What is going on? Let me know if that's better, Ambrose. I might have just had the mic stand up against my chair or something. If not, I will try to further do it. It is also possible that you are hearing something from downstairs. I'm not sure. Afraid Not points out that in order to have an even length Dutch whisper line, in order for it to have a 5 on it, I would need to have the wrong length. So I think that can't. I think that doesn't work because. Yeah, so if I try and put a 5 on it, what does the 5 go with? It goes with a 1 and a 9. Those are the only things that are at least 4. But then I've switched the polarity. I'll explain this at greater length if it turns out to be relevant. But I agree, but it is complicated to explain. Okay, so Nicholas and Carl are saying, okay, what happens if both 8 and 9 go in this cage that's summing to 26. Then I would have 8 plus 9 plus 4 would be 21. And then I would need to have 2 cells that added to 5, but I can't because the 2 ways of making 5 and 2 are both sort of taken. So this cell has to be one of the 8 and the 9 in order to make that work. Let's see. I totally agree with you, Yura, except for the part that I disagree on the claim that that's not complicated. Let's see. So, it's not complicated if you've done a lot of Whispers puzzles. And have done at least one Dutch Whispers puzzle before, and understood the difference between the bargain Whispers and the regular Whispers. But I think it's something that, at least for me, was quite mind-bending the first time I needed to wrap my brain around it, which was some delightful Ard van der Vedering puzzle. It's a good point. Okay, so 9 is worth pointing out. Okay, so 9, I can do some Sudoku, Nicholas points out. 9 is in one of these 2 cells. Those are the only places the 9 can go because of this pencil mark 9 up here. Which then means the 9 over here is in one of these 2 cells. So, of course, only one of these 9s can go on the Renban. Can I rule off the possibility that neither 9 goes on the Renban? Does that break something? If these 2 are the 9s? Not that I immediately see. Let's see. These 2 are consecutive. So I know that this digit has to be at least moderately large. Because these digits are, of course, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one's not 7. Okay, so the outies, maybe I should think about the outies. The outies of this cage need to add to 19. So it could be a 9 with 2 that add to 10. Or an 8 with 2 that add to 11. Should I think about all those possibilities? That sounds like a lot of possibilities. Let's see. Steven says that if this is a 9... it breaks the Whisper. Okay, so if this is a 9, these become 1, 2, 3, 4, which gives me all my lows in the column. The 1 would be up here, the 3 would be down here. I don't yet see what breaks if this is 9. Row 6, column 5. Let's see. Row 2, column 5 being a 1. Got it. Okay. So here's the point. This is that is beautifully put, J40. So the Whisper line, there's 2 possibilities in the world. Either this is a 9, in which case one of these 3 cells is a 9. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that this is a 1, in which case this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad. The 9 is not here or here because of the 9 in this column, and so one of these 3 cells is a 9. So the point is one of these is always a 9. which is then going to do a lot of damage. That's very cool. Great spot. I think a lot of people saw that in a lot of different ways. I happen to gravitate towards J40's way, but however you saw that, if you saw that, great spot. So now this goes 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, yeah, so this is indeed from 3, 4, 5, 6. These are from 3, 4, 5, 6. Just to make that work. Okay, and now the black dot has a 9 on it, as Afraid Not points out. And so the question is, what can I divide 9 by in order to get a remainder of 1? Well, 8 is one of the things, but that's not going to work. So these are from 2, 4, 9. Oh, and one of them still is definitely a 9. Yeah, some 2 pencil marking. Right, I have my 2's pencil marked over here, as Nicholas points out. So that rules 2 out of all of these. So there's a 2 up here. And so that tells me that there's a 2 down here somewhere. Box 7. Yeah, good point. Okay, great point from Chester. The sum of this line is 9, because it is at most 1 away from both 8 and 10. And so there can't be an 8 on it, which I'd noticed before, but it was not relevant at the time. But now that I have an 8 up here and an 8 over here, it actually places the 8 here. So this isn't an 8. So one of these is 8. So one of these is 8. So this is 4, 5, 6, or 7. Good spot. Let's see. Okay, row 5, column 3, I am being told is a naked single. So it looks to me like it can be a 1. It can't be a 2. It sees all of 3, 4, 5, 6. That's really cute, actually. I don't think I've ever seen this geometry before. But this is a 3, 4, 5, 6 quad. So it sees all of those, and then it sees 7, 8, and 9. So this is a naked single 1. That is really, really cute. Okay, so that being a 1, that pushes a 1 down here. And now that's huge, actually, because now remember, this needs to sum to 9 without using a 1. So this is a 2, 3, 4 now. So now that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad, so that's not a 1. Nicholas has the nice way to phrase this. One of these is a 2 or a 4. These are 2, 3, 4, so these can't be 3, 4. That's called a virtual triple. I know I have my third of 2, 3, 4 up here, so these are actually a 5, 6 pair, which means that these aren't 5, 6. They're a 3, 4 pair. And so I know now this digit goes up here. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 7. That one's not a 3. This one's not a 3 or a 4. This one could be anything. Yep, back to solo, Megalam. I did greatly enjoy having the guests. Let's see. There's a 3, 4 in box 4 that looks up, I'm told. Ah! Now there's a clever point. Okay, thank you, Matthew. The 3, 4 is literally looking at the given 3. So that's a 4 and a 3. These aren't 3. Sorry, neither of those is a 3. So one of these two is 3. So now these aren't 4. So that's a 2, 7 pair. So that is a 3. So that's not a 3. One of these two is a 3. Let's see. Carl says both row 5, column 4, and row 7, column 4 both have to go in box 2. Right. These both go in box 2. So if this is a 9... Okay, that's a little tricky. I was trying to do something like this before, but that's very clever. So maybe the way I'd say it is all 3 of these have to go in box 2. And so this is 2 high digits and a digit that can't go on and a digit that's either high or can't go on a whispers. So if I'm putting that many high digits on here, I can't possibly make this a 9, because if this is a 9, I can only accommodate 2 high digits. So in fact, this is a 1. That is a very nice way of explaining that. Okay, so that's a 9. So this is a 1. So there's a 1 up here somewhere. And this is I should fill in, this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad. These aren't 9. These are a 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not 3. In fact, none of these are 3. So this one is 3. They're not 3 because of the 3 pencil marked down here, if you're curious. The 2, 4, 5 sees that these aren't 2 or 4. So these aren't 1. So that's a 1, 3 pair. That's a 2, 4 pair. Let's see. This 2, 4, 5 leaves... Why do I have too many digits? What am I missing? I feel like I have to fit 5, 6, and 8 in these 2 cells. What am I missing? This has got to be... Where am I putting 5, 6, and 8 in this column? There's a 5 already in box 2. Yes, that's the point. Okay, thank you. I was, for whatever reason, okay, there's already a 5. So this is a 6, 8 pair. Okay, I have the right number of digits now. I am ready to continue onward with my life. So we've got a 2, 4 down here. That 2, 4 pair looks up at that 2. That's not a 2, so this is a 2 for the box. Let's see. What is left to place here? I need to put a 4 in this box. That 4 needs to go over in one of these 2 cells. I'm told there's a 2, 4 pair in row 8. Oh, that's cool. Great spot, Jay. So that's a 3 and a 1 and a 3 and a not 3. Let's see. Let's see. We've got a 2, 4, 9 triple in column 2. So the 2, 4, 9 triple in column 2 places the 7 in the 2. Let's see. This column is missing what? I need a 1. Got a 2, 3, 4. I need a 5, 6, 7. Okay, this is not a 1. There's a 5, 6, or a 7. That's not a 1, I know. Let's see. So here's a weird thing. The 3 is up here, so the 3 and the 6 have to go together on here. So I don't quite want to pencil mark this. Actually, no, I will, because the 3 is actually down here. So the 3 is down there, so the 6 is up there. And now that gives me this 5 and this 6. Because the 3 and 6 need to go together to add to 9. Okay. So what is this cell then? This might be helpful. Okay, so this is a 1. Let's see, I've got the 2, 3, 4, or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, this is a 1 or a 5 only. Oh, and it's not a 1. So this is a 5. So now there's no 5 on these arrows, so therefore there is no 4 on these arrows either. So this is a 4, 5, 9 triple. And so that means that's not a 4. So that is a 4. So these arrows, therefore, these are a 2, 6, 8 triple. And therefore these are a 3, 7, 1 triple, in order to make that all work out. These are some sort of triple as well. Let's see. Well, the 1 is just placed by Sudoku here. This is a 6 or an 8. You can place the 1 in column 6. I just did that right before you said that, or right before I got that comment. So we're on the same page. Let's see. 1, 8, 9, 2 or 4. Okay. This cell must be a 5, 6, or 7 to finish off this box. And now I think I have a 1, 5, 6, 7, 8 quintuple. Yes, that is a 1, 5, 6, 7, 8 quintuple. So these are from 2, 3, 4. And one of them is definitely a 3. Oh yeah, and the 1 goes here, if you like. You know, if you feel like doing all the Sudoku and not just a random subset of the Sudoku. Thank you, 57 Thorns, for also spotting the quintuple before spotting the quadruple. It makes me feel better. Okay. Can almost start to think about this diagonal now. Let's see, those sum to 13, 16, and then round about 28. So these 3 cells need to sum to round about 10. Let's see. Nicholas wants me to think about options for the 26 cage, which I will reluctantly do. 9 and 2 would be 11. 12, 15, so I'd need these to sum to 11. So this could be 5, 6, or 4, 7. Okay, so there's a jajillion ways that way. If this is a 4, 9, then that's 13, 16, 17, and I need these two to sum to 9, in which case this couldn't be a 5 or a 6. And so this would have to be... So if this is a 4, the only way this works is if this is a 7 and a 2. So 57 Thorns points out, this is always going to, because the outies need to sum to 19, this is always going to sum to 11. And it's not going to sum to 11 as 2, 9, as 3, 8. So it is either 4, 7, or 5, 6. Which is, I guess, sort of the complement of the way we did it before. I don't think this is useful yet. I think it's closing in on useful, but not useful yet. Let's see. Hey, SPQ, how are you doing? Let's see. Look at the yellow line in row 2. I'm really going to have to explain why I can't put a 5 on this, aren't I? So here's the thing. So if I'm going to put a 5 on this line anywhere, then I need to surround it with a 1 and a 9. So here's the problem with that. That means I go 1, 5, 9, so I go from low, mid, high. But now when I go, so now let's just fill that in. So that is a 1, 5, 9 like that. Now this digit has to be low, because even with a difference of 4, I still can't go down to 5, so I have to go down to a low digit. And now this digit, from a low digit, now has to be high. And that's all well and good so far. And now this digit has to be low. But now the problem is these two low digits aren't 4 apart. And so the point is, once I've removed the 5, I've now forced the entire rest of the line to alternate high-lowity exactly like a normal German whisper line. Okay. However, I can't have 5 digits that alternate high-lowity like a normal German whispers line. So the parity is off. So the 5 is not in one of these. But now the 5 is actually strictly off this bargain whisper line. And so that means it really actually has to alternate high-lowity. So we could color it, or whatever you want to think about. It has to alternate high-lowity. Now, in particular, once it has to alternate high-lowity, all of these 3 things are the same high-lowity. But 2 of the lows are already gone. So this actually has to be high. So this is 6, 7, 9. That's not a 9 anymore. And these are all 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are 3s. That's not a 1 from that. And so we get sort of a rough understanding of what the world is going to look like in here. And in particular, this 6, 7, 9 triple comes back over here and removes 6 and 7 from there and 9 from there. So it's going to place the 9 there. This 4, 5, remember these two add to 11. So if that's 4 or 5, this is not 4 or 5. It is 6 or 7. Let's see. There's our 2, 4, 5. There is our etc., etc. Now, Russ is pointing out wisely none of these can actually be 4, because if this was 4, these things would need to be 8 or 9, and they can't be, so that's not 4. And in fact, these can't be 4 either for exactly the same reason. So that becomes a 1, 2 pair. This becomes a 3. 3 is not 4 away from 6, so those aren't 6. Good spot, Russ. So this is 6. And now note 3 is 4 away from 7 and 9, despite rumors to the contrary. And so now we know exactly what digits are on this thing. So we've got 1, 2, 3. We need a 4, 5. We've got a 6, 7. We need an 8. Okay, so this is a 4, 5, 8 triple to finish off this whole shebang. Okay, and so now we can maximize the little killer sum and see what happens. So if this is a 7 and a 6 and a 3, that sums to 16, 25, 28, 29, 37, 41, 43. If we minimize the diagonal now, it is 1, 6 is 7, 4 is 11, 12, 15, 24, 29, 32, 38. Okay, yes, so we have to minimize the diagonal in order to get to 38, noting that these can't both be 5, so they have to be a 5, 6 pair. So That's a 7. And now this is a 4. That's a 1 and a 2. This 4 removes 4 there and 4 there. So now... Oh, I thought that was going to immediately do this, but it does not. That's not a 4. So let's now look. This 5, 6 is the point. This sums to 11. Well, it doesn't sum to 11 as 5, 6 anymore, because then it would break this cell. So in fact, this is a 7 and a 4 and a 2. A 2 and 4 makes that a 5, and a 2 and a 4. Let's see. That maybe does something else. This is not a 7, so this is a 5 or a 6. That 4 looks down here and does that 2 and that 4, which does these 2. Those are a 2, 3 pair. You can get rid of that 3 over there. That's actually fixed by that 2. So that's a 3 and a 2. So neither of these is 2. So this is the one that's 2, 7. So these aren't 7. These aren't 2. That 3 actually fixes the order. That is a 1, 8 and a 3, 6. So you would, again, think that this would be more useful than it has actually turned out to be, but what are you going to do? This isn't a 9. I could say that much. Let's see. I'm being encouraged to look at row 9 and see if there is any cleanup that can be done, like the fact that neither of these can be a 6 from the 5, 6 pair, and this actually has to be an 8. Okay, very good. Thank you, SPQ. So that's an 8. So this is a 7. So that's a 9. So these aren't 7. That one's not 9. These are a 6, 8 pair. Which makes that a 5, which makes that a 4. Let's see, that's not an 8 and that's not an 8, so by our pencil marks, that is an 8. This digit's now a right-in. It's a 1. Let's see, so now... No problem, Playmaker. Glad you could make it at least to the tail end of the puzzle. You missed me at trying to not have to explain why you couldn't put a 5 on an even-length Dutch Whisper line, and then failing and having to explain it anyway. So these aren't 6 or 8, because there's a 6, 8 pair in the column. It's also not 5, because there's a 5, 5 pair in the column, so this is a 7. So that's not a 7. Yeah, I really enjoy this sort of potpourri-esque puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, no, there's an 8 and a 9 over there. Okay, so these are from 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 4. Wait, the 2... Oh, there already is a 2 in this row. That would probably be helpful to spot. So that's... That's not what I wanted to do. There already is a 2 in this row, so this is a 4 and that's a 2, which makes that a 5 and that a 6. The math was not working out correctly. So this is not a 5 or a 6. So this is either a 4 with a 5 or a 7 with a 6. This is never a 7. So that's a 5, 6 pair, which makes this a 4, 7 pair to finish up the row. Oh, that 5 looks up here and sees that that's a 9... and a 7 and a 9 and a 5, and that looks down and sees that that's a 4, so that's a 7, so that's a 6 and a 5, and a 6 and an 8, and a 5, and a 6 and an 8, and a 6 and an 8, and that 6 is a 5 and a 6. There we go. Yeah, that was a really neat puzzle. I really enjoy puzzles that have a little bit of a bunch of different mechanics that have mixed together like this. I really enjoyed the interaction of this Renban and this triple arrow to begin with the 9s. And I'd really like to see this sort of like drunk region sum line more. I think the drunk region sum line idea is very cool. Of the, like, it's not quite equal, but it's equal-ish. and so you have to sort of figure out how it works. And the thing which I did not spot right away, but several people in chat did right away, of like, oh, so this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and that has to be 9. That was very cool. Yeah, there's a lot of awesome stuff going on in this. Yes, so Tom asks what you've missed. So you've missed this puzzle, a cool X sums puzzle by Christoph, and a cool 159-ish puzzle from Olima. So I'm going to take a break now, and then when we come back, we're going to be doing this next 1K celebration puzzle by Nebuzaradan. We have 2 more 1K puzzles left, by the way, so we have this one and we have the one by Jay Dyer. We're going to do both of those, so you can look forward to it, but I'm going to take a quick break. Also, Tom, you've missed, but you will now get to see our cool Be Right Back screen that Tristan has made, so you can enjoy this. I'll be right back with more puzzles in a shortly. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Next up we have our Nebuzaradan puzzle. So we'll read the rules carefully. I enjoy the German whispers with an X on it. You don't see that a lot. Purple lines are Renban. So none repeating consecutive digits as usual. German whispers, adjacent digits differ by at least 5. It's making me really excited about this X. And so modified XV with negative constraint. Of the 4 different pairs of distinct digits that can sum to 10, 3 are always separated by an X when orthogonally adjacent, and the 4th is never separated by an X. Similarly, the 2 different pairs of distinct digits that can sum to 5, one is always separated by a V, and the other is never separated by a V. P.S. Congratulations, Zetamath, on the well-deserved milestone, and thank you for all the entertainment you provided. On a personal note, I want to thank you for inspiring me to throw my hat into the setting ring. I set my first puzzle for your 5-list challenge, and I'm glad I tried it. I really enjoyed your 5-list puzzle, I recall. So I'm looking forward to this. So this is a really cool idea. So there's sort of like an imposter pair of X's that can't be seen. And likewise for V's. Okay, so these 2 cells, whatever they are, they never appear next to each other anywhere else in the entire puzzle because there's never a V next to them. So that's very interesting. Oops, I meant to undo the coloring. Here we know that this is not 4, 6, and it's not 3, 7. So these are 1, 2, or 8, 9. So that's interesting. These 2 digits are actually the same digit because they sum to 10 with whatever this is. Maybe that's a good place to start. These 2 are the same digit. Okay, I don't want to do blue. Blue is misleading. Purple. Well, yellow. I was trying to do purple, but I aimed for that one. So this is also 1, 2, 8, 9, by the way. So this is 1, 2, 8, 9. So the question is this yellow? I don't think I know immediately if this is yellow or not. Okay. This yellow, though, I think I can place it in this box. I think this yellow cell, it can't appear on the Renban because 2 and 8 are too far apart. So it's not there. It can't appear on this X. Oh, it's in one of these 2 cells. It's in one of 2 cells. Oh, no, sorry. It is that digit. Never mind. Well, I thought I was going to be cool, and then you all have to go ruining everything for me. Yes, these are... Sorry, I was already thinking I had sort of switched to making all of these yellows. But I had not. Okay, so... So these are my 3 flavors of X. I'm kind of curious, am I supposed to color the kinds of X? Maybe, okay, I think I'm going to color the kinds of X and try and see if that gets me anywhere. So this is going to be the green kind of X. This is going to be the red kind of X. I don't know if this is yellow or not. I know that these 2 digits are the same. So I know actually... No, I just know these aren't yellow. I don't know if they're green. No, I do know. I do know. Okay. So my observation before is actually useful. These are red. So it's not yellow because these two look at the yellow. It's not green because green would put two... oh, no, crap. I don't know that. Never mind. Sorry. If it is green, that just puts two greens on here, but putting two greens on here is fine. Putting two yellows on a Renban of length 6 does not work, but putting two greens is fine. Unfortunately. So yeah, so this is green or red. I don't know which. But greens don't have to be 2 and 8. Greens could be something like 4 and 6. That was my original reasoning was, 2 and 8 are too far apart. But I don't actually know that green is from 1, 2, 8, 9. I can say I know this digit's from 1, 2, 8, 9 for what it's worth. So yeah, this X is not red. Hey, Olima. Yes, your puzzle earlier was very smooth. I was very impressed with it. Let's see. Afraid Not says the box 8, column 5 arrow must be red. Let me try and understand why. Because it gets replicated into row 6. Row 6 and row 7, column 9. Right. So I'll start the other way. So in this row, whatever these two are the other ones. So in particular, that means these two are the same kind of X. Very good spot, Afraid Not. And that kind of X is not yellow because of this box, and it's not green because of this box. So these are red. So now this one's not yellow or red, so therefore it is green. And so this one is yellow. This one is not... oh, it's not red, but it could be yellow or green a priori. Let's see. Let's see. If this X was red, it would put the reds there and there in this box, which seems plausible. It would put the other yellow there. We can have a fourth 10 domino because the fourth 10 domino is unmarked 57, unfortunately. Because if the remaining domino was marked, then we would be able to say, this has to be a 5 to break up our last 10 domino. But I think from my reading of the rules that we cannot do that, unfortunately. This cell... where does it go in box 9? This cell in box 9 can't go there. It can't go here, so it can only go there. So can only go there. So these two are the same. I don't quite want to go all the way to flashes yet. These two are the same. So there's a red down here somewhere. That's not exciting at all. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out, where does red want to go in this box? Well, this red has to go up here. Well, it's not there. This red has to go in one of those two spots. This red specifically goes in one of these two spots. But that doesn't tell me a whole lot. Okay, what about... Can I do anything in this box? One of these two is red in this box, because I need to put the other red there. That doesn't immediately do anything for me. Okay. Somehow the world has to break if this is... Okay, if this is green, does that break this box? Not quite. If this is green, it just does that. Okay, if this is red... Yeah, if this is red, it forces those two to be red. Which is also okay, I think. And forces that to be yellow. Which is the other red go in row 4. Okay. So... What do you mean by other red? So I need to put 2 reds in row 4. I can put 0 of them there. I can't put them... So I could put one there. I can put one here. And I can put one here, actually. These are the only 3 spots, I think, which can theoretically be red. So 2 of these are red. Let's see. If these are both red, then it means these are both red. Is that a problem? Yep, Math Pesto, we got a lot of submissions. I really enjoy how much enthusiasm I get when we have these opportunities to make puzzles. We got a bunch of very cool stuff. Okay, I guess I could look at cells like these digits. I know are not red or green. Is there any digit that I know is not? Yeah, I guess. So maybe what I should do is I should color the remaining cells. The cells that are not red, green, or yellow, I should just color them blue. So blue is 2 digits that add to 10 and to 5. Okay, blue is terrible. I'm going to make it purple instead of blue, just so that we don't think it has anything to do with high-low. So purple is the bad grouping. And so these are all purple. Let's see. Okay, this is not yellow. Oh, yeah, so there's 2 yellows. One of them's down there, though. You do need greens in this column still. Let's see, if I put a purple here, I'd have to put... If I put a purple here, where am I putting my greens in this box? Oh, there and there is the answer. Oh, that doesn't work, but that's kind of ugly. If I make this cell purple, it doesn't work, because then I have to put my greens exactly here, and then I have to put my red here, and that doesn't work. So this cell is not actually purple. but I don't really want to use that because that's kind of ugly. Okay, so there's something to do with red and green and 4 6s. Though I'm not sure I understand what people are looking at with red, green, and 4 6s. Do I know if one of these two is purple? Because I think I've not really been thinking enough about this fact that there's like 2 low digits that add to 5 that are also subject to this constraint. Row 5, column 8. Can't be 4, 6, or 5. I agree. Okay, so this cell is not 4, 6, or 5. Right, and so purple can't be 4, 5, 6. So 4, 5, so 4 or 6 is one of these. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So if 4, 6 was purple, this cell would have no value. So 4 and 6 is not purple. It's definitely not yellow. So 4, 6 is one of these. And so one of these is a 4 or a 6. And so one of these is a 1, 2, 8, or 9. So I guess that's saying either these two cells are the same or these two cells are the same. Do I know which? Because whichever of these is 4 or 6, it puts 2 copies of the same thing. Okay, so maybe I should ask where 4 and 6 go in this box then. So not in any of these places. So 4 and 6 are marked, and so this cell's always a 4, 6. Because I have to put a 4, 6... I have to put 2 4, 6s in this box. They can't go in any... Oh, no, it could go there. Sorry, red could be 4, 6. Never mind. I got excited, but I just ignored the red cell for some reason. Let's see. Okay. So let's see if I believe this. So yeah, so one of these two is a 4, 6. And so this is, let me go over what I said before, but let me add one more step, which is from Yura. One of these is a 4, 6. So either these are both 1 or both 9, or these are both 1 or both 9. And I looked at that and I said it doesn't tell me anything, but it does tell me one thing, which is it tells me that yellow can't be 1, 9. Yellow has to be 2, 8. Because if yellow was 1, 9, it would rule out both of those possibilities, or if you prefer to think about it this way, all 4 of those possibilities from this this one over here. So this is 2, 8. Okay. Little by little. Okay, so can this be 2, 8 then? It probably has to be, actually. This is not 2, 8. I know there's a 2-8 over here. So I know there's a 2-8 over here. I'm not seeing how people are getting that purple is 357 from this. Oh. Oh, right. There's only 4 types. Sorry. Yes. So, okay. Yes. I was just being very slow on this. So one of these two is 4-6. So the things it touches are 1-9. So this is a 1-4, and I loathe to write this in. This is a 1-4-6-9 triple, is the upshot of the fact that one of these is 4-6. But that means that the unmarked ones are 3-5-7. That one's not a 5. So therefore, by virtue of being next to a 3-7, this is a 1-2-8-9 along the whispers. But it's not a 2-8 because there's a 2-8 pair in the box, as I eventually figured out. So this is a 1-9. Box 4. Okay, so Jay says if red is 4-6, then this breaks somehow. Triple is 2-8 by the Renban. What triple are we talking about? I have not yet understood Jay's point. It is not true that if we have 2 purples together, then one of them is 5, because there is no negative constraint on purples of any kind. Okay. Nicholas has a way of seeing this. So if this were 1 or 9, then what's this going to be? And the answer is nothing. Because if this is 1 or 9, then this can't be the other 1-9, but it also can't be 4-6 because it's too far apart on the Renban. Okay. So these are not 1-9, so they are all yellow. Good spot to Nicholas, and I assume similar to what Jay was saying. Possibly. Okay, so now because that's a 2-8, these aren't 4-6. Okay, so we've gotten to where Jay was, I believe. So this is red 1-9. So these are all 1-9s. Okay. So this is not 1-9 or 2-8, and it's not 4-6, so it's 3-7. So it's purple. It's not 1-9 by the negative constraint. It's not 2-8 by Sudoku. And it's not 4-6 because I can't put 4-6 next to a 2-8. So this just is a purple 3-7 for free. I need one of these two cells to be the other green 4-6, because both greens need to show up on this Renban. Should it be clear to me if somehow this combination is broken? Right, it is. I need a green 4-6 on here. It can't go here, because if I put a green 4-6 here, I put a 4-6 here, which then goes next to a 2-8. That doesn't work. So this is the other green 4-6 that's on this Renban. So that is all hunky-dory. So that makes this red, because it's not yellow and it's not green, therefore. So these are all 1-9. These I never filled in are 4-6. This is red. I never actually colored it, but it is. We've got both the reds in the box. I need both the greens in this box. This is definitely has to be one of them, because otherwise I'm putting them both here. So this is a green 4-6. Let's see. So there are no yellows whatsoever on this Renban because of this 2-8 pair. So because there's no yellows, this is exactly 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so we've got the 4-6. Oh, no, sorry, there is a yellow. What am I talking about? So we need a 5. Oh, so sorry. So but there are still 2 purples on this Renban. Sorry, I completely misrepresented what is on this Renban. But there need to be 2 purples on it. Because we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 and 5 are 5 and 7. I don't know which, but there are 2 purples on this Renban. So they can go there and there. So these are 3, 5, 7. This also needs to be a 3 or a 7 because we have a Renban. So this is also a 3 or 7. So that's the last purple in the row. Oops, sorry, not 6 or 7, 3 or 7. So this I should know what it is. It's not purple or yellow. Oh, it's green. So this is a green 4-6. So now this X is not red or green, so it's yellow. So one of these 2 is green and one of them is purple. I don't know which. Okay, this is now red because it's not yellow or green. So now I know that this is a 2-3 sort of V, which is going to give us tons of stuff. But that gave me a 1-9 pair in the row, which ruled 1 off of the V. So this is now 2-3, and so that's going to let us at least fill in that this digit's a 7. Oops, sorry. This is a 7. And now I'm going to let Zach come out and dance for the 7. Woo! Woo! Whoop, bop, bop, bah. Good job, Zach. Thank you. Most excellent. All right, so we have a 7. Okay, so probably that's going to let us fill in a number of digits if we look carefully. So, for example, if I look, a 7 does not go next to an 8, so that's a 2. Those are both 8. So now that's a 3. 7 doesn't go next to a 9 either, so that's a 1. 8 doesn't go next to a 9, so that's a 1, and that's a 9. This 4 or 6 is a 6 and a 4, so that's a 6. Let's see. That's a 9, so that's a 9 and a 1 and a 9. That's next to a 2 and an 8 and a 2. Uh-oh, I broke it? What did I do? No. Let me go back. Okay, we'll go back to where we digit danced. The column 2 line, is the puzzle broken? Oh, did I start filling in I started filling in the purple like it was a whisper? Oh, well. Okay, so let's try again. Okay, this is still a 2 and an 8 and an 8. And so that's a 7 and a 9. That's what I did. That sounds like me. So that's a 1. These are 9 and 9 and 1 and 9. So this is a 2, 8, 2. That is a 3. This is something. It's low. It's not a 1 or a 2 or a 3. So this is a 4. And that's a 6 and a 4 and a 6. It's green. So that's a 6 and a 4. That's a 1. And so that's a 9 and a 1. Let's see. This isn't a 3 anymore. In fact, this is not a 3 or a 7, so it's a 5. That's a 7. Yeah, the red siren emote. We do have room, actually, for a couple more emotes. So if people have ideas for emotes that they want, then we can get more emotes. So the 9 in this box now has to go here. So now the yellow 8 has to go here, because the yellows can't touch. So this is a purple. This is not yellow or red, so it must be green. So that's a 4 and a 6. That 8 looks down here and disambiguates that whole business. This is... I need a green here, and it can't be there because there's already all the greens. So that's the green, and that's the purple. So that's the 5. This is a 6, and that's a 4. And a 6. Eventually, Zach is going to want his own digit dance emote. Let's see. Okay, so... but there's definitely a 3 down here. Or, in other words, that's a 3-5 pair. So that's a 7. Okay. Where is the 6 in this box? Who knows? Where is the 8 in this column? Is that a good question? It could be there, or maybe it could be there, annoyingly. That's sad. Okay, so, these are just purple. They're just known to be purple, because I have everything else in the row. So that's all the purples. So, yeah, so this is a yellow and a whatever. This is a 7. This is also known to be purple. So these are 3-5 pair. Now, I need 2 greens in this column. I have placed 0. 0 of them can go there, so these have to be the greens. So those are a 4-6 pair, and it's resolved. 4 and 6. And so this is the remaining yellow. So it's an 8. So now 8 needs to go here and be yellow. Let's see. So now this is a 3, and that's a 2, because 8 can't go next to 2. So that is purple. This is yellow. And so this is another color. It's purple, and it's a 5. So that's a 3 and a 5, and a 3 and a 5, and a 3. And a 3. And that's a 5, and that's a 3. Okay, so let's see. These 2 cells are a yellow and something else. A yellow and a red. So yeah, so this can't be red. So this has got to be the red one for the column. This is the yellow, and it's an 8. Try again. This is the yellow, and it's an 8. So that's a 2 and an 8. So let's see. So I need a green up here and a yellow. The yellow has to go here now. This is a green, and it's a 6. So we've got our greens, yellows, and reds. These are just both purple. This one's not 3 or 5, so it's a 7. So it's a 7, and that one's a 3. Let's see. I need a green over here, and I need a purple over here. The purple I need over here is a 5. Okay, so completely useless. In this row, I need a 7. Okay, in this row, I need a purple 7. It only goes there. And then as soon as that's a purple 7, this is going to be the green. These two cells now. Now I need my green 4 needs to go here. And so my remaining purple goes here. So that's a 4 and a 5. Okay, now the green 4 in this box needs to go here. And now that's going to be purple. So that's a 4, and that's a 3. Ooh, a little zeta on the penguin. That's very cute. I probably can figure out what this cell is if I try very hard. 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's a 7. Purple 7. Okay, we need in this box, we still need a yellow 2, which is going to go there. And then after we got the yellow, we need another purple. Okay, so that's a 2, and that's a 5. Okay, I need a 4 in this row. It can only go here. I need 2 reds in this box. They cannot be there. Nor can they be there. Because this cell just can't be red. So these are my 2 reds. It's the only place they can go, and I should color them the correct color. And now that leaves only purples in the box. And so, so now we can just fill in. That's a 3, that's a 5, that's a 7, that's a 1, that's a 9, and that's a 4. That was a gorgeous puzzle. I loved that one. It's almost as though you knew that I would love coloring this entire grid, and then I greatly loved coloring this entire grid. The rule set is really clever, too. The all but one X is given is just super cool. This would make a great CTC feature, I feel like. The rule is... I think... Like, some of my favorite puzzles are it's almost a standard rule set, but with a little tweak. And I think this is a really nice iteration on the idea of, like, okay, this is almost just an XD with a negative constraint, but not quite. So at no point, I believe, did I use the fact that 3 and 2 were never next to each other. That they were always marked by a V. I don't think I used the negative constraint on the V's at all. Yeah, I don't think I used the negative constraint on the V's. I could be wrong. Excellent. Well, if you... As usual, if you upload any of the puzzles that I've done and want me to rate them on LMD, I am always happy to do so. Just send me a solution code and then bug me if I don't do it. Let's see. More Crab said I could have used it in box 4 if I'd have paid more attention. Yeah, I did notice there were several puzzles that were submitted for the 1,000... the 1,000 sub thing, where before I did them, they were already rated on LMD, which was pretty cool. So, all right, well, I'm going to take a quick break, but we have our final 1,000 subscriber celebration puzzle coming up next. So this is by Jay Dyer. We're going to go ahead and look at this. It has some familiar things in it, like I see some X's and some V's and some purple lines, which might or might not be Renban. But we'll do that. And then I'm going to do more puzzles after this, to be clear. But we're going to do this, and then we'll finish up the celebration spectacular, and then we will be we can go back to some of our regular things. All right, but I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Isn't it cool, Mega Lamb? Yeah, Triss has been working his butt off making that for the past week or so, but I think the screen is really splashy and cool. Alrighty, so next up, as people in chat are working on putting en passant into Sudoku, let's see, we need a bet cell. You ask and you shall receive. How about we bet on this tip of this zeta? I feel like that is an exciting looking bet cell. Plus, I just like the zetas. So, lodge your bets about the value of this cell in chat. Logan, how dare you? So we will we'll see, but it just looks so nice right there. So I figured it would be a natural place to put it. All right. I enjoy how Jay is betting on the value of the bet cell. So in chat, the setter has bet that this will be a 3. So adjust appropriately. Okay. So all rules from the previous one, except in this one, there is no negative constraint on X's or V's. So let's just start, though, but by the fact that these are 1, 2, 3, 4. So these cells, I note, so these two, and I don't know if I'm going to keep this coloring. I'm almost certainly not going to. But these cells, I'll make those blue, and these yellow. These are a different set of 1, 2, 3, 4. So these cells are not from 1, 2, 3, 4. They're from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This cell can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this cell is either exactly the same as that cell, or it's a 5. Those are the only options hanging out down here. Now, let's see. Where am I going to look at? Let's see, is there anywhere else that sees... I don't think there's any other cells that see both of the V's that we have so far. Let's see, we do have 2 X's running across the bottom down here, which is interesting. We have things like the usual trick, like this cell, where does it go in box 6? Well, this cell can't repeat on the Renban, and can't repeat in its own column, so this cell always goes over here somewhere, so it goes up there somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, so this Renban can't have 1 or 2, because that would be too big. So I think Tall Cat would like us to pencil mark this. So we will oblige for Tall Cat to write in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on this. So let's see. This yellow cell annoyingly could be here. So I'm trying to place it. I'd like to place it on here, but I do not know. Now, every X, it should be noted, every X has either a yellow digit on it or a blue digit on it. So a common strategy will be for us to try to color the X's based on whether they are yellow or blue. Unfortunately, I don't yet know whether a single X is yellow or blue, but theoretically, one might be able to do that if one knew more than one does. Let's see. Yeah, this is 4 small digits. Let's see. If this yellow digit shows up on this Renban at all, then it needs to show up exactly there, because that's the only cell on this Renban that is not seen by this. And this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 6 length Renban, so exactly the same length as the previous ones. Let's see. Carl says row 7, column 8 goes into row 1, column 7, or row 2, column 7. Yeah, that was the thing I was noting before. But the other... okay, that's a really interesting point. Okay, so I pointed this out before, that if this is a green cell, this goes in one of these two. But what Carl has added on top of that is the observation that whatever the cell that goes with green is, let's say it's orange, whatever the other one is, orange can't appear on this Renban at all. So green is actually... green is actually sort of an extreme digit on this Renban, I suppose. I do need to put a 1 and a 9 in this box somewhere. I don't know where yet. Okay, so here's a good point. Okay, so actually, following up on that exact comment, More Crabs actually observes, I can't put a 1 or a 9 here. And the reason for that is actually a little bit subtle. If I put a 1 here, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, but now this X sums to at least 11, which is not great. Likewise, if this is a 6, 7, 8, 9, then this X is unfillable. So the 1s and 9s in this box actually all live in these cells. Now, can I put 0 of the 1s and 9s here? Only if I'm very, very careful, right? If I put 1 there and 1 over here, then I can avoid it entirely. But that is very interesting. And so now, because this doesn't have a 1 or a 9 on it, it has to have a 5 on it. Oh, this is a cute point. I'd not appreciated this before, but Nicholas is alluding to this. These 3 O's, one of them I know has to be extreme, because they can't all have a 5 on them. That would be too many 5s. And likewise in the column, I know there's a 5 on this long Renban, so one of these two has to be extreme. Okay. And so now actually I know this one is extreme, because I've got a 5 on this, and I've got a 5 on this, so that's all my 5s for this column. So there's no 5 on this. So this is either 1, 2, 3, 4, or it is 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm going to mark my 5s around the outside of this box just to remind myself of that. Let's see. If this wanted to be 1, 2, 3, 4, then I would need to put both of my blues right there, because I'd need to put 1, 2, 3, 4 on here. That seems unlikely to me, but I can't disprove it immediately. Both of those would have to be yellow. Don't know. Okay, so I don't think the same logic works in the right, Nicholas. Let's see. Andrew points out that actually this x is a little restrained, so it can't be 4, 6, or 3, 7. So somewhat similar to the previous puzzle, it has to be 1, 2, or 8, 9, owing to the fact that if it were 4, 6, say, there would not be a length 4 Renban left. Yeah, Sam, that's the point, is that this is not extreme, so this does have to be extreme. I just don't know which extreme it is yet. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you can't have both 1 and 9 here. So 1 of 1 and 9 is here. So the point is, so Tall Cat, I think I get this. The point is, because I can't have both 1 and 9 here, I have to have 1, 1, and 9 in this column. But even if I put it here, I still put a 1, 9 here. So this is also extreme. So let me just highlight the Renban I know are extreme. We're going to make them green. So these are for sure extreme. They are either 1, 2, 3, 4 or 6, 7, 8, 9. Are you saying this one also has to be extreme, Ulsha? I mean, just geometrically it looks like it, but I don't see why yet. It's in row 8, column 4. Yes, because this is on an X, so this is not a 5. So we can remove one of Tall Cat's markings. Yeah, this is a gorgeous grid. I'm not sure exactly what you're angling at, Nicholas. Row 7, column 5. Also not 5, right. If this was 5, okay, yeah, that's a good spot, Chester. If this was 5, I would accidentally rule 5 off of this entire Renban, owing to that 5 up there. So I can't waste a 5 here. And so I guess I know that these are all... this is either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exactly, or this is 6, 7, 8, 9 exactly. Sorry, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 exactly. Let's see. It doesn't quite tell me so much about this. Unfortunately. See, row 7, column 8, Tallcat is looking at. They are not necessarily the same extreme, they're just extreme. Hey, Alex, welcome. So I guess maybe a thing to notice is that every extreme Renban has to have one of every X on it. So because this is extreme, it has one of these two digits on it. Let's see. So Tallcat's observation is just that this goes here, goes in one of these two, does something to this value. This is the very last 1K puzzle, Peter. But yes, we're just now finishing the 1K puzzles. Yes, the end game, as Playmaker says. Okay, so if this is 1, I put a 1 over here. And then I put a 1 up here, and so this becomes 1, 2, 3, 4. And so then I need my 2, 3, 4 there. Okay, I agree with this. Okay, so this is very difficult to see, but this digit goes up here. That I'm happy with. So if this is a 1, then this is also a 1. But now I need to put 1, 2, 3, and 4 on here, but also here. And now I need to put 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, in particular, I suppose, I need to put 2, 3, and 4 here. But then I can't put them all here. So this can't be a 1 or a 9. So furthering for Tallcat, I will put this as a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I agree it's not a 1 or a 9. Probably, maybe the same thing is true of this digit. Oh, no, it's not, because the zeta is asymmetrical. Let's see. Can I do anything similar here? No, unfortunately, this ends up on the not extreme Renban. So this is over here. So this ends up there. This digit, whatever it is. Oh no, we're going to get One Night in Bangkok stuck in my head. Is that what we're doing now? Evil. let's see. Let's see. Afraid Not is claiming that any vertically matched pair of square Renbans have to have completely different digits. So if they overlapped in any digits at all, that digit would be locked off of this entirely. So they can't, for example, overlap in 4, 5, or 6. But couldn't I have something like one of these is 9876 and then the other one is 7654 maybe? I don't immediately see that claim. They certainly can't overlap in 4 digits. Yeah, they can't both have 4 or both have 6. That's certainly true. Oh, I guess that's the point, is that no matter how they overlap, they always would overlap in a 4 or a 5 or a 6. Right, okay. So yes, I agree. They contain completely different digits. So as a set, these contain 8 different digits. And likewise for every pair of opposite ones. Okay, I agree with that. Well, green is highlighted because green is extreme, Afraid Not. That is what green means, is that it is either 1 through 4 or 6 through 9. It was a very good deduction, and that was a completely different way than the way we saw it. But yeah, that is what the highlighting means in this instance, is reminding us that these are one of those. And I feel like it should be very obvious which one, but it is definitely not obvious to me which one. Let's see, if this is low, these are both yellow. Does that do anything? Well, that's kind of interesting. If this is low, these are both yellow, which now means this is also low, because now this yellow is forced onto here. Which would make this a yellow high digit and this the opposite yellow high digit. That seems okay. Oops, sorry, I did not mean to bump the microphone stand. Row 7, column 3 can't be 4. Because where would it go on the Renban with a 1 on it? Okay. So if this is a 4, then this is a 1, and this Renban needs a 4. Except the only place we can get it is this, except we've already proven, somehow, I don't remember how, that this can't be a 4. So this isn't a 4, and this isn't a 1. Can we do the same thing with a 3? If this is a 3, this is a 2, and we still need to get a 3 on this. And actually, it works equally well for 3. So that can't be 3, that can't be 2. Unfortunately, not so well for 1 or 2. But at least that tells us this is the high low digit, so to speak. Now, row 7, column 3 in box 8. Okay. So, now More crabs has it. So now where does this go in this box? It has to go here. So now with that elimination from Tall Cat, we now know that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renban. These aren't 3 or 4. So these are high. And so, in fact, I can go ahead and fill in. These are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is also 6, 7, 8, or 9. So top of column 5 and column 6. Okay, we're saying this Renban is low now. I don't yet understand why. Oh, because this Renban has a 6 on it. This Renban has a 6 on it. So this Renban can't have a 6 on it. Okay, got it. All right, so let me go over that again. So this Renban now, because of the digits that are here, it definitely needs to have a 6. This Renban, because it's length 6, has a 6. So this Renban doesn't get a 6, but it is extreme. So it has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we know these. Actually, I don't know anything about 1s and 9s, but I'm going to clear out the corner marks anyway. But in particular, these two cells are actually both yellow. So these two cells are both blue. And also, these two cells are both blue, and these two cells are both yellow. So we have some sort of coloring. So this is yellow, this is blue, sort of continuing the coloring through the coloring the digits on the opposite sides of X's the same color. So yeah, there is a 9 down here, I can say. I don't yet know if there's a 1 over here. I guess the 1's never here. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, the 1s and 9s, actually, if I study the 1s and 9s, I will get more. Because I need the 1 and 9 here for the reason that this Renban here can't be extreme. So I need to put my 1s and 9s outside of this. I can't put the 9 here because it doesn't go with 1, 2, 3, or 4. So the 9 goes down here. Now, what if I don't put a 1 up here? Well, then I also need to put a 1. Oh, no, that's fine. I could put a 1 here and a 9 there. That's okay. Never mind. Okay, so yellow 1, 2 definitely does not appear anywhere on this longer Renban. Just for the record. Ah, right. Nothing blue appears on this Renban. That is a very smart point. So no blue 1, 2, 3, 4s actually show up on this Renban at all. So that tells us that the value of this digit. Great point, Garion. So both low blues are ruled out of all of these cells, and this cell's not low. So there is exactly one low digit on this Renban. And that exactly one low digit must be a 4. And that means we get to bring in Zach. Hello, Zach. He is very excitable today. I wish I had this kind of energy. Yay! Ta-da! Good job, Zach. So, across from 4s on Renbans are 1s. 2, 3. So these are... so these are 2 3s. Okay. So now, if this is a 2, 3, and it's across the Renban from this, that means this has to be the 4. That's the 3. That's the 2. This is yellow. Okay. So, 4, 4, 1. Okay, so where is the 1 in this box? It's not there, it's not there, and it can't be on a Renban of length 4 with a 6, 7, 8, or 9. So that's a 1. Yeah, I mean, blue just is 2, 3. That's all good. Oh, and now this yellow, this has got to be the 1. That's the 4. That's the 9. None of this is 9. This can't be 6 either, because 6 isn't blue. So this is not 1 or 4. This is not 1 or 4. This is not 6 or 9. This is 7 or 8. So now, where do 2 and 3 go in this box? 2 and 3 cannot go on this Renban. So 2 and 3, my blue digits, they have to go here. And so now this is just the rest. Great spot, Judith. 5, 6, 7, 8. To finish that off. Let's see. If this wanted to be yellow, it would need to have a 1 exactly here. Can this be a 1? This would have to be 2, 3, 4. I don't think that immediately breaks. Not enough that I feel like digging too deep into it at this particular juncture in time. These are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that gives us a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in the row, which means that these are 2, 3, 4. Which means that this is 6, 7, 8 to go in here. This is all well and good. Yeah, that's very interesting, the way this sort of disentangled itself. Okay, so does this Renban have a 1 on it? Maybe. Let's see. 9 in column 3. Oh, 9 in column 3 is a good question. 9 in column 3 can't repeat on this Renban, so 9 in column 3 goes in one of these 2 cells. And so in particular, none of these are 9. Good point, Garion. So now when I look at the 9 over here, the 9 over here is actually now in one of these 2 cells. I mean, I guess that was already true. Can this possibly be 9? Not sure. Oh, no, it can't be 9 because 9 is too far away from 2 and 3. This can't be a 9. 9 is too far away from 2. So this is the 9. And 9 is yellow. Okay, so the 9 over here is in one of these cells. 8 is also too far, I'm told. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, 8 is also too far. So this is also not an 8. Hey, Mormogli, welcome. Microphone is very wobbly. I don't know what's happening with the microphone today. I can have Tristan look at it at some point. He is usually good at these things. Let's see. I guess the 9 is either on this Renban or it isn't. But there's no 2, 3, 4 on here. So these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which gives me... so this cell's always a 5 or a 9 because I need to have 6, 7, and 8 need to be on here regardless of how this works. Oh, right. As soon as I pencil marked that there was a 9 here, I went on a whole different journey. But the easy thing to note was as soon as there was a 9 on here, which I pencil marked, there's not a 5 on it. So this is not a 5 anymore. So I now have a 5 up here, so these aren't 5, which means that in fact this digit is 5. Oh, there's a 7-8 pair in this row if I look very closely. So this is not a 7 or an 8. This is a 6 or a 9, and this is a 6 or a 9, which means it's yellow. Hey, Shoots, welcome. Five in column 3, says Garion. Okay, why is 5 more restricted than one of these? 3. See, the second zeta Renban needs a 4. Ah, yes, this Renban definitely needs a 4. It's not there. So this is Navarro's point. There is a 4 in one of these two cells, which is going to do a little bit of work because it's going to resolve this 1 and this 4. Which is a good point. Yes, and I know the exact contents of this Renban now because I know that there's not a 1 on it anymore because there's nowhere to put the 1. So this is a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Renban. That one's not a 5. So this digit is a 6, 4, or 3. Oh, I see. Okay. This was Garion's point that I missed. So the answer is I have no idea which of these is the 5, but the point is all of these are on all of these are on zeta 1. And so this is never a 5. That was Garion's point that I missed. Which means that this is the 5. Which means, of course, that these are not 5s. It means that those aren't 5s. It means that one of these is a 5. Means that one of these two is a 5. All right. Previously on zeta 1. Let's see. Let's see, I have a 4, 6, 7 triple. Yes, good point. Ben points out the 4, 6, 7 triple here looks up, so that's not, oops, sorry, so these aren't 6 or 7, they're 5 or 8. So that's actually a 5, 8 pair. Thank you, Ben. So this is a 6, 7 pair. Oh, I have a 6, 7, 8 triple here. I do have a 6, 7, 8 triple here, which means this is not a 6. So that means that's not a 4, at least. The 6, 7, 8 triple I had not really fully appreciated. So what are these digits? Let's write them in. They are a 2 and a 3. No, not a 4. There's already a 4 there. Why did I... Okay, one moment. We're going to do Sudoku. That 4 tells me that's a 3 and that's a 7. They're both blue. Now what's left in this column? 5 and a 2, right? Yep, 2 and 5. So these aren't 7, and so they're yellow. These digits are, let's see. I still need a 1. I've got a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, and an 8 and a 9. Oops. Darn it. I was in the wrong mode. I need a 1, an 8, and a 9. That is what I need. Let's see. Carl says row 6, column 3 is a 4, and it sees row 6, column 5. Ah, yes, so it does. So that's a 6 and a 4. Thank you. And now this isn't a 6 anymore, so that's not a 4 anymore. So this is a 2 or a 3, which makes it blue, which makes this blue. Well, 2 isn't on the left-hand Renban for sure. Let's see. More Krabs asks, where's row 7, column 9 in box 3? It's definitely on here somewhere. I don't think that immediately gives me anything, but it probably will in time. Yep, I agree. Garion also says that blue 2-3 has to appear on here. I guess the point is that means 9 can't appear on here, because if it's got a 2-3, there's no 9, and so there's a 9 over in one of these cells. And so if there's a 9 over in one of those cells, it lets me place that this is a 5, which then decides that this Renban has to be 6, 7, 8, 9. In order for it to be happy. Let's see. Nicholas is saying 1 can't appear here. Would make these two Renbans the same. I don't immediately see a problem with that. Let's see. One of these is a 4. Okay. Well, I do know one of these two is a 4, because this Renban definitely needs a 4 because it's got a blue 2-3. And the 4 can only go in one of these two cells. 4 can be placed in row 3. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, so now that 4, I gave you this pencil marked 4. Now we can place the 4 in this row. And in fact, the 4 in this row has to go here, opposite of 6. So that's pretty cool. So now this isn't a 6. So now where is 6 going on this Renban? I guess it's going there or there. One of those two has to be a 6. Okay, 6 in this box now is locked into one of these cells. Let's see, 4 is placed in box 6 as well, I am being told. Sorry, 4 is... right, okay, yeah, there's a... Wait, what? Aren't my pencil marks broken? I think my pencil marks are broken. Because I have 4s pencil marked in here, which should give me an X-wing on 4s, but if this is an X-wing on 4s, then... Oh, no, this is right. Sorry, this can be a 4. This has to be a 4, because if this was the 4, then there would be no place for a 4 on this, and it needs a 4. Okay, sorry, I was misunderstanding my own life, apparently. So this is not a 4. Okay, so that's blue. These are yellow. Okay. And so now... Oh, yellow. And so now the 4 over here is now placed here. Okay. So I think that's all the 4s, actually. Looks to be all the 4s? Yeah, I think that's all the 4s. It's a little hard to see. Let's see. Ulsha's asking about 3 in box 4. Goes in one of these 2 spots, I suppose. Oh, no, it can't go on this Renban, because 3 and 9 are 7 apart. So, yeah, so 3 goes here by Sudoku, plus a little bit of Renban-y bits. Oh, also there's a 2-3 pair up here, which would have made me not even have to think about that if I had thought about it beforehand. If I'd have thought a little bit more, I could have thought a lot less. Isn't that always the way of it? Okay, I should fill in what goes on this Renban. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, right? 4. Yeah, but there's already a 4. Okay. These aren't 6. That one's not 7. It's maybe not as helpful as I wanted. Aren't these puzzles cool motivation? I think there's been some really awesome stuff around here. Let's see. Row 6, column 9 in box 3 removes 1 from the zeta in column 7. Do I know that this doesn't show up on here? I don't think I do. And it could be a 7 showing up with a 4. At least as far as I have seen so far. I know there's a 2 in one of these cells. let's see, look at 6s in columns 7 and 8. Okay, there's no 6 on here. Got it. Okay. So there's a 6 on both of these Renbans. That's all the 6s. So there's definitely a 6 over here, is the point. That 6 is not on the X, by the way. And so that, what Chad is trying to tell me is that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because I can't break through the 6 barrier. Also, that's not a 5, because it's on an X. So both 2 and 3 are always on here. And that means that this 2, 3 needs to go here. So this cell's always a 2 or a 3. It's not a 1 or a 5. Oops. So it's always blue. And so now the point is that this digit has to go in one of these 2 cells. This is more Krabs' point. This digit goes in one of these 2 cells, and this digit going in one of these 2 cells means that this Renban can't have a 1 on it. And so that makes 1 a naked single in the column. Namely, 1 now can only possibly go here. And so that places a yellow 1 here, makes this the other 2, 3. Very nice spot by more Krabs there. So yeah, this is a 7 or 8. Is blue. Okay, so now this is interesting. So now I'm going to color these 2 blue-black and these 2 blue-orange. So now that's a blue-orange. Let's see, I can maybe... I'm not going to get anything out of this, am I? I think the 2, 3s are like all in deadly patterns. Well, it does immediately tell me that... no, it is useful. Okay, this is useful. So the orange 2, 3 is on the Renban, but the black 2, 3 is not on the Renban. So orange 2, 3 is 3. That's what I'm supposed to take out of this. So that's a 7. There's a 3 here. And it's blue. Oops. And it's blue. And then this is a 2, 8. 2, 8. 2, and then this is now, maybe I don't know that one. But I can get rid of this excess coloring now. Black, black. Orange, orange. Okay. That at least got us a little bit more progress there. Okay. So now I know what this Renban is. Because the Renban now is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those aren't 8. These aren't 7. Let's see. One of these 2 is a 7. So now where's 9 in this column? 9 in this column now only goes here, so that's a 9 and that's a 6. This is now a 7 or an 8. So 9 is yellow. So 9 now is here. So that's not a 9. Let's see. Right. If the bet cell was a 5, then by Sudoku, from this 5 and this 5, I would put a second 5 on the zeta. That's not going to work. So if you bet 6 or 7, you are in good shape for winning the big money for your bet cell. So this is 6 or 7. I know for sure one of these 2 is a 7, so I at least know this isn't a 7. So one of those 2 is a 7. That doesn't seem super useful. I am being told that I can resolve the bet cell via this 6. So, in fact, the bet cell is blue. So if you bet that the bet cell was blue, good job. You figured it out. So this is going to be a 7. This is not going to be a 7. Not going to be a 7. Not going to be a 7. There we go. 80th times the charm. So that is an 8 and a 7 and a 3 and a 2 and an 8. So these are not 8. They are a 6, 7 pair. That's not 8 either. It is a 6 or a 7. One of these two is an 8. Let's see, where is 5 in box 3 is an excellent question. Where is 5 in box 3? 5 in box 3 now is forced to be here. It can be nowhere else. Yeah! My typing today, not good. Okay, so these two cells are 5, no, they are 6 and 9. Yes, these are 6 and 9 in this order. They're both yellow. And so this cell is blue. And it is a 2, which makes that a 5 and that a 2. So that's blue. That 5 removes that 5. That 5 removes that 5. And so now I do need a 5 on this Renban, so it has to go here. As much as I wish it was not so. Let's see. There's 2 yellows and a 5 in here. There are 1 and a 9. So 1, 5, 9. That one's not a 5, so it's yellow. 9 is placed in box 1, I am being told. I don't yet see why 9 can't go on this Renban there. Put an 8 here, but that looks okay to me. This 3 looks over and does the 2 and the 3 while we're at things. This 8 does the 5 and the 8. So that's at least some progress. So the 8 is blue. Let's see. Where is 8 in row 3? So there's a 6 here that's going to give us the 8 and the 7. And that is going to resolve the mystery of why I can't put a 9 here. Because we put an 8 here by Sudoku. But let's do this digit by Sudoku first. Because it should get priority. So it's a 1. Now we ask where 9 goes, and it can't go here anymore because that would need to be an 8. So that's a 9. A 9. So now 8, 7, 6, 5. So these are from 7, 6, 5. Those are the only things that can go here. So there's always a 6 on this little Renban. Which is going to remove that 6, which is going to place a 6 here and a 7 here, making that yellow and that blue and that yellow and a 6. I probably could have done that from this 7 a while ago. Let's see. I'm being told that this is a 5 or a 7. That's not a 5 because of the box. That is correct. So this is a 5 or a 7 that's not a 5, so it is a 7. And so the most important thing about it is that it's blue. So these are a 5, 6 pair. Let's see. This column, that 7 gives me that this is an 8 and a 7. And these could have both been blue as soon as they were a 7, 8 pair, actually. I was slacking a bit on the coloring. This cell is a 1, which is going to be huge because it's going to give me the 9 over here. These aren't 9. Row 1 already has a 5, is an interesting point. So that's a 6 and a 5 and a 7 and a 6. So the 6s are yellow. And the 7 is blue. We're in good shape. So that 6 actually sees over here the 8 and the 6. So that is a blue and a yellow. This isn't 8. This isn't 1. Let's see. This 2 looks up here and sees the 3 and the 2. If you'd not pointed that out, Nicholas, I probably would not have filled in these digits until the until the checker told me I wasn't done. 6 in box 6 is the wrong color. Thank you. I would not want to mess up the solve at this point by screwing up that. The 9 looks over here and sees a blue 8. So that's not an 8. This row needs a blue digit. It needs a blue 2. So those aren't 2. Those aren't 2, aren't blue. No! Ah! Stop it! There we go. Let's see. So what are these 2 digits? Maybe I can figure it out. These are not a 4. These are an 8 and a 9. So they're an 8 there and a 9 there. So now we'll do the rest of the coloring. So the 8 is blue, the 9 is yellow. This is also yellow. That doesn't get a color. So that's also yellow. So that's also yellow. And let's try and fill in all the digits. Oh, that's awesome doing puzzles with your significant other. That is certainly how I got into it. Was by starting by doing them out with Tristan. 1 9 1 5. Very nice puzzle. I think that was the hardest of the Renban zeta puzzles, but that was there was a lot of very cool Renban geometry there. I feel like you figured out the cool way to draw a zeta in a way that both looked like a zeta and also had cool Renban geometry to figure out. Very cool. But yeah, that was one of the tougher ones I feel like that I did, but very enjoyable. And I liked the sort of the figuring out the forcing of the extreme Renbans by understanding how the opposite things work. That was very cool. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back after this break with more puzzles. See you all soon. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone. Oh, I think I have to shrink the grid slightly so this all shows up on screen. There we go. Oh, and then I can drag this down just slightly. There we go. Okay, I think that shows up now. And I can begin the zeta, actually. Alrighty, so I should say that one of the new benefits of being a supporter of zetamath is that you get to vote on puzzles that I do, so you can see the catalog. And so this solve is dedicated to woofers who voted that I do this puzzle, which I will appreciate or not soon. But anyway, dedicated to woofers, so we'll read the rules and then we'll try and figure out how to do this. So this is a chaos construction-ish puzzle. And so we're going to place the digits 1 through 9 into each row, column, and region. And the 9 orthogonally contiguous regions must be deduced. But there is an assembly component, which is outside the grid. We have these puzzle pieces. Roundabout, yeah. And they have to be assembled to cover the entire grid. Clues on the pieces give the value of the cells they cover, and clues under the same piece are within the same region. Pieces cannot be rotated or flipped. Okay, so no rotatey, no flippy flip. We had to put it all into the grid, and we have to make sure our regions are joined by these things. Alrighty. And thank you again to woofers who, well, I may be fairly terrified of this puzzle, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so where is the gimme piece of stuff for this? I'm looking for, like, sizes of pieces that have to go together. I'm assuming there are 81 total pieces over here. Let's see. So pieces merge into 9s. That is correct. So this is all one region. Yeah, I was Nicholas also is looking at corners. I was looking at the same thing and looking at, like, what looks like it could go in a corner. And so what could go in the top right corner? None of these. That could be. So this could go in the top right corner. That can't. That can't. This could. That can't. 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 And that can. Okay. So that's actually already a very cool observation that Matthew Fletcher has made, which is that only these 3 pieces can go in the corner, in the top right corner. And all 3 of them have a 3, which seems deliberate. If I were to take a stab, it seems unlikely that that were to happen by coincidence. So we have this, and we know at the very least that all of these are part of a region. So I'm going to now uncolor these. Do I want to uncolor these? That's true. We get to bring out Zach early for the That's 3 in the Corner lounge singer style dance about the ever exciting 3 in the corner, dancing very slowly. Thank you, Zach. That was moving. Let's see. So I don't know if I really want to keep these highlighted or not. I'm gonna keep them highlighted for now, but I think I'm going to do that to indicate that. I do want to make sure I keep that, but I want to keep track of these 3, so I'm going to use color like this, and I'm going to do that. Zach. The penguin's name is Zach with a K. So has that narrowed down anything that could go in other corners? I don't think so. Like, there's still a whole lot of options for this this corner, right? Zach with a K is a weird name, but we don't judge him for it. So let's see. Where are the 3s in here? These are the only 3s that show up. Okay. So all right, what am I next supposed to notice? ZACK. The K's are silent. I'm trying to look at other digits to see if there's any other digits that have a similar sort of, oh, they all get clustered kind of thing. Yeah, all regions are 1 to 3 pieces. This is the only one that's 1 piece, I think, if I've counted correctly. And every 5 needs to go with a 4. Maybe that's what I should do. Okay, I'm going to recolor these. As much as I want to keep coloring this, I'm going to color these by the number of cells they have. So 3s are going to be yellow. So here are all the 3s. 4s are going to be blue. Oh, sorry, this is not a 3. This is not a 3, it's a 5. One of the 3s is a 5. Yes, one of the 3s is a 5. Just have to keep everyone on their toes. Question mark. Okay. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. There's a bunch of 4s. They can be blue. The 5s can be green. And the single 6 can be purple. And the single 9 can be fuchsia. All right, so one observation, this 6 needs to go with a 3, and it's not that 3, because this 3 also has a 5. So purple needs to go with one of these 3 3s. It's not super profound, but it's something. The increasingly inaccurately named 5-cell tetromino. So yeah, so this 3, or this 3. So the other 3 3s go together, of note. They do have to add to 9 cells because each region is made up entirely of pieces, Nicholas. Bet cell. Oh, we can have a bet cell. Oh, believe you me, we can have a bet cell. It's going to be that cell. So, does the fact that this would have to go... So this is one of the ones that goes with 2 of the other yellows. that doesn't immediately leap out to me to tell me what it is I'm supposed to make out of this. But the other two are like full-on L pieces. Okay, the L pieces that look like this, they need to join pieces of size 5. Are there any sort of... are there any things that these are constrained by in terms of what they can go with? Because they need to go with a 5. So actually, this 5 can't go with either of my 3 pieces, for whatever that's worth, nor can this one, actually. So if I'm looking at these 2 blue tetrominoes with these, they have a 6 and a 9 in them, so they don't go with that. They don't go with that. So this blue has to go with one of these others, though there seem to be ample options. We don't know what it goes with yet, Nicholas. Could go with any 4-cell tetromino. Yes, 5 cells always go with 4-cell tetrominos. But whatever shape they're going to make, who knows? And this 5 needs to go with one of these 3 3s. But who knows which? Am I sure I have enough time this stream to finish this? I don't know. I looked at it, I looked down at the time, and I was like, do I have time to do Naplu Ultra today? And I decided that I did not have time to do Naplu Ultra today. But then I picked this because I was like, okay, well, what is one of the things that has the most votes out of the bucket? And this was one of the things that had the most votes out of the bucket. Although, so far, I think it is true that although many people have the option to vote on which puzzles I do, it might only be Wolfers who so far has voted. I'm definitely going to do Naplu Ultra on stream eventually. Yeah, there's a lot of like overlap between these. So should I look at other corners, like this corner? See, that corner seems to have lots of options to me, which is a problem. This corner seems to have just a jajillion options. Let's see. So there's only one piece that points down at the right. I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean by that. Now, keep in mind, Nicholas, this could continue. This might be one of the four pieces. I do not know. I don't think I've seen Sotek here today, but he is often here. The 5-3. This is the only one with a down pointy... Don't these have a down pointy end? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you mean by down pointy end on the right. Because these two seem to as well. But but all of them have a 3 in the top corner for what it's worth. The giant region needs to have, like, something needs to occupy this cell, is one of the things I have continued to look at. But I don't see yet how to take advantage of that. Is the weird thing. I kind of wish I had my, like, I wish I had a physical copy of this in front of me that I could manipulate. I was just doing a bunch of jigsaw puzzles, so could we name the pieces with letters? That is an excellent idea. We're going to name the pieces with letters. So you are going to be piece A, piece B, piece C, piece D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, P, Q, R. Okay, that was a great idea. I approve. So now we know what we're talking about. Maybe, kind of. Yes, 3 of the 3 pieces have to form a region, and the one that's not allowed to join the other 3. And this one, D, has to be one of the ones that forms a 3-piece region. Tallcat, yes. Tallcat has it, or agrees with my assessment. So let's see. Do the 5s have any, like, frequently? So 6 and 9 show up a lot in the 5s, as do 7 and 8. Yeah, this can't go, like, I could not put this region, I could not put here, for example, because it would isolate a cell, and I'm not allowed to isolate a cell. Now, as far as I know, I could put B here, and I think that would be fine. At least a priori. Actually, maybe not. Maybe that might break for reasons of I'd need to put a 3. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to look at, like, what I can put to the left of this cell, because I have to fill the top row. And I have to fill the top row with pieces that don't have a 3 in them in the top row. And I have to fill the right column with pieces that don't have a 3 in the right column. Let's see. Yeah, the 3s are conveniently all in the top right corner, or almost all in the top right corner at least. So I think it definitely has to be the case that you're supposed to start with a 3 at the top right corner. I'm just trying to figure out, are there other pieces that we know have to go together? Like, I'm looking at the 5s and trying to decide if any of the 5s, because every 5 needs to go with a 4. But that also looks like there's lots of options. I think there's literally only one 1. But yeah, how do I decide if this is D or yeah, is this D? Let me corner mark. This is either piece D, piece let's see, what are the names of the other pieces? Sorry. Piece H or piece Q. And so the question is it D, H, or Q? So if it's D, then it needs to go with two other size 3 pieces. If it is H or Q, then it needs to go with a size 5 piece. There are lots of plausible ones, it seems like to me. The thing I keep noticing is the two size 4s with a 3 at the upper right, they have a 6 and a 9, and that 6, 9 appears in G and N. Which is suggesting, of course, I mean, it's outright telling us, if the top is one of the tetrominoes, if it is H or Q up here, then the 5-cell pentomino it goes with has to be either K, which I think it can't possibly be. Okay, so maybe this is worth noting. Okay, so if this is a tetromino, it can't go with G or N, and it also can't go with K, just geometrically. So it would only go with J or with C. Now, both of those seem fairly plausible to me as these things go, but only J or C. Or P? Where's P? Oh, or P. Sorry. J or P or C. I'm now trying to see, like, are there any of these that are in such a weird shape that it restricts what shapes they could go with? But not that I can see. Is it a problem to make a 3x3 because we get another 2 corners? I think it is. So I absolutely can't. So that's a good point. So I can't make a corner in this row or this row. That's huge. Okay, because remember, the only top right corner shape I have, every top right corner has a 3 in it. So I can't make another top right corner. So for example, if I tried to put together this shape, this is J's point. If I tried to put together this shape and this shape, so say it was H and J, I have just completely doomed myself, because now I can't put any piece here or any piece here. So I've actually double doomed myself. So okay, so that's big. So in both directions, I need something to stick up. Okay, how is that going to work? It probably means I'm going to need to use D, doesn't it? How am I, if I use a piece that is shaped like this, what on earth piece am I picking that is going to fill this cell and that cell? There is no piece that can fill that cell and that cell, right? And I'd need to fill both. So I think that's saying the only piece that I can possibly take is D. Let's see, I'm told C works. But it needs to take both. It can't only take one. Because both are top right corners, right? The only pieces... Oh, they don't both need to be in the region, though. I see. Okay, they don't both need to be part of the region. They just both need to be taken. Okay, so something needs to jut out over here. Something needs to jut down over here. Okay. Slowly starting to make sense of this. So I could do this with a C. I'm just sketching this out. This is not at all serious. With a C up here and make that my region. And then I could take, say, an O. I guess O wouldn't work, but take whatever you want down here. Take the R down here and then sort of try and work it down. Maybe. Okay, so let me try and understand. So let me see. Jay's point is actually D doesn't actually work now. So why doesn't D work? So I need to throw in some triominoes to go with this one. So but I don't necessarily need to use a triomino here, or necessarily need to use a triomino here. Oh, I had not noticed this. Okay, that's the point. D is like this. All the other triominoes are bent the other way. So literally the only place I could put the other triomino to touch this is either here or here. And so if I did that, putting one there, say, I've now got two corners again that I now can only occupy. So I think it's not D. So I think we can actually unravel this down. I think we can rule out D. I think we can rule out D. And so this cell is a 6 or a 9, I believe. Okay. Row 2, column 8, and row 2, column 7 must be connected now, says Afraid Not. If they're not connected, what goes wrong? I'm trying to understand exactly how I should be thinking about this whole I can't make more corners things. Sorry. These are the two cells that Afraid Not is talking about. If these two aren't connected, then this now creates a wall, and I now have this other block up here, which I now J or C. I'm not convinced yet, Afraid Not. So there are two places J could be put. Okay, so putting J here is obviously terrible. Putting J here, I mean, I shouldn't say obviously, but putting J here creates two horrible corners. And that's not going to work. That I can't bend this far. So I think it's a matter of, like, how far around could I bend? Not this far. The largest height of any single piece is 4, and B is the only one that is height 4, and it is not well positioned to handle this. Like, if there were a piece that were like that, then I could wrap it around, but that's not going to work. Okay. If I put something like J here instead, then I need to fill something in here, and that's not going to work. There's nothing I can fill here. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's absolutely nothing that is shaped in such a way that it could grab this cell. I think this cell becomes unfillable. Okay, K. Oh, K. Sorry, it could work with K. You're right. I was not giving K the credit that it deserved. But, as is pointed out, K will fit, but then it will create another corner that I now have to fill, and now I don't have a K anymore. So I think that I'm now pretty convinced that J and P will not work to complete this region. If I put it up here, I insta-break, and if I put J or P down here, that won't work. I also can't use, so I can't use J, I can't use P, I can't use N, I can't use G, because they would repeat the 6 and the 9. Now, there is just geometrically absolutely no way I'm putting K in there. K won't even touch this without doing something terrible. The letters are literally just giving names to pieces. I just typed them in. So we have to use C. I think C is the only thing I can possibly use, so I have to fit a C in here. So the C either needs to go in like that, or the C goes in like that. I can't use N because this piece has a 6 or 9 in it, and I can't repeat the digit 6 or 9. So C, I think, literally only goes in like that or like that. Do I have any guidance about which of those it is? Okay, so if I do this, do I create an impossible... I create a corner down here, right? If I put it in like this, I create, again, the problem I'm trying to solve, and this time I can't even use K to get me out of it. So, right, so I have to take C, and I have to put it here. Okay, and this piece actually is C. Okay, and this is a region, and there's a 4 here. And we can cross... Oops. Off this one. Region not there? What? Oh, I just put the 4 in the wrong place. I thought people were saying I put this in the wrong place. Okay, I don't know why I copied the 4 into a wrong place, into a random place. Okay, so region dense. Boop, 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 boop. The last one is very low energy, so Zach is very excited to do a bigger dance this time. Do for the region. Ha ha! Da 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 da! Go Zach! Go Zach! Go Zach! Woo! Go Zach! We're just waiting for Zach to accidentally knock over my drink, but it hasn't happened yet. But we will see. Okay, so now we have to decide what on earth we're doing with our 4 corners that we now have. So B can get rid of one of them. Like, for example, like that would be kind of cool. But these corners are a little cleaner. Is this really difficulty 5? All right, so maybe I should ask myself, what pieces can even plausibly go on the right-hand side? Maybe not. I retract that question. Is it the top? And this 4 does literally nothing, right? This 4, I think this 4 does literally nothing. Hello?
Can you go to be right back for 2
seconds?
Oh,
1 second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, did chat solve it while I was discussing TV stands? Good night, Nicholas. You can look forward to seeing more of this puzzle when you come back next stream. But yeah, we do need to fill these 4 cells. How are we filling these 4 cells? N would be acceptable. M would be acceptable. I don't think B actually works here, right? Let me just quickly confirm for myself that if I put a B here, this becomes... Yeah, if I try and put B here, this becomes a nightmare. Like, I can't... I don't have pieces this shape. Oh, M doesn't work due to the 4. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, so I can't actually put M here. Okay, so what can go here? Let's make a complete list. So theoretically, okay, A can't, because if I try and put A here, I create a corner which is going to require another 3. That's not going to work. I can't put B there. I can't put D there just for Sudoku reasons. I could put E, I believe. Although if I do, I now create another corner-looking thing, but maybe that's okay. F. Do I have anything this shape? I don't have anything that shape, right? Yeah, I'm just double checking. I don't think F works because I don't think I have any. I don't think I have literally 0 pieces that would fit there. Okay. Okay, so I think E kind of, although E is going to break immediately because it's going to create another corner that only K, I think, can fill. So then we've got stuff like G. Well, that's definitely not going to work. So G is right out. We've got stuff like J. That seems plausible, actually. So I think J is okay. K is super bad. Oh, J, I see. J creates the corner again. Right. J does not work. Sorry. J again creates this corner that I can... And the reason why the corner is bad, again, if you're joining us, is because if I want to put something in this corner, it has to be a digit 3, just by the way the pieces are designed. So I can't do J. Yeah, K breaks, and so I think I might be left with only N. And we're sure that something like E here... Yeah, E here doesn't work because I create the corner again. So yeah, I think everything but N breaks. I think that sounds correct. Okay, so this is now N, which places a 9 and a 6 into there. So that is N. I believe with 60% certitude that this is correct. Okay, so now what can possibly go here? Not E anymore, because of Sudoku. Okay, maybe I should ask what joins N. Maybe that is the correct question. So this needs a quadrilateral to join it. Or sorry, not a quadrilateral. It needs a tetromino to join it. It's not Q. It could be M. or I, or it's not H, but it could be F, could be A, and it could join in a whole lot of places. Very unfortunate for all of us. Now, I do know, actually, by Sudoku, one of these two is a 6 or a 9, which is interesting to note. I don't know if it does anything. Well, one thing it does is it guarantees me that G is not the piece that goes here. So, although G was never going to go there because it isolates a cell anyway. This is sure looking kind of B-shaped, don't you think? That looks kind of B-shaped. I think so. We also know one of these two cells is a 4. Row 3, column 8. Does this need to be a 3? Or is there a way out of it being a 3? If I do something like make it R, then I think I can get out of it being a 3, but then I run into this problem then that becomes the 3. Oh, and then I've isolated this piece. Or M? Oh, M actually looks... Let's see, I'd have to do M there, and then I would have to do... Oh, and then I don't have a piece for here anymore. This now, this area now has become undoable, right? Oh, no, I guess I could do then a tetromino coming down here. It seems to create more corners. But yeah, I guess if I put M here, yeah, then I create the most classic possible corner problem. Okay, so what piece can I put here then? Because I have to put something there. I guess I just put a piece that has a 3 there, right? Maybe Hawila is correct, yeah. Everything other than D and Q, yeah, my pieces that I sort of started with create issues, right? Okay, so that means these are all part of something, and this digit is a 3. Oh, and I need to turn off the auto check. I don't think I'm on the latest version. I'm sure that Sven has fixed jigsaw puzzles. Oh, what about B? Maybe we did not sufficiently justify B. If B sits here... Oops. B goes like that, and that. That actually looks really nice. I think B actually does fit, because then I would put F up here and finish off this region. And I think that would be a very reasonable approximation. Yeah, B looks very plausible. So maybe... Can I say something about where P has to go? Because if I put a P in the grid anywhere, if these two cells are connected, I have created a corner, right? Or do I need to have, like, these 3 cells connected for it to be a corner? No, it's if these 2 cells are connected, I've created a corner, I think. Oh, let's see. Jay says we can't actually put a 3 here. What would go in row 4, column 9? Isn't 4 and 9 just... I'm confused. Draw the L again. What L am I drawing? If what? What? Chat is completely in sync of something that I have just lost. Put the... Okay, if we put that in row 3... Okay, so... Okay. So I believe... Oops. I believe chat, if I understand, is attempting to argue that this breaks. If I put a piece of this shape here. What will take row 4, column 9? Okay, so we put this here. Then the question is, what's going to take this cell if I do that? And the answer is nothing, right? We have absolutely nothing that will fit this shape. Yeah, nothing points up at the top right. Okay, so we actually... It can be M? No, it can't. No, we're talking about specifically the case that this was one of the pieces where this was a 3. So that rules out this from being D or Q or H, wherever H is. I've lost it, or H. And so M we ruled out separately. M can't go here because M creates the corner over here that we don't like. So I think that actually only leaves B. Are we in agreement that this only leaves B? I think it only leaves B. Okay. And so B is its own region. And so now there's tons of things that go over here, right? Anything with 3 on the right. Oh, maybe not tons. Maybe it's actually not very much that goes over here. Yeah, what actually does go over here now? Because it can't be something with a 3. Oh, there's an 8. Thank you. I just didn't see the 8 in the B. We cross out B. And yes, we can mark it with a B. Oops. Maybe. Okay. This shape now, oh no, I guess there's a couple ways this could bend. Let's see. If this is one of those triominoes, what grabs this cell now? I think that doesn't work. I think if I make this one of the triominoes, I think I create a corner that is unresolvable. So I think this has to be the tetramino. I think this has to be F. Do we agree this has to be F? I think this shape has to be F. D could take that corner. Oh, yeah, okay, so if this is this, then D could come in here and grab... Maybe that is actually okay. Okay, what about this corner? What's grabbing here? Okay, so I could do something like P and then K. Okay, so that's one option, is some pentamino like this and then the L. I don't have any way of making all of these the same region. Well, P plus K is 10 cells, but they don't have to be in the same region. This could be P, this could be K, and P could escape out that way. I can have two pentominoes together. They just can't be part of the same region. But there's no reason the two pieces we're putting in to fill in this column have to be part of the same region. So yeah, if I try to put M here, it creates this 2x2, which is maybe, yeah, and I can't use D here because there's a 3 already. So I create this 2x2, which is, I think, death. I can't put D in the corner because D has a 3 in its top right, Jay. So I can't use a D, as much as that would be cool, but I can't because of that. So yeah, so I think that this is a P or J with a K beneath it. I think that sounds right to me. Because we only have one 3-cell piece that's shaped like this, Afraid Not, and it has a 3 at the top right. Let's see. Ben would like me to mark that row 7, column 9 is only one of these bajillion things. But I think row 7, column 9 is actually only J or P. I think this looks like this. I think it's P or J. And then I think we have a K underneath it that's in a different region. Why not R? Which one is R? If I put an R here, it creates a 2x2 underneath it. Okay, yeah, so we're going to put the J or P here. Oops, sorry. So that we can point out that there is definitely a 7 in one of these two cells and an 8 in one of these two cells. And then the K comes with a 5, and I should actually mark the K. So K on here. And so we can X out the K. Hey, Chili, how are you doing? Okay, and so now several people in chat are saying that the J or P... Yeah, I was actually thinking that, Playmaker. Imagine setting this puzzle. That sounds like a nightmare. Okay, what am I joining with this? Because this piece oops. This piece has to get out. It's not done yet. So there's definitely a region boundary there. But the thing that goes here, I think, can only be M. It needs to be a tetromino. Q doesn't fit. I doesn't fit. H doesn't fit. F technically fits. But the reason why F doesn't work is because F has a 7 and this already has a 7, and A doesn't fit. So M goes here. So this is M. So we can go ahead and fill in that this is M, and M has a few given digits in it. So M has a 5 and a 4 that we get to enjoy. And then we get to X out M. Okay. Now K needs to be joined by a tetromino. And I think if K is joined by this tetromino, are we in trouble? Because we now have a 2x2 here again. Maybe that's okay now, because this 2x2 isn't under a 3. Okay. Five in B is almost restricted. Actually, 5 in column 9 is placed, isn't it? No, sorry. 5 in column 9. No, sorry. Never mind. J or P. Where are we putting J? J can't go over here. Q or H for K. Yeah, Q or... J or P would work under the Q or H. Got it. I mean, I guess there aren't really all that many options. I'm never doing F there, but I think I could do, like, F there. I was originally Playmaker thinking I could eliminate this, but I think almost certainly it has to be one of these shapes. I don't think it has a choice. Can't be A or I. Yeah, A won't fit. I won't fit. D would work with F. Which one is F? D would work. Yeah, so if I do F down here, then I could sort of start to D my way out of here. Let's see, G. I don't understand the claim. What about the given 5? Oh, is it if I put it... The 5 would go here, right? No, the 5 would go here. Okay, right. So yeah, so if I put... That's a beautiful observation. If I try and extend K by putting this piece here, the F piece, then if I try and get out here, the only way I can get out is with D, except that would put a second 5 there, which does not work. If I try and put this 1 higher, then I isolate this piece. If I try and put this 2 higher, then I create this... then I create this corner, and this corner now can only be filled with D, except now it breaks. So, in fact, actually, I think K literally only extends with one of these shapes. That's either H... It's either this shape or this shape. H or Q. Oh, sorry, we don't even have that shape. I don't know why I was even speculating. Sorry, we don't even have this shape. I don't know why I was speculating that it could be that shape. It sure could be if we had one, but we don't even have one. So yeah, so this is H or Q. It's that shape. That finishes this region. So that's the second of H and Q, because we have the other of H and Q up here. Means this is a 3, this is a 6 or a 9, and we have an HQ pair, so we can go ahead and cross those out. So this cell is not 6 or 9, because it sees a 6-9 pair. Okay, so let's do a little bit of Sudoku. So there's definitely a 4 here in red, because red needs a Sudoku. Or sorry, red needs a 4 by Sudoku. So now one of these two cells has to be a 4. Good point, AFK. Can row 3, column 6 be anything but F? There was some contemplation on if we could somehow sneak our way out by using an L or an R. So something like that, followed by a D here, which I think puts the 5 and the 3 in a place that is okay. I think it's okay to do the tetrominoes there, but I could be wrong. Yeah, we know there's a 6 or 9 in one of these two. I think that's going to be very relevant, but I don't know a good way to notate it. I guess I could corner mark these 3 cells as 6, 9. That's probably the smart way to do it. D or JP here, is that what we're saying? If I do JP here, do I create a really ugly corner? No, it's the wrong kind of corner. The lower left corner is fine, I think. Sorry, lower right corner. G. G is interesting because of the 6 and 9. Certainly going to create a restriction. I really want to put O here. Oops. Let's see, if J or P were here, it forces an 8 somewhere. Row 7, column 5. Let's see. Have I learned anything about I guess the thing I think is that this is almost certainly going to join to F here, but we haven't yet fully locked in that this has to be F. Definitely the initial reaction to this puzzle was, whoa. Because of the fact that we have 7s and 8s here. So yeah, so if I put another one here, if I put the other JP there, then I'm going to rule 7s out of all of these cells. And I'm going to need to put a 7 down in one of these two, but I'm also going to rule 8s out of all of these cells and put an 8 in one of these two. Do I need to think about what can go here? Do I still have lots of options? It seems like I still have lots of options. Even G, I think, still fits there. No, it doesn't. G doesn't actually fit there. Okay, so where does the 6 in G go? So the 6 in G can't go in column 1 because that would put a 9 in column 2. The 6 in G can't go in column 3. And now G is 3 wide, so G just can't fit anywhere else. So G is definitely starting in column 2. I agree with that assessment. Yeah, I also feel like O has to go down their ranks. I'm uncertain how to prove it, but yeah, it can't start here because it creates a problem. So it's there. That doesn't work. There. That's possible. Maybe that's possible. Maybe that's not possible, actually. I don't really like what that does to this lower portion. Is there any... Oh, but this could get filled with that plethora of 3x3s. This creates an unfillable problem. And then that. No, that doesn't... Oh, no, that does work. That works with something over there. Okay, so let's go through this again carefully. Okay, so G cannot do that. Okay, I'm going to X this as we do it. G cannot start here. What about here? Does that create a problem? That looks maybe okay. This is just immediately broken because it isolates that cell. This would force something awfully specific through here, but I think it's okay. This let's see, do I have this shape L? This is the shape L I don't have, right? Nothing fits there, so I think that's not possible. And then I have this. So I think there are 3 places. The G obviously can't start lower than that. So I think there are 3 places that G can plausibly go. But this looks plausible. This looks plausible, I think. And this... this, I want to count the number of cells that are isolated up here. And see if I've maybe... This looks plausible, though, unfortunately. Maybe this is the area where things go wrong. Because I'd need to fit something into this corner that would need to wrap around G. Is that not possible? Yeah, R then A under seems plausible. Yeah, the X is open. So yeah, I think all of those are plausible. But let's look at the top left corner. That's probably more restricted. Let's see. Could this be A? I don't think I immediately see why not. Not B, C. It's certainly not D. Could this be E? No, it could not be E. Okay, so I'm going to just write in all the letters of things that could possibly go here. So I think it could be A. It can't be B, C, D. Can't be E because of Sudoku. Can't be F because of geometry. Can't be G because of Sudoku. Can't be H because we've used it. I think it could be I. Let's see. I think it could be J. And then let's see. Where is K? Can't be K because we've used it. I think annoyingly it could be L. I think that's the one I least like. It's not M. It's not N. Oh, no. It can't be O. O would isolate this piece. I think it could be P. Can't be Q, and it could be R. Okay, so there's lots of possibilities, I suppose. So yeah, this is restricted-ish, but not as much. Okay, so the shapes that I could put here are that one, because a lot of these are the same shape. A and I are the same shape. They both look like that. Okay, so that's A and I. J and P would both look like this. So I think one place that O could go is here, if this looks like that. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, there's a bunch of different shapes, and I think, unfortunately, the only commonality they have is the obvious one, which is that these two are connected. All of them contain one of these two, right? So they all either touch that cell or touch this cell. Yeah, and L and R are the ones that look like that. Let's see. If I put L or R here, is there a way that I can make G work here? That looks like that might have the wrong number of cells isolated, but I'm going to admit I really don't want to count it. Okay, so Andrew says that this has to be F, which is what I have wanted it to be the whole time. And Andrew's reasoning is that if I put a 3-cell tetromino here, then I need to, of course, finish this with 2 3-cell tetrominos, because I'm not finishing it with O. So one of them is going to have to go there. And Andrew claims now N is unfinishable, because N needs to finish with one of these tetrominos. That's actually interesting to think about. Okay, so yeah, so N needs to finish with... well, why couldn't N just finish over here with, like, that shape? The third tetromino is forced 2. Would be that one. And so now that makes clear this doesn't work. No? Wrong shape. Oh, it's because it looks like that. Right. It can't go up here like this, so it would have to go like that exactly. Okay. So if this... Okay, so let me recap here. If this is a tetromino, it actually forces my region of tetrominos to look exactly like this, which now has the problem that if you look at my remaining tetrominos, none of them work to finish N, because they either look like this, where they're an L, or it's this 4 shape. So I agree. So so this can't be a tetromino. It has to be F. So we're going to draw that in. It's going to be F, which is going to put in a 7 and a 2. Notably, we don't yet know that this region joins this region, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we know that it finishes the region. I think we just know that it goes there. So we can X this out. But then the question is, okay, so if F doesn't join N, what does F join? And so I don't think, I don't think there's any way we're putting any of the pentominoes over here, right? We're certainly not getting F to touch G, because G, remember, this is the highest G can go. That doesn't touch F. And then J would have to do something like that, which would isolate the cell, and J and P are the same shape. So yeah, so F does actually join N. Oops. So this is a region. So that was an excellent point to Euro there. Now, can G go at the top? So now the question is, can G still get away with doing that? Which would force that and that. So I think if G goes here, I think this forces this to be a triomino. I don't think anything else fits. And so this would have to be like R or something, and then D, and then now I've got this giant line that there's no way I can fill. So I believe G can't go here anymore, but I am willing to be disputed. But I think we have now ruled out. I think now this is not a possible starting point for G. So now G needs to start here, looking like that, or start here, looking like that. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so now Ben wants us to look at Ben wants us to look at geometry. Let's see. Playmaker wants us to ask where you could place 8 in columns 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so we've got A7, 8 here. Sorry, we've got N8 here. We've got no 8s here. I'm not sure. Is 4 placed in column 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 can't go here or here. It's not one of those two. It's not one of those two. It's not. I think 4 is placed in column 6. Yeah, I think this is a 4. So therefore, that's not a 4. That was stellar, as usual for more crabs. Okay, so the G thing that people want to look at is where are we fitting O in the world where this is G. So if we try and fit O down here, we certainly run into problems. If we try and fit O down here, we certainly run into problems. And so we probably end up needing to put O up here Except we've already used M, so we can't reuse M. Maybe like up here even. That isolates that cell. Okay, that is hard to visualize. Okay, if I put G down here, where is O going? And so then I think the answer is a pretty emphatic here, right? I don't know. This feels a little too look-aheady to me to try and like place multiple pieces in the same at the same time and guess how it works out, but admittedly the geometry of this puzzle has required a lot of look ahead, but let's see. SPQ asks row 6, column 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, column 5. 2, 3, 4. Okay, this cell. What piece takes it? And so SPQ claims E, L, or R are the only things left that can take it. So let's see. Anything else that could plausibly take this cell? So G, we've argued, cannot, because G is over here. O would... O can't take it because it would put a 5 there, hilariously. So O absolutely cannot take this cell because of Sudoku. And now we have exhausted the list. So yes, so this is an E, L, or R. And it's probably an E, L, or R with an O here is the most natural thing. Okay, I'm going to try and look at Playmaker's 8 count. So I'm confused about what the goal of the 8 count is, but I'm going to try and understand. 1 8 would be in the top right region. I'm not sure. Would be if what? I think I missed a hypothetical here. It would lie in row 9 in the K region. So if this is not an 8 or is an 8 or whatever. So are we like debating whether this is an 8 or not? Row 8, 9, column 5. Oh, this piece down here. Okay. So okay, so 1 8 in these columns is definitely here. None of these are 8s. This certainly isn't an 8. Oh, this is only one region. So yeah, so we need 3 8s. So there has to be an 8 in K somewhere, is the point of all of this. And also, there has to be an 8. So the point is this digit is an 8. Row 1, column 1 is an 8. Is that the point? No, that's not true. Sorry, don't listen to me. But one of these is an 8. I think. If K has an 8, then it's in row 9. Why can't it be here? Yeah, I don't see why this can't be an 8. Of pointing 8s marked. Well, I have pointing 8s marked in this row. But what about here? There's nothing pointing here. I feel like there's nothing telling me this can't be an 8. Yeah, the K, I think, can be an 8. So the 8 is in one of 3 spots in K. Yeah, I was a little worried about these, but people seemed happy with me marking the letter that I was using in various places. which seems like it's going to be useful. For example, when I come to disambiguate this H and this Q, for example. But yeah, we can delete those as we learn more Sudoku-logically about the grid. The logic about G rules JP out from this position. Okay, so we are debating, could this be a J or P? And so and I think the point that J makes is actually G is only in one of these two places, and if G is here, starting, it intersects that, and if G is here, it intersects that. So actually, if we're right about G always intersects a P pentomino here. So this is not J or P. So if this is not J or P, what is it? So I want it to be that D has to go here. But I want to be careful. So first of all, if I put an E, L, or R here, then I think we're screwed as far as this cell. I think this cell becomes impossible, right? So that's not going to happen. So then what else could possibly go here? And I think literally the only thing is D. So I think this is a D. And so I think that's a 5. That's a 3. This is a D. And so now O has to touch. No, O can't touch this. Or sorry, O can't join this. Yeah, I don't know about the G in column 2 deduction. I have no idea if it is intended or not. I can X out D. Excellent. 3 and 5 in NF can be placed. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so these are not 3 or 5. These are not, that's not 3. Okay, so none of these are 3, so that's, so one of these, and that's not 3, so that's 3. Those aren't 5, these aren't 5, so that's 5. Okay, do I delete the N and the F now, or do I try and persevere with the N and the F? I kind of want to get rid of these letters and just write in the corner what they are. Oops. Okay, so this is an N. Let's delete that, and then let's corner mark in an N. This is an F. Let's delete that and then corner mark in an F. This is a B. We'll delete that and then corner mark in a B. Let's see. M. K. D. Okay. That will maybe make reading this a little bit easier as we start to think about Sudoku. O has to take row 4, column 5 now. Yeah, I mean, it has looked for a long time like this is where O had to go. But let's see. So, yeah, and O can't join up with this. So this is, for sure, the string of 3 touching yellows. 5 in column 9. Let's see. Let's do the Sudoku. Okay, so none of these are 5. So one of these is 5. Yeah, one of these is 5 for the column. And so we're going to try and now place 5 in column 7. It's not going to be there or there or there. So 5 in column 7 is going to be there. Thank you, more crabs. Row 1, column 5, and row 7, column 5. Both need to be in column 6. They need to be 2, 7. Or they need to be 6, 7. ERL cannot be a region. Because if ERL were a region, we would have to put D with O, and we're not allowed to put D with O. Let's see. Well, D has to connect to 2 yellows. But I don't yet know how. I sort of suspect it amounts to arguing that O can't go anywhere but here. Joining with that, which would be great. But I would like to do it without doing that if possible. So again, sorry, G is either here looking like that, or G is here looking like that. Okay, let's see. So the claim is if D looks like this, sorry, not if D. If G looks like this, then yellow can't finish. I mean, I don't see why not. Go yellow, yellow, and yellow. Unless is the point that now yellow is forced to look like this and there's nothing that can go exactly here? I'm sure looking at it, and I don't see anything that could go there. So that actually is plausible. Okay. So yeah, so if the pentomino that's shaped like this, the W pentomino, if it sits there, then now this yellow has to continue, and so the only way for it to continue is for it to continue with 3 yellows, which would have to look like this, because again, if it did that, that's isolating these cells. So it would have to look exactly like that. And the point is, there is no shape left that can fill this space. So this is not where G lives. This is where G lives. If I... hopefully. Does chat like that? 6 and 9. So now there has to be a yellow piece here. I'm going to just connect these like that, because I don't think these are going to be a region. I think this is now going to have to be... Sorry. I will successfully X out the G eventually. I think this now has to be an I or A, right? There's nothing else that would fit here. Oh, technically the last size 3 piece cannot fit here, because the last size 3 piece, if it fit here, would need to connect to O, and it can't. So yeah, so this is going to need to be a blue L. And then and now I kind of want to argue that these have to be the same region, but that sounds painful. Yeah, so if this doesn't merge with G, it needs to merge with another pentomino, but the only pentominoes left are P and J, which would have to look exactly like this and would now isolate this region. So these are a region. Thank you, chat, for confirming that for me. Okay. Now, is this now forced? What else could go here? I admit I've never understood what is going on with the April J thing that chat is talking about. Well, I mean, the most natural place to place O has always been here, hasn't it? Is now this... I thought we argued I can't place O. Yeah, I can't place O here. This is the April J piece. Unfortunately, this is only A or I, so A and I are both left. P is left. J is left. L is probably still left. So the claim is now move around O until you figure it out. Okay, so O can't be anywhere starting in this column. So O starts at least at column 2. But O can't start in column 2 here or anywhere lower. So O needs to start in column 3, but once O does start in column 3, it only goes there. So we now officially have O. And so now we don't know what the region for O is yet. We just know that this is O. So that's a 5. Yep, so O just... It is quite possible at this point to just look at all the places that O could go. Yep, and so O might join a yellow piece here. Who knows? But that's O, so we can cross off O. We've used A, J, or P, right? Yes, we've used A, J, or P. So we now need just one more J or P. It can't go here. Let's see. Could it go here? No, because that would... it would need to connect to a size 4 region, and it can't. It can't go here, so it has to go here. So this is our last JP. This is the other of J and P. This is definitely a region border. I can get rid of this horrible pencil marking, as well as this line. So J or P has to go here. This is J or P, which means that, yes, there's a 7 in one of these two cells, and there's an 8 in one of these two cells. The other AI. Yes, the other AI now can only go here because literally it can only go there. I don't think there's anything more to say about it. And now that's the last blue piece, so it has to join with my 5 piece here. And so this is now a yellow piece that looks like this. And I don't know exactly what the regions look like yet. So let's note again, these are both A or I. Yeah, the division of the yellow pieces is still unclear. I know that these have to go into a single region, so I can join those up. And I have to keep in mind that A and I have a 1 and a 2 that I have to figure out where they go. And then E and L and R still have some digits that I have to look at. Yeah, so now is probably a good time to un-X all of the pieces so that we can look at them. Boop, boop, boop. I will eventually click the correct things. Just give it time. Eventually. We're unxing them all so we can see what digits there are left. My unxing is not going well. You can see. Okay. So we can solve this almost irregular. Okay. So 5 needs to go here. The thing I want to keep in mind is 1 and 2 are both in this column somewhere. Did you see that this solve was dedicated to you, woofers, for voting for it? Okay, let's see. Carl says 2 in row 8. Joins the 8 in column 8 and 9, and then row 8, column 7 is 1, because 1 and 2 in A and I. I apologize, I don't think I can parse that at all. That is too many words that I think I cannot quite make out. But I can fill in the candidates here. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. These are not 7. This is not 1 or 2, owing to the A and I. So this is 7 or 8, and it's not 8, owing to that. So this is a 7. Okay, I think that is the point I was supposed to take out of all of that. So these aren't 7. That's not 8. The 2 looks down. This 2 looks down. So it says that's a 1. So these aren't 1. So these are 2 and 8. Okay. 7 in column 1 looks up. Okay, so that's going to fix the 7 and the 8. Which is then going to bounce over and fix the 7 and the 8 here, which is going to make that a 2. Resolving that this was the P and this was the J. We don't quite have our regions yet, so we're not quite in standard irregular territory, but we're almost in standard irregular territory. 2 in column 6. Not there. Oh, yeah, 2 in column 6. Yep, 2 is a hidden single in column 6, so that's a 2. I agree. Good catch, Matthew. Let's see. 3 in row 6, column 8. Just because where is 3 in this region? Yep, 3 in this region can only go here by Sudoku. So let's see, what's left in this region? Let's write it out. This region still needs a 1, a 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. That's too many digits. What did I screw up? Oh, we've got a 2 already. 1, 6, 9. So these are 1, 6, 9. So one of these two is a 1. So this is not a 1. This is a 6 or a 9. So that's not a 6 or a 9. So if you remember our pencil marks from 75 hours ago, this is a 6 or a 9 because we've got a 6, 9 pair in the column. This is the other 6, 9 for that region. Okay, so so where is 8 in column 8, asks Ben. Not in a region with an 8, not in any of these other places, so that is an 8. Very good. So now I should probably ask where 8 is in row 2, and so 8 in row 2 now I believe can only go... Oh no, it can go 2 places, can't it? Never mind. Oh, but where is 8 in this region? Maybe that's the question. 8 in this region is not in any of those places, and it's not in any of those places. So 8 in this region is here. Let's see. This region is only a pair left. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 1, 7 left. It's resolved by this 7. So that's a 1 and that's a 7. So this row, if I write it out, it is missing a 1. We've got a 2, 3. We need a 4. And then we've got a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 1, 4 left. This is also a 1 or a 4 to finish off the region, if I did my Sudoku correctly. These digits are a 1 and a 2. No, not a 2. A 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7 and an 8, and we need a 9. So these are 1, 6, and 9. I don't know where they are yet, but that gives us some insight that the 2 has to come over here, because the 2 is not one of these. So the 2 is over here. With chat's help, this is a 2, 4, 5 triple. So that means this is just a pair. This is a 3, 7 pair, I believe. Remember the 1 in column 1. There's a 1 in one of these. That's the point, because I don't know which of these is A and which of them is J, but whichever it is, it has a 1 in it. So good point to Carl, Gary, and Matthew. This is a 4, and that's a 1. So we actually know that. Let's see. Now, this row has a 1, it needs a 2, got a 3, 4, 5, needs a 6, got a 7 and 8, needs a 9, so these are 2, 6, or 9. This one can't be a 2 for the previously mentioned reasons, so this is a 2. So let's see. Again, I just want to remember, one of these 3 cells is a 2. Just by that. I don't know which. One of these 3 cells is a 9. Do I know which? No. I don't think I know anything yet. let's see. This cell, I am told, is a naked single. Yes, it is. It is even just from the column alone. It is a naked single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is a 7. Let's see. So what is left in this region? Can I get some grape, please?
Yeah. Give me just.
Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5,
Hi, Chad.
6, 7, 8, 9. That's not too many. That's the right number of cells. Let's see. But these aren't 2 because there's a 2 in the column. Chat says, hi, Tristan. This is not an 8 because there's an 8 in the column. Let's see. 2 is placed in that region. Yes, 2 is here because there's a 6, 8, 9 triple in the region, so that's a 2. Let's see. Does that 2 interfere with any of the places that were supposed to be 2 in any of these things? No. Let's see. Let's see. This region needs a 5, so it has to go in one of these 2 cells, which may or may not be useful. Let's see. Ken says row 3, column 5 is resolved. Yes, it is, because that 1 tells me that this is a 4, because it's the same region. Let's see. These are a 1. We've got a 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6 and a 9. Okay. Okay. This cell. Okay, that could be anything. Okay, that could be a 9 if this is an E. This is where I don't really know anything yet. 3 in row 3 I'm being asked about. So let's just pencil mark row 3, and then we'll know where 3 goes. So we need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. Why is there so many? I did not do that correctly again. What did I put that I was not supposed to put? 5. There's already a 5 in the row. 1, 3, 6, 9. Okay, this is not 1 or 3. So this is 3. Is the point. Okay, so that's a 3. Okay, did we finally do it yet? No, we have not yet done it, because we still don't know which of I and J this is. 1 is placed in row 3. 1 is placed in row 3 because there's a 6, 9 pair, so that's a 1. These aren't 1. Oops. These aren't 1. Thank you, honey.
You're welcome.
Okay. 3 in column 1. 3 in column 1 needs to go here, and that resolves it. Nicely done, Garion. So 3 in column 1 can't repeat in this region, can't go here by Sudoku, so it goes here, which means this little region is not I, it is A, which means that's a 1 and that's a 5. The bet cell was a 5. Sorry for picking a bad bet cell. This I, this is now I, so that's a 2. So these digits are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there a 5, 6, 9? That one's not a 5, so that one is a 5. Let's see. Okay, so what are these 3 digits to finish off this region? They are a 2. We've got a 3. We need a 4. We got a 5, 6, 7, and we need an 8. So these are 2, 4, 8. That one's not a 2, at least. That is the tiniest deduction. But that 2, 4, 8 rules 8 out of this, which makes this a 6, 9 pair, which makes that a 1. for whatever it's worth. Let's see, that 1 looks up to these two cells and says that's not a 1, that's not a 1. So that's beautiful. So that 6-9 pair in purple tells us that this is not connected to purple. So this is connected to purple, and we finally, I think, are almost at the point where we can call this an irregular Sudoku. But that was an awesome flourish there to finish the regions by that sort of Sudoku logical thing. Okay. So now this is a 6 or a 9. I don't think that immediately helps me. These two cells are 3. We need a 4. We got a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. These are from those. That's not a 6 or a 9. That's a 4 or an 8. There's actually a 4-8 pair in the column. I'll look at that in a second. I think I know diddly squat about this one approximately. Okay, so we'll look at the column that I tried not to look at. So we've got a 4-8 pair in the column. So we still need a 1. We've got a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4, 5, 6. We need a 7, and we've got an 8 and a 9. So these are a 1, 3, 7, I believe. Do I know literally anything about this one? I know that one's not a 3. So let's see. If this is a 1, 3, or 7, this is not an E. Let's see. So this is L or R. If this is if this is R, it has a 2 here. And if it's L, it has an 8 here. I think both of which are fine. Let's see. But yeah, this is never E, so it is L or R. Yes, I can remove the lines. Well, not yet. I can't remove the lines until I have sorted out which of these is which. Then I can remove the lines. I can remove these lines. Chat has sorted out which of these is which, but I have not figured out which it is yet. Purple already has 2. Okay, so purple has 2, so this is not R. And purple already has 9, so it's not E. Okay, so this is L, so that's an 8. This is not an 8. This is an L. Okay, so now these two are, if they're not L, they are an R and an E. So one of these two is a 9. And one of these two is a 2. But that one's not a 2. So this has to be the one that's a 2, which means that has to be the one that's the 9. So now this is a 6. That's a 9 and a 6. And so now I think we have finally uncovered which of these is which, because this is now R, this is L, and this is E. And so now I can get rid of all the lines. Oops. No, not that. You stay. No, you go. Shantae, you stay. Let's see. Okay. So there's a 9 in this row already, so that's a 6. That's an 8. That 6 bounces up and grabs that 9, and that 6, and that 9, which grabs that 6, which grabs that 9 and that 6, which grabs that 1, that 9. That 1 is going to bounce over here and say that's a 1. Let's see. This is not a 2 anymore. So this is a 4-8 pair. That's a 2. Please don't break the puzzle now. That 9 gives us a 6 and a 9. Let's see. This region, this gigantic region, what is it missing? It already has it's not missing a 1. So that's a 7 and a 3 and a 1. This is a 4 or an 8, but it's not a 4, so it's an 8 and a 4. And an 8 and a 4. This column, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7, so that's a 3 and a 7. Let's see. This region's only missing one digit, which is 3, 4. I think it's a 4. This is a 4 and a 5, so that's a 2. This region's only missing one digit. I guess the column's only missing one digit. I think it's a 1. 2, 4. That's going to be a 5. That's going to be a 4. And I think we did it. Whew! What a puzzle. What a puzzle. Very nice. Okay, I really loved that. Gonna be honest, I don't want to do it again, but I really loved doing it once. That was a very sweet puzzle. Yes, great vote, Wolfers. Well picked. I might have been too afraid to do this one without it being voted for. But yeah, wow, what a puzzle. And did definitely feel like a jigsaw puzzle, which was definitely, I think, the overall idea. I think you probably with, say, variants or whatever, could make puzzle pieces that fit together and make this into a not high 5 difficulty puzzle. That was definitely difficult and required a lot of, like, very careful sort of reasoning. I think if you were to put, say, black dots in here or whatever, you might be able to make it so it's a little easier to identify, which is not, by the way, not a criticism of this puzzle. I think this puzzle was a beautiful, very elegant execution of this. But if you wanted to make a version of this puzzle that was 3 out of 5 difficulty, I think you could do it if you didn't stick to classic stuff. I think you could throw some variants in there or whatever. Yes, I would not want to do this puzzle alone. With a cooperative solve, we managed to do it in just about 2 hours. Yeah, I loved that the break-in was noticing that every digit that could, or every piece that could go here was a 3, and then having to worry about creating more corners over here and over here. The way the jigsaw theme was used and carried through the solve as being a really important thing, like the setting on this is just amazing. Also, I feel like it's been a while since Simon has broken his record for his longest solve ever, so maybe I should suggest that he do this puzzle, because I think this puzzle would probably break the record for longest Simon solve ever if he did it. I'm going to guess. I might be wrong. But oh baby, that was a cool puzzle. And I am so glad that it did not break at the very end. But anyway, I'm going to take a quick break, and then I will be back with some other puzzle. I probably will not pick as the next puzzle a puzzle that looks like a million things. Tristan says it's disgusting outside. It's disgusting in the room I'm streaming from. I'm like about 1,000,000 degrees right now. We may have to attempt to figure out how to filter out fan noises so I can have a fan. But for the moment, I am trying to stick to normal none fans so that we don't have an audience. Yes, next puzzle can be a classic, so only Renban. Yeah, I think a nice palette cleanser. We haven't had a Renban on the stream in a while. Andrew's idea to upgrade from a fan to a windmill is a very good idea. Now I am just picturing Morbo saying, "Windmills do not work that way, human." Anyone who gets that reference, good job. All right. Alrighty. I will be right back. Zeta takes his shirt off for only fan solving stream. I really did not recognize the connection between fans and only fans, but I feel like there's something there. I think there's potential for demonetizing the channel. All right. I will be back very shortly, but I am going to stretch and consume a great deal of liquid, and we'll be back with some other sort of puzzle. See you shortly. Alrighty, I've consumed much liquid, and I have returned with a Playmaker puzzle. This is a Playmaker puzzle that uses Playmaker's parity lines. I think they're Playmakers originally. We did a Playmaker parity line puzzle on stream ages ago, which was Playmaker's ambiguity puzzle, which was like RPG or something, and was recently featured as the puzzle of the week for one of the puzzles while we were on vacation. But I wanted to do another one. And so these are, as was said by chat, they're parity Renban. And so each of these Renban, or each of these lines, I should say, I shouldn't really call them Renban, they're either all odd or all even. And they're a set of non-repeating consecutive digits with respect to parity. So these could, for example, be 1, 3, 5 in any order. That would be acceptable. And so we get to do coloring. We have killer cages that indicate the sum of these digits. And then we have white dots that indicate that these digits are consecutive. So that all works out. This 9 cage is immediately suspicious to me. So the 9 cage I don't think can be 2, 3, 4. So I think if this is 2, 3, 4, then this has to be odds. Oh no, it could be odds, but it would be 5, 7, 9 would be the only thing it could be, because there aren't enough evens left. But now if 7 and 9 are gone, we'll make that the bet cell. If 7 and 9 are gone, it breaks this 15, because it would need to be either 7, 8 or 6, 9. So this is not 2, 3, 4, which means it has a 1 in it. J40 says it elegantly. You need a high odd for the 15 cage. And this is our bet cell. So if you're not familiar, you can bet the number and you will win all of the riches if you successfully bet what digit it will be. And 157 would be an illegal parity Renban line because they're not contiguous. You would need like 357, 135, some variation thereof. I have no idea if this is where I was supposed to start, but whenever I see a 9 in 3 cells, I always ask if it can be 2, 3, 4, because I know otherwise it has to have a 1. So there is either a 7 or a 9 in here. If this were 1, 7... Sorry, if this were 6, 7, that doesn't work, right? So now, okay, sorry, 6, 7 doesn't even add to 15. Sorry, it's definitely not 6, 7. If this were 6, 9... Sorry, let's try 7, 8. I think if this is 7, 8, it breaks. So... No, if this is 7, 8, it's fine. If this is 7, 8, then this can be 1, 3, 5, and this can be 2, 4, 6. So 7, 8 is fine. Does 6, 9 break? If this is 6, 9, this can't be even. It would have to be odd. It would have to be 3, 5, 7. And 3, 5, 7 would leave 1, 2, 6 up. No, 1... Wait, what does it leave up here? Wait, what is this? How do I fill this now? It would have to be not 1, 2, 6, not 1, 3, 5. No, this just doesn't work. I don't think this works, right? If this is a 6, 9, I can't put evens on here. And so I have to put odds. The odds, however, would have to be 3, 5, 7. And now I don't think there's a way I can make this work, because this would have to be 1, 3, 5 or 1, 2, 6, and it can't be. So this just can't be 6, 9. this has to be 7, 8, and this is a 9. I'm going to bring in Zach to dance after chat agrees with me that the thing I just said is correct. That this being 6, 9 does indeed break the combination of the 9 cage and these things. I believe. Okay, Garion agrees. So we'll bring out Zach. And Zach will do the dance. Zach is also a bit hot. Penguins don't really like heat, so Zach is not really thrilled with it being 90 degrees, but he will digit dance for you anyway. Boop, 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 boop. Woo! Woo! There we go. There you go. Good job, Zach. Go have a fish. Okay. So now this has to now be 2, 4, 6. Because if it were odds, well, it can't be. There's 3 odds already accounted for. So this has to be 2, 4, 6, which now forces this 9 cage to be 1, 3, 5. And gives us an excuse to start coloring. As though we needed an excuse to start coloring, but we're going to color evens blue, because blue has an even number of letters, and odds orange because odds are orange. Good night, SPQ. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Good night, Jay Dyer, I feel like, is the one I'm supposed to be saying goodnight to. And then I think other people are saying goodnight to them. To her. I think we probably can work out the sound with it being hot. We just had not thought of it because it was 50 degrees here 2 days ago. And so it was not a thing that that seemed relevant at the time. So here's an interesting fact. Because these things are 3 digits that are 2 apart, this is 3 times something plus 4? No, I was going to say something ludicrous. I was going to claim this always... no, this always sums to a multiple of 3, is the correct thing for me to say. So this is always a multiple of 3, just like a regular length 3 Renban. This is a multiple of 3, so these two need to sum to a multiple of 3, but that's not really getting me anywhere. Let's see, so this is an odd and an even. So that's 3 odds, but that still leaves me enough for that. Wow, Tristan got that bot very quickly. I didn't even have time to ask it about details about the various things that it was offering. Okay. So, Carl is looking at this line and wondering what happens to the world in which this is even. So if this is even, then this has to be 1, 2, with this being 4, 6, 8. Because otherwise there's 2 evens on this black dot. If this black dot was not 1, 2, then there would be 2 evens on it, and that would be 5 evens in the box. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 8 would have to be this. And so the question is, can I make 14 with the complement of 1, 2, 4, 6, 8? Which would be 3, 5, oops. Which would be 3, 5, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 7, 9. Well, no, I can't make 14 with these, and having written it out makes it very clear why, which is that I've used all the evens, and if I use all the evens, any 3 digits I have left are odd. So yes, writing that out I feel a bit silly, because I could have just said, well, if this were even, it would use all the evens, and no matter what 3 digits I put here, they would be odd. So not even, it is odd. Okay, so this digit actually is only 7 or 9. I'm going to guess that was the smart thing that Ranks said, makes it a little easier, which is certainly true. So I was able to guess. Okay, so the 14 cage either has 2 odds and an even, or 3 evens. I guess I don't immediately know which. Let's see. Row 3, column 5 is odd, says More Crabs. If it's 8, it breaks the cell above it. Wait, row 3, column 5. Sorry, row 3, column 5 is odd. Okay, yes. Yes, this is odd. Thank you, More Crabs. If this is even, the only even digit it has left is 8. But then that would make this cell a 7 or a 9, and it can be neither. So this is odd. And now the nice thing is, because these are consecutive with an odd number, they're both even. Now, because these 2 digits add to 10, this digit is also even. So that's 3 evens in the column already. So we only get 1 more even in the column. If this line, so this, we get to play the same trick again. If this line was even, then that would be all the evens for the box. All of these digits would be odd, and the sum of 4 odd digits is even. So these aren't even, they're odd. So by Rank's trick from before that I did not pay attention to, or did not understand until much later, these are odd. So now, this cage must have an odd number of odds. It can only now have 1 odd and 3 evens. So that means this is odd. Or I suppose I could have used the fact that the sum of the outies needed to be even to do that. That would probably have been a more elegant way to phrase the same thing. It's 1 or 7 and can't be 7. Well, let's see. Read my whole thing. Okay. Oh, row 8, column 8 must be 1 mod 3. Or row 3, column 8. Let's see. This is a multiple of 3. The black dot sums to a multiple of 3. Right. Okay. So mod 3 thing. So the sum of all the digits in this box is 0 mod 3. So is the sum of those, and so is the sum of those. So the sum of these is 0 mod 3. So in order to make that work, this needs to be 1 mod 3. And so what are the numbers that are 1 mod 3 that are Sudoku numbers? 1, 4, and 7. Well, it's not 4 by the row, so it's 1 or 7, which means it's odd. This, by the way, this is entirely Rank's bit, by the way. I'm just explaining it. Now, if this was a 7, that would make this a 9 and immediately break. So it's not. It's a 1. So now, if this is a 1, then now I have to ask about, let's see, is this now... Let's see. So now this isn't a 1, which we already knew. So now the question is, where is the last odd? And so the last odd digit can't go in the 14 cage, because then that would make the 14 cage sum to an odd. So now the last odd digit is on the black dot, which means it's a 3, which means this is a 3, 6, which means this is a 5, 7, 9, and means that this is a 2, 4, 8 combination. So that's all blue. Thank you. Afraid Not pointed out that I should look at that. This isn't a 7. Oops, isn't a 7. Or is red. Take your pick. It's also not a 9, actually, if you look very closely. So it is a 5. No. That's the 5. So that's not a 5. The 2, 4, 6 looks down here, sees that that's an 8. Great spot to Andrew. It is Wednesday, and you will be happy to know some people were wanting to know why no one was putting hearts on the 6s and 9s that were hanging out together, Jessica. The 135 here. Chat told me that this was disambiguated, and I didn't see how, but that's how. The 135 triple there means that's a 6 and that's a 3. So that's orange and blue. Let's see. So we're doing all kinds of cool stuff. Okay, so okay, so these are odd because we have all the evens for the row. We'll do that. I don't suspect that that is going to be a very useful observation, but we're going to do it anyway. Okay, now how am I breaking into any of the rest of the grid? So if these are odd, no, that's not even quite there. So if this 12 is odds, it's 5 and 7. I guess maybe here's a different tack. If this is even, it's a 6. Is that a problem? I don't think so. Well, let's do this trick again. These sum to a multiple of 3. That's a multiple of 3. So these 4 sum to a multiple of 3. No, I don't think that that is actually useful. Okay, Garion says that this cell can only be a 3 or a 7. 5 would break the 10 cage. Let's see. If this is a 5... right. If this is a 5, that would need to be a 4-6 pair, except then the 10 cage is dead. So this is not a 5. It's not a 1. If it were a 9, that would be an 8, and that would be a 2. Why is that? Oh, sorry. This can't be an 8 because there's an 8 pair there, or 7-8 pair there. So this is only exactly as Garion says, a 3 or 7. Making this and this a 2, 4, 6, or 8. Haha. Also, 9 would put 2 8s in the column. Did you see that last puzzle we did? How much brain do you think I have left after that? Let's see. Let's see. So this is not 8. Let's see. Do the dots break if this is 4, 8? If this is 4, 8, then the only string of digits that I could do here would be 5, 6, 7, and it does break. Okay, this is the key. So this 12 cage, if it was 2 evens, the only way you get 12 as a sum of 2 evens is this 4, 8. Now this string would have to be... Oh no, it could be 1, 2, 3? It can't be 1, 2, 3, can it? This would have to be at least 4, 5, 6. That doesn't sound more than 21, but I bet if you examined it carefully, it would be. Darn it. It sounded so good, too. So actually, this 12 is either 4, 8 or 5, 7. And so either way, you actually force that these 3 digits are from 1, 2, 3, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. because if this is 4, 8, then this is 1, 2, 3. If this is 5, 7, now where is your string of 3 consecutive digits? Well, now it's from 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are always from 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this has a 1 and a 3 looking at it. So this is always a 2 or a 4. So these are always a 1 or a 3. What's wrong with 4, 8, and 5, 6, 7? Because the 6 would go under the 6. In 5, 6, 7. That was the thing I originally saw that made me think that this was going to be useful. And then it accidentally turned out to be useful. So now as many people in chat are screaming, this can't be a 4 because 4 is not between 1 and 3. And so we accidentally lock out the parity because of this 1, 3. And so we learn what everything is, or almost everything. So this is a 2, it's even, and so we get all of that. Okay. Well, the 4, 8 doesn't now break more cleanly. The 4, 8 only broke more cleanly because we already pre-noted that it would put a 6 there in the middle, if you did 5, 6, 7. Okay. So if this is even, it is 4 or 8. Good to know. Oh, let's see. Okay, Afraid Not says if I make this even, this can't be even, which I agree because it uses all the evens. But it also... I could just look at column 4. It can't be odd because there's now too many odds in column 4. So I don't even have to think about that part. I can just look at column 9 and go, there's 4 odds used. So these can't be odd, so they must be even. At which point now there's 3 evens in this column. So these can't be even anymore. So they're odd. And so they are not 4 or 8 anymore. And so they are 5, 7. This is 4 or 8. Let's see. There's definitely a 5 over here somewhere. But I don't know where. 4, 8 pair in box 6. Good point. Okay. Yes, we have a 4, 8 pair in box 6. Because if you look at where 2, 4, and 8 go in the box, well, there's the 2, but the 4 and the 8 can't go here. So the 4, 8 need to go here. Very good spot to Afraid Not. And now that's huge because that makes this a 2, 6 pair. And then they need a 4 between them to Renban properly. I apologize if you made 4 your bet for your bet cell. Because we have now eliminated 4 from the possibilities. This is now odd, by the way. Okay, and so this is a 6, 9 pair. Sorry, Jessica, that you are not here to help. So now the 9. So what if there was no 2 in the 21 cage? Then the 3 evens would be 4, 6, 8. And 4, 6, and 8 add to 18. Plus the odd would have to be a 3. Why couldn't I put a 3 here and a 4, 6, 8 here? 8, 9 pair. Yes, this is an 8, 9 pair. Where does 2 go in the box? Here or here? Do I know which one? Or it can't go in row 4, column 5. Right, because if this was a 2, wow, that's subtle. If this was a 2, it would go 2, 3, 4, and then this would need to be a 6 because of that 6. Okay, so you just have to try it. This can't be a 2. So therefore, this is a 2. So therefore, one of these is a 2. I'm not sure that does a lot, but I'm going to mark it anyway. So none of these are 1s. If someone suggests later that one of these could be a 1, they can't be. Especially that one. Let's see. So row 4, column 5 can't be a 4 because of mod 3 things in box 5. Okay. So if this wanted to be a 4, then this would need to be 2 mod 3, which would mean it would need to be 2, 5, or 9. No, 2, 5, or 8. It can't be 2 or 8, and it also can't be 5 because 5 would break this. Okay, that's really clever. Good spot to Carl there. So remember, we already argued the sum of all of this is 0 mod 3, so these two need to sum to something that's 0 mod 3. So if this was a 4, this would need to be this would need to add to 0 mod 3. So it would need to be 2 mod 3, but 2 is already gone. It can't be 8, and it can't be 5 because 5 is always on the line, which I can even pencil mark so that I can put a 5 down here for those of you who are into that kind of non-X-Wing kind of action. But anyway, that means this can't be 4, so this is only 6 or 8, which in particular, 6 and 8, neither of them is next to 3. That was a really good spot, Carl, by the way. So that is a 7. So this is also a 6 or an 8, and it's not an 8. So it is a 6. And that's an 8, and that's a 4, and that's an 8. So now the evens in here are a 6 and a 4, and a 2. And 2, 4, and 6 add to some number. They add to 12, which means the odd digit needs to add to 9. So the odd digit had better be 9 in order for the odd digits to add to 9. So while we're at it, we'll go ahead and do the point from chat that I can also figure out what number adds to 10 with 6, and that makes that the 9. Means these aren't 9, and more importantly means I can color these. Okay, so now this is either 1, 3, 5, with this being a 7, or this is 3, 5, 7, with this being a 1. Those are the only possibilities for this digit, because the 9's now gone. There's a 7 looking places, I am told. The 7 should mind its own business. No, sorry. The 7 looks right over here, makes that a 9. Makes this a 1 or a 3. And there are more odds that could be colored in box 9, I am told. Let's see. Because there's a 6 in here, so that's the last even. Or alternatively, there's an 8 in here, so that's the last even, whichever way you want. So these are a 1-2 pair that are left, as Afraid Not points out, but this one can't be a 2, so that's a 1 and that's a 2. So odd and even. So these are not 1, 7, or 9, so they are 3 and 5. That 1, by the way, looks at the 7 down, looks at this cell, makes that a 7, a 5, and a 7. So one of these two is a 9, and the other is an 8. So we have another 8-9 pair. Oops. So yeah, this is a 1, 3, 5 triple. Let's see, I can write in all of these digits now. So these are a 5, an 8, and a 7. see. An 8 here would make this 7 or 9, which seems okay. Well, it would be a 9. A 7 here would make this a 6, which seems fine. Okay, let's just write in the possibilities. An 8 here would make this a 9. A 7 here would make this a 6. A 5 here would make this a 4 or a 6. So this is always 4, 6, or 9. That seems like a lot to pencil mark in. Good point to more crabs. I can color these dots because they're consecutive with odds, so they're even, which means they're the last evens, which means that these are odd. That's now the last odd for the box, so that's even. And if you want, you can also fill in what digits these are. Like that. Let's see, this is a 3 or 5. These are... well, one of them is... No, sorry, I don't know that one of them is the 4. These are 4, 6, 8. That one's not 4. Let's see. Yeah, one of them is an 8. That's a good point. One of these is an 8, which is going to be next to a 7. I agree with that logic. So one of these two is a 7. Oops. So this digit is a 1 or a 3 or a 5. It's not a 7 or a 9. Not immediately useful, I must say. Let's see. So the only odds down here are 7 and 9. So these are from 4, 6, 7, 9, just to record it for the record. If this is 9, this is 7. And if this is a 7, then this is a 5. So this is, if this is odd, it is 5 or 7. Notably, this can never be 5, so this can never be 7. Because if this were 7, this digit would have to be an odd consecutive with 7. It couldn't be 9, so it would have to be 5, but then this dot is broken. So this is never 7. If this were 9, this would be 7 with an 8 here. And if this were even, then all kinds of things can do that. Then all kinds of things can happen. Then it is anybody's game, as they like to say in the sports ball. Let's see. This isn't a 5, I can tell you, through sophisticated, there's a 5 in the rowage. Let's see. If I fill in column 5, it forms a quad in the box. Okay, well, I'm down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the 1, 2, 3, 5 with that, that 3, 5, indeed. Well, it does one thing, which is that it tells me that this isn't a 1. Because the 1 now in this box is in this column, so that's a 1 there. So I will do my best to try and milk that none 1 for as much as I can. This isn't a 4, because there's a 4 there. These aren't all even, I can confirm. Nor are they all odd, because neither of those works out. So this is a mix of odds and evens. In fact, I suppose I know that there are an odd number of odds, and so there are an odd number of evens. Could there be 3 evens in this box? I don't see why not, annoyingly. I'm trying to connect the parity to these 2 lines, but these 2 lines are being retragniscent. These are... Let's see. Well, this is not 1 or 3. So this is 5, 7 only. This is, unfortunately, this is 3, 5, 7, I think. Oh, let's see. I'm being told I have 7 in box 8. It's in one of those 2 cells. How do I know which one it's in? I must be missing something very, very blatant. Like, I probably know which of these is 7 somehow. But I don't see it. Lines up. Oh, I see. So I got it. Okay. So that means that there's a 7 up here, because these 7s are both taking up the 7s in row 8 and 9. That is a good point. Okay. So one of these is a 7. So that, and none of these are 9. Seven in column 3. It's not there or there. Ah, the 7 in column 3, interestingly, that's really weird. The 7 in column 3 is definitely on this dot. So in particular, there's never a 5 on it. And this is always from 6, 7, 8. So bizarre. So this is either 6, 8, 7. So yeah, if there's no 9 and no 7 in this 25 cage, so there already is no 7. If there's no 9 as well, then the maximum I could get is 8 and 6 is 14, and 5 and 4 is 23, which is not 25. So there's definitely a 9 inside this cage. More Crabs has wanted me to mark that for a while. There's also an 8, I am being told, somehow. Let's see. If I tried to do 9, 6, that's 15, 5, 4. 9, 6 is 15, 5, 4 is 24. That's still not enough, right? Okay, so I do need an 8 as well. So this is not an 8. So this is a 6 or a 7, and a 7 or an 8. Okay, I know one of these 2 is an 8. And I know there's an 8 in here, so that's going to tell me that this isn't an 8. It's a 9, and that's an 8. So odd, even. So these aren't 9. That's not 9. Not 9. One of these is 9, so that's not 9 either. And now, where does 9 go in this box? Now the 9 only goes in this box here. And that is all because of Rank's quadruple, we'll say. So this needs to be the 7, and then that needs to be even. Like that. These aren't 8. So this is always odd. Yes, you're quadruple. There we go. Okay, so these aren't 7 anymore, because that was 7. Okay, so now if this is odd, it will be 1, 3, 5. Yes, Rank's 1 hiding over here. That was a very cool deduction. Ah, yes. If this was a 9, that's a good point for more crabs. If this is a 9, this would be an 8, and we know there's an 8 in the cage. So therefore, that's the 9. And inherits orangeness. Let's see, if this is an 8, then I would need a 7 or a 9 here, neither of which is possible, so that's not an 8. So one of these is an 8, which means this is not 8 in the corner or anything else. So that's an 8. That's a 7. Great spot by chat there. That 7 bounces back and gives me an even here. So we're almost at our full complement of digits. Okay, so that is a 6. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. That's a 4. It's not a 7. Let's see, that's not a 6. All evens are 6s. Yes, I can see the Andrew Sarkis puzzle now. All evens are 6s. Oh yeah, let's see. Conflict highlighting. Yeah, that must have been off for the previous jigsaw puzzle extravaganza. Let's see, I'm told something is not a 4. Ah, this cell's not a 4, so it's orange. So it is 7. Let's see, 7, 7, 7. We're good on 7s. Okay, this line doesn't have a 4 on it, and it doesn't have an 8 on it. And if it doesn't have a 4 on it or an 8 on it, it can't be blue. So it is orange. So this now is from 1, 3, 5, and definitely has a 5. Or sorry, definitely has a 3. So that's not a 3. So that's all of our odds for the column. So these are both even. This is 4 or 6. This is 2 or 8. And it's not, sorry, not 2 or 8, 2 or 6. There is another even here. And therefore, the rest of this box is orange. And in particular, once the rest of the box is orange, these aren't 2 anymore. So this is the 2. So yeah, this is a 4, 4, 6. Oh, this is a 4, 6 pair. Oh, if that's a 4, 6 pair, by the way, I know that this is blue and this is orange. I wonder how long that's been sitting there. So this is going to turn orange, and this is going to turn blue. So that's a 6 and a 9. Let's see. These are not 5 or 7 or 9, so this is 1 or 3. Okay. Let's see. These are from 1, 1, 3, 9. That one's not 9, so that's a 1, 3 pair, so that's 9. Is that the last 9? That might be the last 9. Looks like the last 9. Let's see. The rest of the 25 cage is even, right? Because remember, there have to be an odd number of odd numbers in this cage. So there's either 1 or 3 odds. However, if I put 3 odds in here, that's 6 odds for the box, which would be blasphemous. So the rest of this is even. And therefore, that's odd. And therefore, that's even. Great spot ranks. This is now a 2. So that being a 2 means this is odd. So the bet sells odd. If you had odd in your prop bet, congratulations. That means this is a 1 or a 3. which means that this cell is now known, because that is a... Oh, no, sorry, that's not how that works. That means this cell is now known. It's a 5, and that's a 1, and that's a 3. That 1 comes down here, gets those off. Now that's known. It's a 1. This is not 1. That's not 1. I know the colors of all but one cell in this row. I probably know the color of the last cell. This is probably blue. So it must therefore be a 2. So that's a 6, and that's a 4, and that's a 6 and a 4. 4 and 6 make that a 2. 2 and 4 make that a 6, and that a 4. Let's see. Okay, so this must be an 8. Now, let's go ahead and say that that's orange and that's blue, and let's really carefully calculate that this is orange. Okay, just to avoid any accidents. So now 7 and 8. I probably can solve for what this is, but I also probably could just write in that it's a 6, and that's a 2. Would we like to verify that 11 plus 14 is 25? It sounds like it has the essence of 25-ness. That 7 makes that a 5, and that a 7. That 1 makes that a 3, and that a 1. Not that. That a 1 and a 3. And a 5 and a 3, and a 1 and a 5. And a 5 and a 3, and a 5, and a 1 and a 3, and a 1. And now these aren't 5 or 2. Let's see. Not 5. That one's not 2. This one's also not 1. So the bet cell is a 3. 5, 3, 1. Very nice puzzle. Congratulations to Bremster. Well done on the bet to Bremster. Very fun puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. And since that one was so humane, we have time for another puzzle. So I'm going to take a quick break, get more to drink, and then we'll be back with another puzzle. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Hello, everyone. We have a puzzle where I can actually expand the zeta. People talking about the joy of Australian accents. I feel like most of my Australian accent exposure has been Australian Survivor, which is amazing, by the way. If you're at all interested in reality TV, I think Australia has the best Survivor. And Australian The Chase. I feel like these are the most exposure I've gotten to the Australian accent. All right, so this is the puzzle Funnel by the Kajito. So we have classic Sudoku rules. And in addition to normal classic rules, we also have these additional things which are, this is the Windoku part. These are extra regions. So each of these squares also contains the digits 1 through 9, in addition to the fact that this is also the digits 1 through 9 like normal. So that plus classic rules, that's all there is to it. So hopefully we can figure it out. We've got lots of these extra like weird fancy digits too, so that's cool. So I am seeing that there is no 7 on this Renban. So this Renban only has digits from 1 through 6. Oh, and it has no 2 either. Okay, so this is the place to start. This Renban, the 2 and the 7 see this entire Renban. So every digit on this Renban has to be between 3, 4, 5, and 6. Also, none of these are 4. But this Renban definitely has a 4 on it, because if it didn't, it would be a 5, 6 Renban. And so we get a 4, and we get to bring in Zach. Hello, Zach. Zach is very happy. He liked his fish earlier, so he is happy to dance more. Bloop, 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 bloop. Da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. 4 dance. 4! There we go. Thank you, Zach. So this now has a 1. Sorry, not a 1. What am I talking about? This definitely has a 5, and then either a 3 or a 6. This digit has no, or sorry, this Renban has no 6. I guess it could be 7, 8, 9, so I'm not going to look too carefully at that. The 4 up here goes up in one of those places. There's a 4 over in one of these cells, just by Sudoku. So some people are talking about the Sudoku, or the Windoku secret. So the Windoku secret is that if you take this or any of the corresponding things, the blue cells are secretly a set of the digits 1 through 9. And so that's just because these 3 columns are 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9, and then each of the windows is a set of the digits 1 through 9. So these are 3 sets of the digits 1 through 9. Or sorry, so this is 1 set of the digits 1 through 9. It's like an intro to set argument, if you like. So that works out. So this Renban, this has nothing to do with that. I'm just noticing people in chat are saying it, and so when people in chat are talking about the virtual window or whatever, that's what they're talking about. This Renban is forced, I think. This Renban doesn't have a 7 on it, so it's from 1 through 6, but it also doesn't have a 4 on it, so it can't be from 4, 5, 6. This can only be 1, 2, 3. And that's not the 2. So these are from 1, 2, 3, and one of those is the 2. And now this digit actually is somewhat constrained because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 5. It's not, sorry, it could be 6. It's not 7 or 8. It could be 9. This one, it's being pointed out, also has no 4. But it can't be 1, 2, 3. So it's bigger than 1, 2, 3. So this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now this can't be a 7 or an 8. So this is from 5, 6, or 9. Just so you note that. Again, that's because these two 4s see the entirety of this, but this can't be 1, 2, 3 because this sees the entirety of this sees this 1 or 3. So this Renban definitely has a 5 on... No, not a 5, sorry. That is the wrong digit. This Renban definitely has a 7 on it. So one of these two is a 7. I don't know what else to say about it just yet. I'm told there's a Renban with no 4 or 6. Oh, wow, yes. This Renban has no 4 or 6. So this is either 1, 2, 3 or 7, 8, 9. I don't think I know which it is yet. Oh, I do know now. So this has no 4 or 6, and it's not... so it has to be either 1, 2, 3 or 7, 8, 9, but it is not 1, 2, 3 because there's two 1, 2, 3s in here. So this is 7, 8, 9. So therefore these two cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're not 4. They're not 5. That might be all I know for now, but I want to mark that just for later purposes. So the last 7, 8, 9 is actually up here. This can't be 1, 2, or 3. That's beautiful. This can't be 1, 2, or 3 because it sees all of them. So this is just a naked single 6. So none of this nonsense is 6, which makes this an honest 3, 5 pair, which makes this a 1 or a 2. We have made an honest Renban out of this. Okay, so this isn't a 6. It's only a 5 or a 9. In fact, it's not a 9 because this sees the entire 7, 8, 9 Renban. So this is a 5. So this is so these two digits actually, I think if you look at them, I think they're these two digits. I think those are the same digits. Hey, out 11. All right. 6. There has to be a 6 down here somewhere. This can't be a 5, and none of this can be 5. That would be a key thing to notice. Okay, so this is either 6, 7, 8, or it is 9, 8, 7. So in particular, these digits are never 9, because this is, or 6. These are always 7, 8, because I need a 7, 8, and they can only go there. And now once that's always 7, 8, this is always 9. So these are 7, 8. These digits are 1, 2, we've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, we need a 7, 8. 1, 2, 7, 8. And these aren't 8. So that's 8. By the magic of magic. Okay, so one of these is 8. For whatever that is worth. I am noticing that this Renban doesn't have a 5 on it. So this Renban needs to either be very low or very high. Okay. Box 7, column 2, row 7 is a 4. Let's see. This is a 4 because I need a 4 in the Windoku box, so the 4 has to go in one of these two. Why can't the 4 go here? Because if the 4 went here, I would need to be a 4, 3, 2. It would have to be 4, 3 there, 2 here. I don't see why that doesn't work. Let's see. Okay, what's left in this row? We need a 1, a 2, and a 3, and then we've got a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so these are 1, 2, 3. That one's not a 2, so this is a 2. So these are, let's fill them in. We've got a 1 and a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5 and a 6 and a 7. And then we've got an 8 and a 9. No, I did something wrong. Oh, we don't need a 7. We've got an 8 and we need a 9. Okay, that's the right number of digits. So these are 3, 5, 6, 9. Okay. The remaining cell in box 5 is a 6 or a 9. That is great to know. So let's see. If this were a 9, this would be an 8, 7. Seems annoyingly okay. Okay, so this Renban has no 5 or 7. So the digits on this Renban can only be from 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's the point. Okay, so I had not fully grokked this. This Renban can't have a 5 or 7 by Sudoku. And so as soon as it can't have a 5 or a 7, it also can't have a 6, 8, or a 9. So it needs to be from 1, 2, 3, 4, except I know these digits aren't 3, but it does need a 3, so that 3 needs to go here, which means these aren't 3, which means this is 3, which means this is a 1. This also is not a 4. Okay. So now the 3 for this box is over here, because it can't repeat in the window and can't repeat down there. So there's a 3 over there. Let's see. 2 can be placed in box 8. So there's definitely, one of these is definitely a 2. That's the point. So no 2 in the T, no 2 there. So the 2 has to be in one of these 2 cells. Let's see. There is a... gotcha. Okay. So this window is almost done. We just didn't notice, or I didn't notice. This is a 3-9 pair. Thank you, Ransk. That being a 3-9 pair fixes our 5 and 3. Which you'd think would do something. I'm not sure that it does. These digits are a 1, a 2, we got a 3, we need a 4 and a 5, then we got a 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 1, 2, 4, 5. These aren't a 4 or 5, so that's a 1, 2 pair in the column, which makes that a 7. Makes that not a 7. So these 2 cells, we actually know what they are. 4, 5. We need a 6 and an 8 to finish off the column. Let's see. Uh, 4 only in column 1 in box 1. Two in box 1 is in row 1. I feel like I'm missing something. The secret region has a 4 already. Ah, right. The aforementioned. So the secret region actually is very relevant here. So the secret region has a 1-2 pair. So this is not a 1 or 2. And the secret region also has a 4, so this is not a 4. So this is actually a 5 by the secret region. So these are not 5. The secret region actually is only missing a handful of digits. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. This one's not the 6. This is only an 8. Oh, and it's not an 8 either. So it is the 9. So this isn't a 9. So that's a 6 or an 8 as well. Let's see. This column, a non-secret region, if you will, it is missing. Let's see. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. So it's missing 6, 8, 9. Which means that this digit must be a 1 or a 4. In order to make that work. Now, I will say, someone in chat saw, like, an hour ago that this digit had to be a 4, but I never understood why. Let's see. Okay, so I think we can get rid of our secret region. We don't need to let anyone know about the secret region. Thank you, Playmaker. Have a good night, or morning, or whatever time it is there. The 2 in box 9 is in one of these two cells. Thank you, Carl. Just because it's not in the window and it's not in the column, so the 2's over here. So that's not the 2, which means that is the 2. Let's see. I can eliminate 2. Yes. I can eliminate 2 from this cell due to this secret region. So the yellow secret region already has a 2. So that's not 2. Oh, there's a 1, 2, 4 triple here. I probably should fill in these digits. Let's see. These digits are... Let's see. We've got a 1, 2. We need a 3. Got a 4, we need a 5, we've got a 6, we need a 7, we've got an 8 and a 9. So these are 3, 5, 7. That one's not 3. Just for the record. Let's see. If this were 9, this would also be 7, 8, which seems like the kind of thing that would be a problem, but I don't actually immediately see it being a problem. Let's see. Now I need to identify where the digit that has actually been locked completely off of a Renban is. The super secret region. Oh yes, If you really enjoy the secret region, Ranks is just very excited. So I'll tell you about the super secret region. So the super secret region is that actually in a Wendoku, these cells also form a set of the digits 1 through 9. And so if you like, you can make puzzles with horrible hidden singles in the secret region, and then people will love you and want to do your puzzles more. Or actually, no, not that, the other one. Row 6, column 9 is only 4 or 6. Okay, let's write out this row, and then we will investigate. So we need a 1, we've got a 2, 3, we need a 4, we've got a 5, we need a 6, we've got a 7, 8, we need a 9. Okay. This is definitely not 1 because I can't put a 2 on here. And if this were 9, this would be a 7, 8 and would look at the 7, 8. So this is only 4 or 6. I endorse this wholeheartedly. Oh, I would never expect you of doing that, Sam. Is the super duper secret region box 8? It might be box 8. Yeah, Wendoku are definitely in the list of puzzles that I would not do from a setter I did not trust. Because I think Wendoku are really in almost exactly the same genre as Anti-Knight. Like, it has all the same excellent parts and horrible parts of Anti-Knight, where, like, there's all kinds of terrible deductions that you can make, but also, if it's well constructed, it's really cool. Let's see. So I'm told there's always a 5 down here. That seems big if true. Okay, so if this were a 4 and there weren't a 5, this would need to be a 3, 2. That's not going to work. If this were a 6 and it's not a 5, this would need to be 7, 8. That's not going to work. So, yeah. So there always needs to be a 5. So that's not a 5. Let's see. Garion says if this is a 6, then this needs to be 4, 5. Why couldn't it be 5, 7? Oh, it can't be 5, 7, because if this is a 6, it makes this a 9. Okay. So if this is a 6, this is a 9, which immediately makes this 7, 8, which then forces this to be 4, 5. Sorry. Yeah, forces it to be 4, 5. And now that's a problem for some reason, I am told. And now there's nowhere for 4 in box 6 is the problem. Because this isn't a 4, but there's a 4 down here, so these aren't 4 either. So, yeah, okay, so yeah, if this isn't 4, one of these needs to be 4. Okay, yep, so I agree. So, yeah, so if this is 6, the world falls apart. So that's 4. 4 goes with 5 and either with 5 and 6 or 3 and 5. So these are from 3, 5, 6. Oh, I never got rid of my corner marks. Box 8 Renban must use 7, 8. Ah, right. Okay, so it even whether this is a 6 or a 9, this is always 7, 8 is More Crab's point, because there's a 5 already in the window. So this is always 7, 8, which means these aren't 8. They are 6, 9, which means this is 8. So that 6, 9 pair makes that an 8, which makes that a 6. That 8 looks across, makes that a 7 and an 8. Needs to be a 7 coming up here somewhere. 8 in box 3. 8 in box 3. Very good. Okay, so 8 is already in this window. 8's already up here. So I've drawn this exact shape many times in this puzzle, but 8 needs to go down here. So now 8 down here can only go in these spots where it joins its friend, the 2. So 2 and 8 are best friends for life. Now down here. So now I can fill out the rest of this row, which I want to do because there's orange stuff in it. So I still need a 1. I've got a 2, a 3. I need a 4, a 5. I've got a 6. I need a 7. I've got an 8, and I've got a 9. Okay. So this is 1, 4, 5, or 7. This is 1, 4, 5, or 7. Well, this one's not 4. This is 1. It's not 5 either because of the 5 in the box. So this is 1 or 7. And I believe that we now have a 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 quintuple in orange. I am certain that the intended path was not to identify a 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 quintuple in the super duper secret region. But we do have a 1, 2, 4, 5, 7 quintuple in the super duper secret region. So this isn't a 5. And these are 3, 6, 9. And that one's not a 3. So one of those two is a 3. 7 in box 8. There's already a 7 in box 8. Let's see. That's not a 7, though. That's not a 7. Okay, so now if I look in the super duper secret region, the only places for 7 are these two. So this is never... Oops, sorry. So this is never a 7. Or less convolutedly, there's a 7 in the box, so this isn't a 7. There's a 7 in the column, so this isn't a 7. All of those would have been simpler ways of explaining that. Also, there's a 1, so that's not a 1. So this is a 1, 4, or 5. Just to finish off the box. Let's see. Oh, this is a 1, 3, 6, 9 quad, or in other words, this is a hidden 5 for the box. If you prefer. The 5 for this column actually is only here with the 8. So this is a 5, 8 pair. Which means I need to get a 5 in this window somewhere. It's going to have to go over here. And that 5 is going to look down at this 4 and go ahead and make that a 4. So these aren't 4. So now we have a 1, 5, 7 triple in the super duper secret region. So this is a 2, and that's a 4, and that's a 1. That 1 makes that a 2, which makes that a... not that. Makes that a 1, which now makes that a 2, and that a 4. That 1 makes that a 5, and that a 1, and that a 7, and that a 5. That a 3, not that. That a 3, that a 7. That seems to have done a lot. Let's see. Where else are things? This isn't a 3 anymore. This isn't a 5 anymore. Oh, if that's not a 5 anymore, but one of them is a 5, that one's the 5. So this is a 3 or a 6. Let's see. 4 in box 9 is being requested. 4 in box 9 is here. Very nice. Thank you, Tony. What is left in this box? Let me just write it in. So I still need a 1. I've got a 2. I need a 3. I've got a 4, a 5. I need a 6. I've got a 7 and an 8, and I need a 9. These I know aren't 3. This one's not a 1, at the very least. This cell, if I look at the super secret region, this completes the triple with those two in the super secret region. And so does that. So these two cells are the same. So this is not a 3. It's a 6 or a 9, which gives me that this is a 3. I'm sure there was a less convoluted way to see that thing I just argued. So that's not a 3, but whatever. We're going with it. 1 isn't in the window. I could have used a regular secret window or secret region. Okay. This 2, here's a fun, fancy Sudoku thing. This 2 gives me a 1 here. I need a 1 in column 9. It goes there because of the 3, 6, 9 shenaniganery. That's not a 1. So yeah, one of these two is a 1. I don't know which one yet. But I do know there's a 1 up here. Because there's already a 1 here. There's no 5 on this Renban. That's got to be the last thing I need to look at. There's no 5 on this, because this pencil mark 5 sees the entirety of it. So this is either from 1, 2, 3, 4, or it's from 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it's not from 6, 7, 8, 9, because there's a 7, 8 in the box. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, these aren't 1s, and that's not a 1 either. So in fact, it is a 2, 3, 4. Now, this is not a 2 or a 4, so it's a 3. So this is a 2, 4. That being a 3 knocks 3 out of that, which puts a 3 there. Which assuredly does something, we believe. This 2, 4 gives us a 1 and a 2. This box... Sorry, this column. Let's do the column, because these two cells are known. Let's see. They are a 4 and a 7, I believe. Yes, these are a 4-7 pair. And this being a 4-7 pair aligns with my 7s over here and gives me that there has to be a 7 up here with the 1. So this is a 1-7. Let's see. So these cells, what are they? Let's see. We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. So these are 5, 6, 9. What about these cells? Let's see. We've got 1, 2. We need a 3. That 3 is going to be helpful. We've got a 4. We've got a 5. We need a 6. We've got a 7, 8, and we need a 9. So these are from 3, 6, 9. But in particular, there's a 3 in them. And that 3, not that one, that one's not the 3. That 3 looks left and fixes out that 9 and that 3, which seemed like the kind of thing that might be useful at the time. So this isn't a 9. It is only a 5 or a 6. That's not, these aren't 9 either. So that's a 3, 6 pair. So that's a 5 and a 9 and an 8 and a 5. And a 7 and an 8, and a 4 and a 7. And let's see. This 3 is looking up, so that's a 6 and a 3. That's a 9. That's a 1. That's a 6 and a 9, and a 6, and a 9 and a 6, and a 7 and a 1, and a 2 and a 4, and an 8 and a 2, and a 9 and a 6. And there are still some more digits left, even though I said that like I was finishing, because I thought I was. But I see now that I have been a fool. And this 6 gives me a 9 there and a 6 there. And this 7-8 is a 2-cell deadly pattern. Probably if I squint hard enough. This 7 gives me an 8 and a 7. There we go. Okay. Upon further reflection, it was not a 2-cell deadly pattern. You will be surprised to learn. That was a lovely little puzzle to wrap up on. I enjoyed that one a lot. I thought it was a little weird when I looked at the puzzle and saw there were a bunch of like 3-cell Renbans, but you have done such lovely, wonderful things with Renbans in the past that I was just like, well, I've got to do the puzzle because, well, it's a Kojito Renban puzzle, so of course I'm going to do it. And yeah, that was a sweet puzzle. Very nice and approachable, and let me draw and talk about the super, super secret regions. And I enjoy the super, super secret regions, even box 8. So I think that's about all for today. So goodbye from me and goodbye from Zach. We'll be back on Saturday after Rank's stream. So if you started with us today, which I can't imagine there's a ton of people who started with us today when I started streaming 8 hours ago, but if you did, I'll start streaming like 4.5 hours after that or something like that. You can look at the stream. It'll be scheduled soon. I think it's not quite scheduled yet. But you can join us on Saturday for more fun. And for those of you who have supported us at the windmill or turbine level, remember that you can vote on you can vote on what puzzles you want to see me do on stream. So if you want, you just have to go on Discord and you just have to look, and you can just click a little +1 in front of the ones that you want to see. If you want to see me do 80 million chaos constructions, just vote for all the ones that Woofers has voted for. And if you want to see other things, by all means, just vote on that. So I know a bunch of you have access to that, but I've not seen a ton of voting yet. So if you want, and I will dedicate the solve to whoever votes for it, so you can see that coming again soon. If you want to become someone who has access to the list of puzzles, then you could do that either by becoming a YouTube member or becoming a patron, either by clicking join here or clicking on, so there's like a join button down there, or you can go to patreon.com/zetamath. And either of those, and then you can get your thing. It's complicated, Sam. So I personally really like chaos constructions. However, my general sense is that viewers are more divided on chaos constructions, and so I try and sort of split it up, and every once in a while I sort of go off the deep end and spend 8 hours just doing chaos construction after chaos construction, but I generally try to sort of balance it out. But whatever, that's why there's voting now. So if people want to vote for it, then I wash my hands of all chaos constructions that appear if they appear because someone voted for them. But yeah, so I try to balance it out only because I suspect, especially because I do try to attract people to the hobby who are maybe newer, and I think chaos construction puzzles probably do not make the nicest introduction to Sudoku, even if maybe it was sort of something in the chaos construction-ish genre that really sort of grabbed me and made me be like, okay, I have to start making Sudoku puzzles. Though that was like a not complete regions one. I think if I had my way, I would hope that people would try and make chaos constructions with regions that are smaller than 9 cells, because then you can finish them faster and still get a lot of the cool geometry stuff, with maybe less of the less cool irregular Sudoku stuff. Because I think broadly the irregular Sudoku part of chaos constructions is not anyone's favorite, or maybe it is like 3 people's favorite. I suspect it is not most people's favorite. And so if you can focus more on the sort of like the geometry part, and so there's a lot of puzzles like that are out there that I really like to see. But that's all for today. I hope you all had fun, and I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Bye for now.